Where's the intro?
Where's the intro, man?
Where is the intro?
Where have you been?
This is the worst
Looks
damn
like
show
it
I've been on in a
It looks like
while.
Frosty's fucking. It looks like Frosty's with Motley, bro. Sorry.
DJ, spin that shit. We need that intro.
Spin the intro.
What are you, some sort of Mexican?
Welcome to the worst damn crypto show, period. I'm your host, Romanian Dan. I got with me Tap for Life 1, Hexter Morgan 369, Crypto the famous Hex Deck 16, Frosty, and Bullish Ox. What's going on, boys?
Look at Tap. Tap, do that again. Do that again for the people in chat. Come on, Tap. Oh,
Damn, he's been getting it in.
I'm getting my diesel on y'all. I've been going in lately on the workouts, man. Shout out to Jim Rat Crypto. I've been going
Chat.
in lately.
Chat, we got babies and everything too. That's not a baby. That's hex holders that bought the top. That you hear.
That's a dip
crying.
buyer's bicep, man. And that's a dip buyer's fucking shirt. Let's go. Let's go.
Buying shirt.
Everything is wrecked. Everything is wrecked. How
He's
we all
like, I
doing?
cashed out. He's like, I cashed out. Ciao, motherfuckers.
I'm going
Wow,
inside.
Frosty,
It's
how you
fucking
doing,
cold.
sir?
Good. I'm going inside. It's fucking cold out here.
Oh, is it? Is it cold there in Ecuador?
Well, it's
They got
cold.
cold
Right,
front, you said.
it's right on the ocean, and it's cold. There's a cold wind coming off the bay today.
What's up, chat? What's up, Marion? What's up, Lost in Crypto? Alan, what's going on? What a couple of days we've had, eh? Like, jeez.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Man.
Yes.
How's everybody doing?
Moment of silence for the crypto people. Someone post. Fuck him. Fuck him. Fuck him. Listen, someone posted a picture. You see how many people, like the percentage of everyone leaving? I'm so happy. Get these.
Oh, yeah,
what?
the sticker does. Sticker ad.
Get the fuck out of here. Yo, I'm so happy, guys. Dip buyers, man. Yo, people are calling 1.8, 1.4. Get your bags ready, man. DCA. When's the next DCA, man? This week or next week? That's
Every
the
week.
1 cent
Every
hacks.
week.
1 cent hacks incoming.
Oh. Coming to a theater near you. We've been getting a lot of updates on the what is it? Highest of stakes. RG3 came in, told us that it's the production's wild. Getting a lot of updates. We can't wait. Obviously, we were getting Richard's updates, so I'm pretty happy to see that. I can't wait to see that movie. So if you don't follow them, go follow them right now. Highest of stakes.
Hey,
Yes, sir.
Look at her.
how's it going?
Hey.
Download
think
the Firefox.
Yeah, there you go.
Solves the problem.
We have the
browser.
worst. We have the worst programs here at the worst crypto show. It's hard for people to use our stuff.
Screw
Motley
things
shot
up.
all over us the first time we had them on. Do you think then with this documentary, like I'm convinced now Richard's not like Pulse ain't coming anytime soon. I don't think it will. What does everyone else think? Like it's with the way the market's going and everything, does it make sense?
I think it's coming in mid-May. Count on it.
Mid-May?
Mid-May.
Yeah, mid-May. Count on it. Mid-May. It's coming in mid-May. Count on it.
That's true. That's true. Yeah. Yeah. I saw people say mid-May. I'm like, he didn't say 2022. He said it could be 2023. But with the timing of this documentary, like we got like the price has to perform a little bit better, I think. Knowing Richard and everything, right? He's like he cares about the optics.
I don't think he's scared about anything, but
No?
I think he just wants the shit to be right. Like, he just really wants them to get this thing right.
I honestly,
Yeah, exactly.
I honestly think is the fact that like he's sitting back going, you guys don't understand. Like, I don't give a shit about optics. I don't give a shit about like market price, where we are in the bear market. He's going to launch it when it's right, and he's going to put it out there because you know there's no shame in the game about delaying something until you get the perfect product market fit. I mean, that's what the guy's about. I mean, if you study the guy, you know for a fact like his thing is I don't care like if you make money now or you make money 8 months from now, you're gonna make money. Okay.
Yeah. What do you think, Frosty?
Yeah, well, if they got to do some reprogramming of the nodes to Golang from Solidity, it's probably going to take some time. So another few more months. Also depends on the number of devs he has working on it too. It's not really clear how many devs he's got either. So if you get,
I know he has 2 or 3 devs on the wallet right now. That's what he said this morning.
Mm-hmm.
So
is it? I missed that.
I'm gonna have my camera going on and off, so y'all don't watch me chew my food.
Mute your mic.
What are you eating? You gotta tell us what you're eating.
Oh no, you can show us what you eat. I eat all the time, so you just gotta mute the mic.
I don't want to show you. It looks terrible.
No, I'm gonna open the bag and just right now.
It's like chicken, sausage, and pasta. But then there's like a slice of pizza in there too, leftovers. You don't want to see
You're
this.
carving out.
Fucking famous is eating chips.
It is gluten-free pasta though.
Oh, gluten-free pasta, yeah, but it's
and
still
gluten-free
carbs.
pizza actually. Mwahaha.
So where do you guys want to start? You want to talk about Celsius?
Oh.
Let me just say this. I'm gonna just say this real quick. Let me say this real quick. I called that dude out like 3 weeks ago. Told him I said what he was doing was wrong. I called him a hoe, and I'll call you a hoe one more time. They put me in Twitter jail over that. Go ahead.
I remember.
That.
Yeah, and you totally did. But I mean, I don't get blocked by these guys. I talk trash, Twitter troll, that type of stuff. I never get blocked. But
me neither, man. I don't understand.
I almost feel bad about it. Like, why can't I get blocked?
Because we probably say it politely. we probably.
I don't know. I'll go straight up to Michael Saylor right now and just say some stupid shit. And just like see if I can get blocked.
One of the first guys I kind of watched in crypto was that Invest Answers guys a bit. Invest Answers, whatever his name is. And then once I found Hex and Richard, all that stuff, I kind of went and asked him questions. Like, hey man, and he was shilling Celsius pretty hard, and he had the founder on with him and did like a full hour AMA with him, right, interviewing him. And I said, why are you shilling this stuff? Like, you're all about crypto and self sovereignty. Like, this guy's like, you have to give your keys to these people. Mm-hmm. You're literally giving your keys away. Yep. And I got blocked. I got blocked for that shit. For literally being like, how can you do this stuff? And now look what happens now. And this guy's probably getting tons of money.
Yeah, I was telling Tap before the show because I'll be honest, is like, so I'm talking to this one day 3 Hexagon that I got on board. This guy who just like totally got it. Like, if you onboard somebody, you wish you onboarded this guy, like every one of your onboards, because this guy not only like within like 3 months, he was telling me stuff that I didn't even know. Like, he was starting to tell me about T-shares, that type of thing. So, but he's like, yeah, you shilled me, Celsius. And I totally did. I mean, I love like new projects and check him out. And I totally dumped that stuff like after I realized, hey, not your keys, that type. And that was like a year and a half ago. And now I'm seeing this devastation in the market and people getting wrecked.
People wrecked. Like, say whatever you want about Hex and like the 93% correction. Yeah, that's fine. I get it. Everything's wrecked. But this is a different circumstance here. Like yesterday, we got into it with so many people on Twitter yesterday saying like, "Oh man, this sucks. This is why self custody is so important." Blah blah blah. And people are like, "Well, look at Hex. Hex ain't doing so hot." Like, what the fuck? We're not talking about price here. We're talking about you being in control of your keys. You can end stake whenever you want. You don't have to stake. You can fucking set your limits. You can do whatever you want.
Stake, don't stake. It's all
talk about security, having a peaceful state of mind, knowing that your money, your crypto is good, like knowing it's gonna be there. That's how we go to sleep every night. Our hex is there. It's getting more hex. Now you turn around saying, "Oh, hex is down 90%, but we're still in the game." Ain't nothing gonna take us out. Our code is immutable. It's finished.
Preach.
But y'all out here cool with literally somebody who told y'all to your faces, I'm gonna hold your keys. I'm gonna hold your crypto. Said that
Not
to
even
your
that.
faces.
Not even that. Last week, this piece of shit said, "Oh, people can't be trusted with their own keys." That Mashinsky guy. Well, yeah, but people have lives, you know. People have lives. Yeah, they do have lives.
Too
They
much work for
expose
them.
fucking
It was too
assets.
much work for them. It wasn't smart enough for it.
Yeah, and then look how that worked out. It's crazy. I don't get it. I don't get. And
It's
what's
not the
gonna
first
happen?
time it's happened, and it won't be the last time it's happened, unfortunately.
No, it won't be. But what happens? Like, what is there going to be any backlash from these fucking furus going forward now?
Usually not.
If I had to guess, they're going to use this as a giant, massive excuse for regulation to come in between Celsius and Luna. Imagine the government regulation. If this isn't the perfect excuse for the government of the U.S. to come out and fucking add fucking regulation to this shit, I don't know what is.
Yeah, they're going to.
You know what I mean? They're totally going to use
them
it. They're
do it.
totally going to use it as an excuse to regulate this shit.
I really don't think it's gonna do anything, man.
No, it's not going to. Well, it can make life difficult, is what it could do. You know what I mean?
You
It's
should
just more
hope it
loops,
doesn't do
more
anything.
loops to jump through now. It'll be more loops, hoops, and bullshit to jump through. Just make things
Exactly.
harder, take longer.
This is why you need a fucking node network.
Yeah,
Put a
but
fucking
I'm just
node network.
it
out,
might,
you won't
it
have
might
that
speed
problem.
it up for the world. It might speed it up for the world because at the end of the day, it is a big risk for the United States, like cybersecurity, to go ahead and like have to handle with all this crypto due to their money. But it would be smart for them to not do it and let the world like profit from it at first. But you see, the thing is that I really believe they're so greedy that they won't let other people, they're like this, and like they won't let people come up like this, just so like that at one point they can say, okay, now we're in the game, and they can. I feel like they're just so dumb because it's like they're all this old mentality. That's why every American always says the same thing. We want to change legislation. We want to make a change. We want to change the people in office. There's fucking people that have dust coming off of them when the wind blows. Like that's how old they are. They're in legislation. My opinion is that you need to focus, like what Frosty says, on the other people. We're seeing so many articles of like development, and where is it? Where is it, Frosty? All the development happening. Argentina, Buenos Aires, all the fucking Brazil.
It's because it's
You know what I mean?
youth. They know it's the. Don't kid yourself. They know it's the largest wealth transfer in the history of mankind, from the baby boomers to the millennials, and they're trying to put themselves directly in the middle to capitalize on much of it, to restrict as much of the wealth transfer as they possibly can. And you can see that by the laws and regulations they're putting through. You know what I mean? Like look at the proposed laws they want on land transfer from if somebody passes away, right? So they basically make the tax so unaffordable that they literally have to sell their property, in order to have the transfer. You know what I mean? So they know this is going on, and they're trying to capitalize on it as much as possible. That's my opinion. If you look at the rules and the regulations they pass in order for this shit, that's exactly what they're doing. They're fucking focusing you on over here. Hey, look at all this other bullshit going on over here, and over here in the back end, they're fucking you in the ass. Like nobody's even paying attention to what they're doing. They're focusing your attention on bullshit.
What's it called in the Kansas City Shuffle? You look this way, we do something over here.
Exactly, and that's exactly what they're doing. Totally what they're doing.
Happens all the time. That shit's planned. Look at the political landscape of today. It's all identity politics. It's nothing of real substance that's going to actually affect people's lives.
But is anybody reading the freaking $900 bills they're putting through? Then they prepare the bill in 48 hours and then they pass it right away. They don't. Even the people that wrote it don't even know what the fuck are in there. They don't read them. They don't even do it. They just they package it all together with all this big bullshit. Nobody knows what's in it. They headline the cover title and then they pass all the other bullshit. But nobody's reading all the other bullshit in these bills. And you know what I mean?
Well, that's why they make them 2,000 pages. And you didn't even worry about Article 316, Section whatever.
One of the bullshits in the bill has to do with COVID-19, and it's like, wait, what does COVID-19 have to do with crypto?
Exactly.
Everything.
Yeah. 600 pages. I'm 225 pages into it. So
yeah, it's true.
It's a long read.
Yeah, none of them read it. They don't even give them enough time to read it. They don't understand what's in it.
Getting that feedback again.
Yeah, somebody's got some feedback. Just show it to me
Who the
or
fuck
not
ever
me.
read the tax code?
Is it me?
Yeah, all they do is read the summary like I did.
Well, no, Frosty's right. Like they whip together this bill. They have tons of garbage lumped into it, and they get it, bring it to a vote to pass in the House or whatever first. But people, like he said, you don't have the time to go through it.
No.
It's like trying
the
to
good
read a
thing-
big ass novel and doing a book report the next day. You
Yeah,
can't retain
exactly.
information. You can't retain anything.
No. And there's no time to have a discussion about it or freaking debate it and change anything. They just rush it through. And this is how people are getting fucked up with shit. You know what I mean? Because nobody even realizes the bills they pass. And they wake up one day and then they do this stupid shit. It's like, oh yeah, it was in the law. Like, and then people are like, what fucking law? Oh yeah, the one they passed 4 months ago that nobody knew about. I'm like, damn.
I saw Frosty. You'll appreciate this. So are you famous? There's an article out yesterday, and they're predicting here in Canada by possibly 2025, people can expect to be paying 45% more for their mortgages. 45% more for your mortgage.
Yeah. Let me see. Everything else.
You know how much money the banks loan? You know how much money the banks loan to people who couldn't afford it? They were. I remember rejecting people that could afford a loan to give it to the people that couldn't.
I keep saying this.
It was
The only market left of rug is the housing market, and if it's the highest price of housing in North America in the history of mankind, is that not a fucking sell signal or is that a buy signal? Well, these fuckers keep dumping in with these cheap mortgage rates, buying up all these houses at the highest price. It's like literally buying Bitcoin at the fucking wick at the top.
Yeah, I was buying at 66K for that hour that it was at.
It's exactly it. And then you tell me the only market left of rug. What's left? The housing market?
2022, Frosty. December 2022.
My advice is to sell that shit, man.
There's going to be such a housing market glut. So many houses on the market, like you would not believe. I've been telling people this for, over 3 months.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, even longer than that. It's like when COVID was going on, it's like, doesn't anybody else find it weird that nobody's working, but the housing market is just on fire?
Exactly.
Like I said to people, I go, isn't this? I'm like, yeah, but the housing market's great. And they go, yeah, you're right. I'm like, no, that's not a fucking good thing that the housing market's great. That is not good. You got people over borrowing by $250,000, $300,000 in some cases because the interest rate is so low. And they don't want to look 5 years ahead of themselves or 3 years or whatever their rate is. And now you're going to get screwed. They're thinking 1 in 4 people now are starting to worry about making their mortgage payments. And then let's all start dumping our houses at once. And then there's going to
wait till it gets to 3 and 4. Wait till it gets to 3 and 4.
You think the crying's bad now? Wait till the housing market gets rugged. The boo-hooing's going to be large and freaking high. But you know what?
Time.
That's going to be the time when to buy.
Guess
who's going to be buying houses?
This guy.
Me.
Okay. It's going to be 2009 all over again.
I'm waiting. I am waiting, and I delayed buying the house that I was caretaking here in Montana.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I'm glad I did. It was a definite decision. I've made 2 positive decisions over the course of this past year to delay gratification, and both of them have proved out positive. I'm grateful that I did not buy that house.
Here's the thing with opportunity. It comes to the people that are patient. You just got to wait. You don't have to go looking for it all the time. It will come to you if you freaking wait long enough. But people are so impatient. They want shit. They think it's your fucking text message, and they get mad when nobody responds within the first 30 seconds. Well, yeah,
that's why you can't send red receipts.
Right? I guess that's why,
You got to turn that shit off. I don't have any of that stuff.
Making money is a function of time.
Yeah.
Not fucking 3 days.
And it's gonna suck to hear, I know, but this is like for Hex, this is a huge buying opportunity. And
huge.
It's such huge. I know, but people are gonna hate that people say that because it's like it's almost like our numbers went like we doubled in the last 12 months or so, right? Mm-hmm. In our community. So like that 12 months of people, those are people in the red right now.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So that's gonna be tough on them. And now it's like, okay, it's a market, kind of like a market reset. I think we're still gonna go lower. We might dip below a penny. But if we do, like this is a huge opportunity. Huge opportunity.
It's a market grab. I mean, literally. like.
But nobody can buy and watch their
Liquidity
investment
providers
go
are
down.
making money. Like liquidity providers are making all kinds of money.
Yeah, they're killing it. Everyone's buying. Yeah.
Look at the wallets. They're just providing liquidity and taking it out, and then buying, and then dumping it, and then providing liquidity, and then dumping it, and then it's all a game of ratio, man. Where's the value? Oh, and the ratios.
It's always been like that.
They just don't understand. It's amazing right now. Right now, it's amazing. Right now, if anyone's been holding stable coins, man, they're just.
Which two stable coins lost its peg today? By the way, or the last couple of days, there were two more.
USDD and USDN.
How far do they drop?
USDT,
USDD, and USDN.
God, if USDT loses its peg, fuck, all hell's gonna break loose.
That's the one that everyone's been worried about.
but they did it. But they almost did. They almost did. Remember, they almost did. But they did it on purpose.
They almost did today. They almost did today, actually. USDT.
But it's
if
okay.
USDT loses its peg, it's gonna be ugly.
It's gonna. But Frosty, you know it won't happen. You know it won't happen. People are gonna buy that at 93.
That's what they said about a bunch of other shit, though. You
No.
know, Come on.
You don't. People are gonna.
USDT is like widely used in Asia, and it probably has the most circulation out of like all the stables.
All the stables.
Well, how much real money is dumped in that? People are just gonna grab that. They're gonna grab it. 100%.
I don't know.
Well, after Luna crashed, it went to 93. I saw it.
Almost.
Yeah.
They almost lost its peg, but they did it on purpose. From what I heard.
For sure, that was totally orchestrated for Luna. There's no question.
Yeah, it's interesting.
They got a 10%
shit with
grab
that.
on the dim.
It's interesting stuff with that dude Kwon guy. It looked like he was cashing out weeks before, wasn't he?
Months.
Months
on months. Guy was taking out.
You know who's the only founder that I find, and no one ever talks about it, that did it, in my opinion, properly, but everyone calls him an idiot, was the guy of Litecoin. He literally said, he said, you know what, guys? I'm done. Bye.
Yeah. At least he was honest about it.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I love how the haters are losing. Like Richard's really pissing people off with the outrage marketing, man. You see that shit with him today, eating the cheesecake with truffle on it or whatever, gold truffle.
No, I didn't do that one.
Gold chocolate, and then a $600 caviar.
He's like, I would have done this, but you
Happy
know,
bear market.
You know, you say happy bear market. I'm like, sir, I love this, but you about to make someone hurt themselves.
I'm gonna buy more stupid shirts. I mean, it's like as the bear
So
market
sure rocks,
continues, bro. I mean, like it's totally fun.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna lie, I dig it.
definition of
I
fun
dig it.
fashion
You
right there.
gotta unbutton it a bit. Just unbutton the first three.
Bro, I can't
Yeah.
because
Pop
I
the
bought
collars.
this 30 days ago. Okay, so I was like one size smaller. I mean, like, no joke. Like, I mean, Jim Rat Crypto's got him and Sam got me swole.
Who's eating
like,
the fucking chips, man? Some of you motherfuckers got to send me
Not
down
me.
bags of chips.
You know who it is.
I can't
Fucking-
afford it.
yeah,
right
this
now.
guy.
Fucking famous. Jesus Christ.
Oh, he's in Portugal still. That's why. Let's say Horno.
It's just, what flavor is
Oh,
that?
these chips, I swear to you, I could pull out
Frosty,
like 12
did
of
you get
them.
through
I
the
have
What flavor
12
is it?
bags in the house.
Huh?
Just normal.
Frosty, did
Baked.
you get through the
Which is
150
baked?
pounds
Oh.
of potatoes, though?
Yeah, I did. Fucking, they're still here. You want some?
No,
I'll trade
bro.
for some
I
potato
don't.
chips.
Bro, I go
What
to
do you
bed. I wake up at 3 a.m. I grab a whole bag of chips.
chips?
I open it at like 3 a.m. My buddy who's living with me, bro, he hates it. He's like, bro, you actually eat a bag of chips at 3 a.m. I'm like, bro, I'm addicted to these things. I am.
Yeah,
I have
they look
one
good.
bag a day.
Chips are-
I have like
It's
such a
amazing.
craving for junk food, man, over the last few streams. It's like, God damn it.
Really?
But you know what? It's baked. It's baked 50%. It has 50% less fat. No sugar. No like salt.
How the fuck do we
sodium,
always
whatever.
get into talking about food on this show? Every time.
Sorry,
Every
that's my fault.
Recently, that's all anyone is talking about is food.
That's true.
You
I
can't
guess.
go
Yeah,
wrong.
market
Crypto
people
stream,
hungry.
they were talking about food. That's right.
And the best lemonade I've ever
Hungry
had in
Bears.
my life, man.
Ooh, what is that?
good.
Tropical limonada. Ooh.
Oh, you have to
No,
shake it because
SJ's got me thinking about carbs right now. Like, I only need to permit myself to have
Pasta
carbs,
and pizza.
Like
Shake it up. Let me see you drink it. Oh,
yeah,
Pasta and pizza.
that's nice.
I want some pasta.
What does it
right
taste
now,
like,
to
Famous?
be honest.
Now I'm fucking hungry.
lemonade.
Is that refreshing?
It's mental.
I gotta
That-
go
this-
get a coffee.
This
Frosty,
some
you got a question in
vodka.
chat. Are you planning on going in
It's
on
like a-
Celsius like Luna?
It's at the perfect length. You empty up the vodka in here, and you go like this.
I haven't even
go
looked
to
at
the
it, to be honest with you.
Can you even go into Celsius? Like, goodness gracious.
You can. You just can't go out.
Oh, you see,
You know what? Everybody laughs, but I bet you I'll freaking make money on Luna eventually. Because if they launch this Luna 2, I'd be surprised if they didn't try to pump it. But yeah, maybe I'm wrong. Whatever. I'll sit on it or I'll die on the hill.
Frosty
Yeah,
has
it looks
the
like
bag to play with this stuff. Please, everybody, invest at your own risk.
Oh yeah, don't follow my financial advice. You get rugged.
I think it was like 2 or 3 shows ago when everything just kept wicking up and down. I was like, oh yeah, I'm gonna have some fun with that. I was like,
Yeah.
you got that, sir. You got that.
But I'm in a different story, you know what I mean? Like for me to throw some money at it and walk away with it, forget it for 3-4 years, and if it comes to something, it comes to something. You know what I mean? I'm not jumping off the balcony tomorrow because I put money in Luna.
Exactly. Bullish, you gonna say something? Bullish.
Plus, I wanted to understand the ecosystem too. You know. Hey, Bullish, I sent you some DMs, man.
Y'all check them out right now. I'm driving. I picked up the wife and I got the kids in the back. So I'll be in front of the computer like 5 minutes.
Tell them to keep it down. Tell them to keep it down. We're live here.
Yeah, I can hear those
Hold on. Hey, be quiet.
Important stuff going on.
Thank you. Thank you. We have enough with Dan's kid. We don't need more. We're good.
Dan's kid is cute, man. That's a cute kid. So,
Yo, she's just flexing on you, man, because she got more than you, man.
I got some flex for you, bro.
Did you guys all watch Richard's stream last night? I only caught a bit of it. How was it?
No,
I caught 90% of it. I think, yeah.
As I was getting ready to go to bed, I realized he went live, and then when he started at the guy with the weird name, I was like, all right, Richard's frustrated. Let me put it on 2x.
He was pissed about that, right? He was like, I freaking hate your name. Let me spell it out for you how much I hate your name.
He was like, Mom, when you see him again, insta ban him.
He looked tired.
That was funny.
Yeah, he looked tired. So,
ever since I moved, I feel like my time zone. It's like I'm missing all the good stuff. I get goodbyes when I wake up, but man, it's like I miss everything that's happening in the community when I go to bed. It's like everything's popping, everything's going on. Did you hear about this? I'm like, no, what do you mean, man?
Nah, I woke up
It's
like
every day
3:30
right
this
now.
morning.
It's crazy.
I woke up
happens.
during that little dip thing, and I was just like, I went in, hit the buy button, and I was just like, jumped my market planning, everything I had to match. And I was just like, no, I'll grab it now. I'm glad I did. I'm still up. I told a friend of mine how much money I made just in 2 hours. I'm like, oh, that's pretty incredible in a bear market. I'm happy with that. But with the realization, it will go lower. I mean, I still have my buys set lower. So
what's the lowest you put it at? What's the lowest you put it at? Lowest you put it at? No, not an amount. No, just the ETH, just the ETH amount, or.
I'll tell you. Go to my Twitter channel, the Prosperity Project. It's at CryptoCash 2022. So at CryptoCash 2022, I posted them right up there. So the buys are there. They haven't been net. They're on Matcha. They're good for 7 days, and I'll renew them. And I'm doing it as the project because the reason for this whole project, the Prosperity Project, is to show somebody how they can dollar cost average over 2 years into crypto and become a millionaire. That's my hope. I hope to get 1 or 2 people that will follow me and do this. I don't care, I'm not selling anything, so there's no money. I don't have a, tip me type thing on there.
Who's hitting the mic?
Not me. But you can
Someone's
see it
like-
right there. Hit the mic. There we go. There's my mic head.
Well, if you guys want to tip me, I said Bitcoin Cash and only Bitcoin Cash.
Yeah. Oh, well, if you want to throw me tips, I mean, I'll just throw it into the project. The whole point of the project is to show people that it wasn't a one-off. Okay. Yeah, there you go. Bing. So you got it right there. So there's my buys. They haven't been filled. And, I'm real serious about like what I do, because the fact that I want to help somebody else that's just like, I don't make any money. I'm, coming from nothing, and knowing and being that guy, it'd be like, hey, let's try to make $1 million in 2 years. Come on, seriously, let's do this.
It's opportunities like this that'll make that happen.
I actually went back to work. I actually re-entered the job market just to do this project. So like, suck it all, for anybody, the haters out there, but like literally I'm going back to the job market for the next 2 years just to show that this is a thing and can be done.
Just forget about the dollar value and just stack coins and keep stacking coins. Keep stacking coins.
Well, no, it's good. It's good to do that, Hextex, because that's how I used to do it too. It's like you make an account, and there's one account that you publicly aware, people could see it, right?
Yeah,
and then
it's
from
on
that account you show people like, okay, let's say you actually have a mortgage to pay, you have your bills to pay, and you can only afford this. Well, it would be worth it, right? At the end of the day, it's not going to bring you maybe 10 million, 20 million.
Yeah,
but
all I'm doing
that.
Yeah, it's $190, $200 like per paycheck type thing. I'm literally only taking 10% off the top, and just
that's awesome.
Whatever it is. I try, actually, I'm trying to work less because I worked more the previous 2 weeks, and I was like, told my boss, I'm like, like if you need to send somebody home, send me. I'm like, I can take it. But in all seriousness, though, I mean, I'm actually doing this to benefit, like I said, 1 to 2 people, because everybody can look for extraordinary numbers. If it's more, that's great, but seriously, 1 to 2 people, just a 10% dollar cost average their 100%. Income into crypto, and I'm doing it for free. So I mean, it's not going to cost you anything. And if you think I'm getting wrecked, I'm like, let's get wrecked together, bro. Let's go on the journey. But literally, I'm in 2 years. I will tell you this. I'll even throw down a bet, if somebody's willing to. Is like, I think I can take it to $1 million in 2 years. So somebody's going to pick me up.
Hexdex, when you get a chance, can you drop the link to your Twitter so people can?
Sure.
Drop it in the chat. Drop it in the chat so everybody can see it. The public chat.
Yeah. No, absolutely. I'll do that in a second. But I got to go fire up some coffee.
I got you. It's already done. But I really love what you're doing. Yeah. And I think because you already did it once, you're going to do it again live, which is awesome.
Yeah.
So I love that.
Serious. I mean, think if 1 or 2 lives are changed, like through this bear market crap that we're going through. I mean, the first time, like I did it, like honestly as a fluke. I think I said this to Frosty when we were, in the green room last time we chatted type thing. Is like, I was very conservative. I literally only put 25% of what I had. I could have invested in crypto, and that was the loose change money, right? And so I threw that out, and that was like, it was actually less than 25%. It was like 24.2, but who's counting? That type of thing.
Mexico.
But literally turned me into a multimillionaire into Hex. I'm like, and I had, excuse my French, I had dick, before that. I didn't, there was no money, there was nothing. I ran out of money before I ran out of month, that type of stuff. So, and I have not, like gone, crazy with, my income investing. I've been very conservative. I still am. That's the thing. It's like, I am very conservative.
Are you telling me that you didn't sell your house? You didn't sell the wife's car? You didn't just
Bro.
throw off your kids' college payments. You just been a responsible adult and took what you could and put it into a speculative ass investment thing. That's what you did.
I'll tell you one better, Tap. I sold my Mercedes here 3 weeks ago, and I bought a Mini Cooper. I literally like sold the Mercedes or traded in and bought a Mini Cooper. Which is like dumb. Like, I'm like 6'1", like getting in a clown car type thing. But it's kind of fun. I mean, I always like those vehicles. I'm like, and my whole thing about buying the Mercedes was like, I wanted a piece of German engineering in my life. Right. But then now we got all these Germans here in the United States with Hex. So I don't need those guys. Just busting off. But going down, doing these Pulse tours and stuff. But in all seriousness, like I bought the Mini Cooper because like the maintenance aspect. I mean, like I went from 135 miles, no problems with the Mercedes, solid vehicle, 50,000 miles in the Mini Cooper. I'm all about value and like what it pays me. I'll drive it for 2 years. That's my goal, is like the car I buy after the 2 years is over for doing this project. Lord willing, the creek don't rise. I'll probably buy a very nice vehicle. I'll buy the vehicle I want. And if anybody knows me or has followed me, you can go back in my Twitter and you can find the vehicle I want. Because I've wanted this thing since I was 22, and I'm 54 now. So
Nice.
And it's not a Lamborghini.
Say what it is. Say what it is. I want to hear it.
You want to see it? Go back and look at my Twitter. All right, you promised me this. You'll go back and look at my Twitter. It's a Maserati.
Nice.
Because I'm all about the Trident, baby. I'm like, it's been my thing since I was 22 years old. And I literally, this is how close I got. So I researched 4 times, found like I thought was the perfect Maserati. It was a 2018, so it was 4 years old, 3.5 years old.
Quattro.
But it wasn't a Quattro. That's the thing. It's like I literally like set it up. It was 35 minutes away from where Balliot Brand and I met up with a Hex Jimbo in Portland. So I literally was not going to take the flight back. I was going to go pick up the vehicle and drive it home. And I found out it was not 4-wheel drive. And that was like my breaker from Montana. And it was my delayed gratification aspect. But I literally posted it all. So you want to fact check me, just go back and look at my tweets.
I believe it.
But it will be my God, I love a fucking Maserati.
What's going on?
I don't know. Someone's dishes.
Somebody moving?
Someone just saw the Hex price.
They're like, this is horrible.
Someone's wife or husband just saw the Hex price. Are you buying this shit? You buying this shit? Wales, you're in here. How's it going?
What's going on, guys?
Oh my God, Wales is here.
Hey,
you better run. I trash that guy all the time. He's coming after me.
Everybody does. It's okay. Don't feel special.
Tell me something good, Wales. Tell me something good.
Tell me something good.
I mean, that's about all I can tell you.
Oh, I'm staked.
If you're staked, you're good.
You're good.
I'm staked to the gills, everybody. Good.
Mm-hmm. Nothing's changed.
No.
You shouldn't even look at it. You shouldn't even look at it. You just buy more.
I gotta go look at the price now. I gotta go see it. Okay. Oh Jesus. All right, I'm back. 0.32.
You know what's funny? I was out this entire weekend. I was out with my girlfriend all weekend. We was just doing stuff. And for multiple hours throughout the weekend, I totally forgot about crypto. I totally forgot I'm in all this stuff.
Exactly.
And life was just fine. I had a great ass weekend. I come back home Sunday night and I see everything's falling the fuck apart. But other than that, like, we tell y'all to stake because honestly, you stake and forget it. You stake it, you really go out and just live your life. You don't need to be.
It don't matter.
It doesn't. You don't need to be all DJ mode looking at charts. You don't need to be doing blockchain analysis 24/7. If you want to, if you like to do that, by all means, go ahead and do you. But if you're just a little somebody just trying to make something, get a little stake and go out and live your life. Be productive. Do something to help Hex. Do something to help yourself. Talk to your friends. Talk to your family. Connect with people, man. Talk. Pick up the phone and call your mom. You know you probably ain't call your mom in a minute. Like
I was telling Sam and Jim Rat Crypto is like you guys got me so distracted on this stuff. I'm getting swole. Like,
working out too. They got me
great. That's a great thing that those guys put together. I think it's amazing.
Right.
They got me running,
especially during the dip. Right. If nobody got nothing to do, if you, I'm sorry, if you don't have any dry powder, I cry for you. But if you, even if you do, I mean, like literally getting out there and like improving your life, either mentally or physically. Yeah. Muscles in the chat, bro. I'm like, that is such because I don't know.
First of all, you just feel better. You wake up every day after you work out. You just feel better about yourself. Your body is functioning better. You're not feeling.
I'll be honest.
You
at
have
5:15 in the morning.
You have better positivity flowing through you, so you can bring that positivity out to the world and the people that's around you. People be looking at you. Oh, how come you look all good? How come you smiling all of a sudden? I feel good. I worked out. I went on my run this morning. My rest of the day is cool.
I was embarrassed about posting my pictures like the first time, but I threw them out there at the very beginning, like 44 days ago. And I threw out a picture like just recently, like I look at myself, I'm like, fucking turkey neck. Like, guys got like 3 chins. I'm like, I just looking like a sad lad. And just now I'm like, fuck. I'm like, where am I going to be in 8 months? And that's what I'm going to tell people about, hacks. It's like, don't look now, but where are you going to be in 8 months? Like,
Ecuador.
Ecuador. I actually will go down and see Frosty. Frosty knows I've been like researching everything about Ecuador because that's the type of guy I am. But I'll be down there to see him. So that's a no doubt. Just like
damn, I didn't even see the market. I didn't even see the market, bro. This is fucking.
Wake up, famous.
She's bloody.
I don't do that no more, bro. I don't do that no more. I swear to God. Whoa.
You already made it. I'm still accumulating.
What does this price have to hit for Sailor to have to cover his position?
$19,000.
19.
Yeah. Or $19,000.
And what is Bitcoin at right now?
22.
22.
Ish.
22 and then even at 12.
Richard should just dump his bag and get it.
I'm sorry. I'm gonna put myself on pause. I'm laughing too much. So.
What is he down?
Crow's at 10 cents. Litecoin $43.
200 million.
Oh my god. Phantom 23 cents. ADA under 50 cents. Mana back under $1.
Sailor's down 200 million right now.
Solana $28. BNB is not bad. 223. I thought it would hit like 100.
It was but that what was.
You know what's kind of funny, and the sad part about it is fucking.
Tron's still at 6 cents, bro. I don't understand.
Pulse Doge is the only one friggin' surviving the best out of this shit right now.
How much is it at? Let me see.
Pulse Doge is holding strong.
I actually bought some Pulse Doge. A little bit.
Panther's on every stream, everywhere, shilling it right now.
Everywhere. He is everywhere right now. He's even getting into it with the cult crew, whatever that the token is, the cult boys.
Cult boys.
Funny.
You know what's funny? I actually sold some Pulse Doge the day it hit the all-time high. I didn't mean to. I didn't do no technical analysis. I just kept staring at it. I'm like, I literally just got this free money. Let me just go ahead and make a 5 stake out of this. Well, why not?
I think I claimed mine and swapped it for MAXI. Or sorry, for Hex, and then I minted MAXI.
Did the same shit.
Oh, is that what you did, Dan?
Yep.
Oh, Maximus, they're coming out with another thing too, right? They're doing an annual one now.
Can someone explain that, like dumb it down for me? I was trying to understand it, but I was out doing stuff, so I ain't really.
What, like Maximus in general?
No, the new thing they're doing, the annual.
Well, they're just going to do a new. I guess it'll be a new contract, right? Or it'll just be a new thing where it's only 1 year instead of the full maxed out 15-year stake.
Oh, gotcha. Interesting.
Right, instead of a whole 15 years, you'll do a 1 year.
So it'll just be a bigger stake for a year.
I don't know if it'll be bigger,
Right? It's
but
going to be a pool.
like I guess if you,
I mean, not
more,
necessarily
more
larger in terms of, but that's their whole point, right? Is that it's a pool. So it's going to be a large pool, only staked for a year instead of the 15.
Right. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
You can also roll it over if you want after it's over after a year. But I haven't really dug deep into it. I just read it over once.
All right. Well, that makes better sense.
Have you looked into it, Bullish?
Have I looked into it? I just walked in. Mic check 1 2.
It's a little low.
Let me fix it. Mic check 1 2. Mic check.
There you go.
Oh, now it's beautiful now.
What was the question?
The new MAXI token.
Oh yeah,
what's the name?
MAXI, team, and base.
Okay.
Whoa! Explain this shit.
So base, I don't know anything about yet. They haven't given me the alpha on that, but team is a perpetual 1 year stake. So I'm assuming the base team is gonna be something in between that. So because we have a 15-year, team is gonna cover the 1 year. So we'll see what base covers.
There you go.
Right.
What do you think of Maximus?
Maximus is good. Don't know anything about the other two.
Actually, what's up, Wales? Wales was the one actually who sold me on Maxi. He was like, I like Maxi. I was like, oh, you only love Hex. So if you're talking about Maxi, then yeah, let me look into it.
Actually, that's what's been so interesting about Whale streams. Like if you watched him stream last year, he had the Hex logo. And then every couple months a new logo would pop up. Now he's got fucking I think you have 5 logos on your thing now, don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's 5 now. We got options, man. We didn't have options before.
Yeah.
We sure did.
It was just Hex and shitcoins before. Now we got a odd forming of non-shit coins.
5 and the rest shit coins.
Yeah.
You know what
I mean, I can't sympathize with people that can't tell the difference. You know, I've only explained it a million times. So.
I know.
A million too.
What do you guys think of Eric Wall is going to stream with Jim Rat and them, eh?
Well, we'll see if that happens. Well, we'll see. He was supposed to stream with Orca too, and that didn't happen.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
I'll say I thought him and Orca was supposed to have a stream some time ago, but that never came through.
Erica's just trolling.
Man, whatever.
And he a dumbass,
We
bro.
don't
I'm not
need
even.
him.
He probably. It was probably staged, man. Like he can't be for.
Totally. You guys want to know a secret?
Totally
I'm
staged.
embarrassed for all of y'all anytime anybody engages Eric Wall. Shit is disgusting.
Yep.
I throw up every time I see it. Every fucking time. I don't give a fuck who it is. Anybody that does it just honestly disgusts me. What are you engaging with this fucking prima donna hoe for?
Well, what about when Richard engages with him?
Look, you ain't Richard Hart, and
That's
nobody
true.
else is.
That's true.
So everybody needs to play
And you shouldn't do
their
shit
fucking
just
lane.
because Richard. You shouldn't do shit just because Richard does it.
And you shouldn't be doing shit just because Richard does it. That's not a fucking excuse, and I'm tired of hearing that stupid ass shit too. Go buy a fucking Bugatti then while you at it. Dumbest shit I've ever heard. Just stop engaging with dumbasses. This community loves to engage with fools, and I don't know why, but then they want to get mad when they get disrespected by them. Well, it's your own fucking fault. Fucking corny ass motherfuckers. I just don't get it. You want to be taken seriously, but you don't respect yourself. I don't get how that works. It don't work. Take notes. Fucking crazy. Every time I hear these dudes' names, I'm just like, y'all guys aren't tired of getting slandered by these people? Like, I've never seen such Stockholm syndrome. It's fucking appalling. And there's all these clowns on Twitter doing it. I don't understand.
You better explain Stockholm syndrome. Most people don't even understand that.
They can fucking Google it. I don't even know. Like there's certain things in life your ass just gotta fucking know.
There's a lot of stuff people don't know, sir.
Yeah, DYOR,
That's
man.
why
That's man.
your ass gets blindsided from life, right? That's
Yep.
why
Exactamente.
you got all these clowns that wasn't staked. And I bet you they wish they was now.
Every time I send a tweet now, I'm gonna be like, "Is this whales only approved?"
That's a whale stamp of approval.
Well, it ain't about me approving it.
Gotta
It's
check
about
myself.
you respecting yourself. Yeah.
Yeah.
You either want to look like a cornball or you don't. That's basically what it boils down to. Because everybody wants to be number one, right? Everybody wants to be number one. But what does nobody do? Nothing to look like number one. Everybody want to be sucking somebody else's dick and then professing to be all about crypto. The fuck out of here. If that was true, why the fuck you worried about an exchange? Why the fuck you worried about a coin ranking site? Why the fuck you worried about all this dumbass shit that doesn't pump your fucking backs?
Nope.
How about that? And nobody got an answer for that. They just say, "Oh, whales, why you mad? Because you stupid. That's why." Motherfucker. This is
What do you mean
funny,
by
bro.
number one, Whales? Like you want your coin to be number one, or just in general?
Just in general, bro.
Yeah.
Like everybody wants to act like they're number one, right?
Mhm.
Oh, my coin's the best. My coin's this. My coin's that. But what are they actually doing to make that a reality? Not a damn thing. When you see Hexagons engaging these fool rules online, what are you doing? You're giving them losers clout because you're engaging them. You're letting the algorithm know they're important. They're not important. They're irrelevant. If they were relevant, their asses would be in Hex, and you wouldn't know who the fuck a whales only is. Period. That's a fact, not an opinion. That's a motherfucking fact. So it's borderline disgusting when I see people engaging with them clowns. For what? What value are they adding to your life?
None.
Zero. In fact, they might be the reason the fucking price is where it's at. And here you cocksuckers are doing just that. Yeah, that's right. A lot of people do it. So if the shoe fits, wear it. You know what I'm saying? It ain't got shit to do with me. You don't see me engaging no motherfucking fool rules. Period. For what?
100%. 100%. Just do us and do the community. Focus on the main
That's it.
focus, which is helping someone who needs it more than yourself. That's the main
Correct.
point of Hex, is to
Exactly.
help someone who needs it more than yourself. Because why?
Yep.
Yeah.
That's the most important thing, and that's what crypto's fucking bottom line is purpose is to do. So let's
On
do
that
it. Put your
beautiful
money
note-
where your mouth is.
I have to unexpectedly
ya,
leave, y'all.
Shay.
Sorry, so
Bye.
short.
Take
See you
care.
next
Stay
time,
safe.
hopefully.
guys.
Thanks
Yeah.
for
Stay
joining
safe.
us.
Take care.
I mean, you guys get what I'm saying? Like, how is Hex
100%.
supposed to be number one when you don't even care to be number one? You're too busy placating and trying to get these lame-os to notice you, like if they matter. Like the most frustrating thing to me. Go ahead.
The funniest thing, Wales, is like the people that like are like, yeah, Hex is gonna be number one, best thing ever, best asset ever, and then they like are investing in other coins, and it's like, but if you think that that's gonna be the best coin, why
Why
aren't
are
you
you
all in
putting
it?
money in it?
Like,
Yeah.
especially at this, like the way the market's going, it's like, okay, but
Shouldn't
then you
even be
still have a
looking
bag.
anywhere
It's
else.
like, it's like, okay, then the people are asking me like, well, why are you not open to other things? And I'm looking at it, and I'm like, oh, Optimism got hacked. I'm like, this guy got hacked. Now the pegs don't work. I'm like, I think I did a good decision saying, you know what? I think Hex is the fucking key, man. It took me 2 hours, bro.
Hey,
But you
guys.
know how it is. It's like some people are just capping in front of our faces. It's like, yo, who the fuck's gonna call them out? It's crazy.
What
Man.
up?
I love it, man.
We got a hot mic from Hexter Morgan.
Dexter, what's up, man? Oh no, he does have a.
He
hot
had to
mic,
step
man.
away,
Stepped away.
No, but I mean,
Somebody.
We'll harass him when he gets
seriously.
back.
So I'll tell you this, and anybody who's listening, you know, all 7 people that listen to the horrible channel we have here, is the only thing I bought this week because my orders got filled was Hex. Okay, so like
For the
I'm a
win.
net buyer, right, in a down market where honestly I have prices levels set lower. So I mean, I'll keep taking it because the fact that I wasn't dumb. Okay, like you know, if this is your first bear market, like get through it and learn from it because it happens and it's going to happen again in your lifetime if you're not an old fuck like me. I mean, seriously, I mean, well, my Maximus stakes 15 years, right? So, I mean, think about it. Because, and I'm not recommending Maximus to anybody because honestly, I don't believe anybody in this space, you know, that hasn't like done their due diligence can honestly hold on to that when it's, you know, instant liquidity. I mean, if you're like, sell it 7 years, that type of thing, you'll sell it in 18 months or when your heart breaks, that type of thing, when money gets low. But if you don't need the money, well, it's a beautiful asset. It's a nice derivative, that type of thing. Sorry, not financial advice.
I've said it for like a couple of times. Like, find me one community that gets as happy as we do when the price goes down.
Yeah, but that's a reflection of the people that are staked. Because what the hell else are you supposed to do?
Yeah,
right. Like,
well, no, people freak out, man. I could tell you that. I've been in DeFi projects, and you see them freak the fuck out on forums, and they freak the fuck out, and they leave right away. They're like, oh, yeah.
I've seen a ton of people leave. I've actually noticed a lot of accounts that have gone.
Yeah, but it's normal.
Yeah,
it's normal.
It's normal, man. It's normal, man. Soon, next thing I call it, it's gonna be the premium on Maxi, and you're gonna be able to get in at a lower premium. I'm telling you, some people weekends are gonna come out because they're gonna say, "Oh fuck, I need to cash out," and the only way to cash out is to go buy that router.
All of a sudden, there's 50,000 turns into 25,000, and they're like, "Oh my god, I just need my 25,000." Like that was all the money I had in the world, half my bag. Like you shouldn't have been investing that in the first place. Like, goddamn, go pay off your student government loan so I don't have to. Okay, I appreciate it a lot.
PulseChain was coming out in May. Richard said PulseChain is coming out in May.
Student debt's given, man. We're good. Everyone's good.
I took a loan to get into like PulseChain or Sacrifice. Like, so if that theory is correct, like you sacrifice somebody else's money on your behalf. And you're not indebted to them? Oh, get the fuck out of my face. I'm like, you're dumb. You're just stupid. It's like, in order to sacrifice versus the bags you hold type thing, like, you have to understand, like not only don't I need this money, but I don't need this money I don't need. Okay? And that's what you should be doing for sacrifice. And if not, just hold your bag. Stop selling hacks. I mean,
I don't need this money I don't need. I like that saying. I don't need this money I don't need. That's good,
right.
Man.
Well, but that's at the point where, like, right now, I mean, literally, I'll like dox myself online in a sense. 10 days, I have a fucking huge bag coming out, and like, I don't want the money. I don't want to create a taxable event. Obviously the price is shit, from like, prices we're used to that time. So I'm going to park it in good accounting because it's the only thing I know how to do. My biggest worry is like my biggest confirmation I want is like, I love Richard Hart tell me like, don't worry, if you do it good accounting, buddy, that'll carry over to the PulseChain. I'm like, I'll mint that motherfucker. If that's the only thing that's going to get me over to PulseChain, get me to the double. But you think about it. So I'm down 76%, 78% right now on that. Well, actually, I'm up on that because that was a day 2 investment. So, but the thing is the fact that like I can double my money just by not cashing that hex out. And not selling it.
I'm pretty sure you could, because it is a call.
So I want a 50, and then I want a 40. That's kind of what I'm looking at. But I mean, in the short-term aspect before September 19th, but that's another day, right? September 19th. God damn. Anybody ever look at the market chart things when we get into September?
Yeah. Huh?
What's that? Oh, okay.
Have a nice drawing.
He's like, okay, I'm not going to say anything.
I said, yeah, and then the next one's December.
Yeah. That's too much
Stupid
alpha
triangles,
for
man.
most people.
Stupid triangles, man.
Stupid triangles. Right. Bro.
I'm telling you, I call them my stupid triangles, bro, because you got to guess.
Oh, is that yours? That was me.
Yeah.
I mean, that was my research. What?
Oh, come on. No, I'm saying stupid triangles because, like, you know how when people draw and they say they do TA and shit like that, and like they really think they know what they're doing, it's stupid triangles. And it's like you just gotta like the thing about cryptos when you look back. I always say this: you look back at it, it's a beautiful painting, and they painted it, and they're still painting it.
Yeah.
You just gotta guess what they're painting, and
But you don't
what
even
they're
have
painting.
To guess. I mean, I only got through like 90% of Richard's video from yesterday. Totally surprised me that I missed it, but sleeping. But the thing is like he touched on it and he said something that was like incredibly powerful that is probably missed by all because nobody writes shit down anymore. Is the fact that like he was focusing on the dips and he's explaining it to people. And he's like, and if you go back in history and you look at like, I'm not talking about crypto. I'm talking about market dips and recessions and depressions. Like if you follow, and I know Wells knows what I'm talking about because if you follow these trends, like you can kind of see when the next super cycle is going to happen. And it's not far off. So.
Sorry to interrupt. I do have a question for Tap. What was this? The Gooch Gobbler? Who is that? What's going on with that?
Oh, this is the chicken thing.
Jesus.
The Gooch Gobbler, damn.
Twitter friend.
Damn.
Twitter friend.
Twitter friend. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, he gobbles your gooch?
Gobble, gobble.
She chose a very interesting name.
That's why you fell asleep the other time. You were all against that, bro.
Oh, famous. You didn't do that. You did not do that. God, this is why it's the worst crypto show.
Twitter Spaces.
We're worse than Twitter Spaces right now, right?
I'm trying to get my non-crypto friends into the crypto world. That's all it is.
I literally, sometimes in the morning, I'll go into Twitter Spaces and they're talking nasty nonsense. And I like literally have to click out. Like, I'm not listening to this. Like it's 5:30 in the morning here in Montana. I don't need to hear this.
I tune in. I'm like, okay, there's a lot of people. I'm like, let's see what we're talking about. And then it's that. I'm like, I request. I'm like, fuck it. I'm just gonna say something even more stupid.
The slide pole, the whole bit. I'm like, I don't need to hear this. I'm like, I want to like go to the gym and work out and like.
But it's good to get our mind off things. It's it's like
I agree. Okay, but there's just.
But that's what makes it so real.
Wake up to.
Be some stuff that he's talking about, man.
If you can't handle that, you can't handle someone. You can't handle helping someone if you can't be like
I guess
open about just the way we are. We're like a family, man. It's awesome.
Yeah, well, there may be somebody.
They very open, to say the least. Very open.
If KDP is hosting, it's gonna get ratchet.
CJ, you're
somebody send her a fucking link.
I did. I sent
all the time now.
Man, if you send her a link, we all gonna be drunk.
All right, I'll send her a link every week going forward.
Her a link?
Yeah, you should.
I'd ask her. She'd probably come on if I asked her, but not this week. But,
yeah, she'll come on.
She'll come on for sure.
I'll get her to come on. I'll tease her. So I'm like, I'll hit up her hubby. I'll be like, yo, bro.
He was supposed to come on. He was supposed to, they had some huge storms.
I enjoy those guys because I think they're just like funny as hell. But you gotta have
anybody.
You gotta have.
What's the next topic we got?
All right, next topic. You're done with the crash and sell network, right? What do you got?
We have topics.
You want the Bitcoin lockup? Binance, like just
Binance.
Binance.
Not surprised.
Binance stopped their withdrawals.
Not surprised.
Yeah. You want to move your money off a centralized exchange?
Not surprised. Next segment.
They weren't kidding when we found the tweets of what we'll talk about, and the answer was like fucking whoever ever is done told you already all this shit.
Yeah.
Like how many times can you say it?
They weren't kidding.
No. Yeah, when kid.
No, how many times does it have to happen? Does this fucking shit have to happen to people?
Oh, it's
Like,
going to happen 100
over
times.
and over.
Think about
What do
it.
you mean?
It's
Think
happened a
about when
lot in 14
PulseChain
years.
launches. Do you
How
know
many
how
times
much
does people
stupid
fall in the hole?
shit? Do you even think about, like, I mean, I'm talking about the positive stuff in the background. Like, even just before this, we were talking about this in the green room. It's like, how many like coins are going to be dropped, like free airdrop money, you know, things you can validate, let somebody else validate it. If you're not, don't jump on a coin that somebody throws in your wallet, get your rug. Don't do that. Financial advice. But you know, the thing is, like, how much garbage is going to be out there on PulseChain
99%.
because it's quicker, faster,
get so
and
wrecked.
easier to like interact. And
people are gonna get so wrecked. And my advice to people is, as soon as you receive your airdrop, verify the contract, make sure it's legit, and move it off that wallet, because everyone has that wallet address.
Yeah, don't even touch that wallet, bro. Like,
Yeah,
let everybody else do something for you. I'll be 100% honest. If you are listening to us right now and you are new into crypto and you get free coins and you get excited, they might tell you you got 2,000 coins or $2,000. Doesn't really matter. Unless you have somebody that you honestly, I mean, and there's no guarantee, but like 2-3 people like are in the crypto Twitter space, like, don't go and grab that money, because probably the money you have in your wallet is worth less than what they're offering you. And so it seems like the easy money grab. I got $200 in my wallet. I'm going to take this $2,000 PLSD. I've not researched the coin, and I don't know if it's going to interact with a MetaMask contract in my wallet. You know, that spend function is very easy to write. I don't know how to write it myself, but I have a very good friend who can, like, he's like, yeah, this, you know, how you get them to approve, because you're clicking the check. Mm-hmm. He told me, he's like, no, it's actually very easy to write. He goes, because 100%. They're clicking the approval to that maximum spend value. And then if you have like USD in your wallet, they'll just totally empty it.
100%. Yeah, your seed phrase, private key, whatever you want.
Yeah, seed phrases. I talked about this on Jim Rat Crypto Show. And, you know, and literally had a guy that, you know, is doing very well in Hex, and I'm very proud of him. Peanut butter Hexer. I love him. You know, I love this bro. Right. But this bro, like, totally, like, I deleted him from my phone thing. And like, whoa, I get this random call like 14 months later.
The story's amazing.
And it's him. And he's in, I think, pre-release at that time. So, you know, he got himself bumped up. He literally bought a house from his crypto, from his hex gains, bought a house for him, his wife, and his kid. And he had another kid here in March. But the dude, like, totally sent me the seed phrases. After that was like the number one thing I taught him, like, never, ever, ever, ever trust your seed phrases to anybody, like nobody. And like Jim Rat Crypto was like, you must be a very good friend.
and I think they missed the part where you said the guy's in jail and he sent you the seed phrase.
I know, right? But literally, I mean, you know, and the house wasn't an expensive house. I mean, he spent $97,000 on it. I mean, so, and it's a fixer upper, that type of thing. He's put like 20,000, but literally all from Hex. Okay. So, you know what, stupid people who are out there, not like, you know, bitching and complaining that, you know, like, aren't buying Rolexes, that type of thing. You know, you think that's too big of a flex. Here's a guy who bought a house for his wife and his child and rebuilt his life. I mean, he's up on the straight and narrow now. So I'm like totally proud. I talked to the guy today. And I told him I mentioned him on Jim Rat's show and like doxed him in a sense. But I mean, much respect.
That's great.
You know, no,
like, what's his name? What's his address?
Yeah, I'll send it all to you. You know, I mean, this guy's a hustler,
responsible
bro.
Hexagon. He's a responsible Hexagon. Why did he call you and give you the seed phrase again?
Because of the fact that I am the only guy he trusted. And I'm like, don't trust me. I'm like, I'm your best friend, but don't trust me. Like, literally. But he was the first guy who listened. He was like literally listened. Like, you know, you talk to people, you know, 7-10 days. I literally talked to him for 3 days when Hex launched. And he's like, how can I put $500 into this? Like, and we did it in 45 minutes. And, and the rest is history. He's still a Hexagon, he has 5,555 stakes, the whole bit. But literally saved this guy's life. And then he told me when he got like bumped up with things, and he said, hey, if I hadn't met you, I wouldn't be in the position where I'm at today. And that means a lot. I mean, that's
great.
When you can, not do that for somebody because they're doing their own work, because that was my explanation. It's your money, it's your coins, it's your wallet. You're not doing it on my behalf, that type of thing. Do it for yourself. But to see where he's at today, goddamn, I'm sorry. You can sit there and give me great barbecues. I could be frosty at the beach in Ecuador. I might trade it up for that. But I mean, I'm serious. Like that opportunity, if I can do that 2 more times in my life, I'd be a very happy individual. To be able to show somebody an opportunity, let them act on it, and be responsible for their own money. Maybe I sound like a dead horse, that type of thing, but I'm serious.
My life
guys.
every day here, brother.
I'm serious. Well,
Sure,
Frosty knows.
It's 100%. There's like, the gratification of helping people is worth more than any financial gain I've ever got in my life. And it's the only thing that matters in life is people, right? You treat people with dignity, respect, and you try to help people as much as you can, And like you said, the gratefulness always comes out, man. Like it's like I get that all the fucking time, especially here in Ecuador.
Yeah. And trust me, anybody who's new to crypto, that you get into a financial situation where it's above your means type thing, take this as a tip, in a sense, is learn to draw your center circle smaller. I've had to learn to do that over the past year.
What do you mean your center circle smaller?
Everybody comes out of the woodwork.
Fuck yeah. Everybody's all of a sudden your friend,
right?
You're talking about once you've made it or whatever. Is that what you mean?
Yeah.
Okay.
Trust me, yeah, because they look at you like you're like Willy Wonka and the golden ticket, that type of thing, and it's like, no, I'm the stupid motherfucker that was pulling out pennies next to you, for 6 years. Okay, so I'm the guy pulling out change with a tweezer, putting it in a mayonnaise jar, telling you I'm going to get rich on crypto. All of a sudden, now I'm, the multimillionaire type thing, and your problems are my problems.
Exactly.
Trust me, and I have helped many people. I've spent more on people in the past 2 years than I spent on myself, and that was before I, Hex really got large, that type of thing. But I'm telling anybody who's listening to this now, the best thing you can do, I'll give you 2 pieces. This is my first piece. I love this one because it didn't come from me. It came from a billionaire. So I'm not a billionaire. So, I'm not giving you billionaire advice. But I was a cook in a private house up in Yellowstone, Montana, one winter's evening. And the billionaire told me this in the kitchen alone. And he said this. He said, Scott, if you ever make it, he goes, do nothing for 6 months. And he told me how he made his money. I mean, he was a business founder, a startup project that just became a unicorn. I won't say who the individual is or who he is, but I mean, literally the guy, the guy's made it. And so he goes to that house 6-7 times a year. It's a multi-million-dollar house up there.
That's an interesting point though, with if you come into money suddenly, whatever, or in crypto and to sit on it for 6 months before doing anything.
Oh, and don't do anything after that.
Millionaires, there's a super high percentage of people, I think if they win the lottery, they lose it. It's gone.
Well, yeah. And the other thing too is $1 million, people, is not $1 million what it was in your memory. Nope. I actually did the research. 73, 74. Basically, if you go back to 1973, 74, to average your this is taking a lot of dynamics. You'd have to have $7.2 to $7.4 million to be, quote, a millionaire back in 1973, 1974.
Wow.
Whoa.
That's realistic. Besides inflation, cost of things and everything. So like everybody goes like, well, you got to take it from me. Is like, a guy who didn't have, $10,000 to put in the bank. I mean, my ultimate goal when I first started before crypto was to have that $1,000 emergency fund they talked about. I mean, you guys, has anybody here like followed any financial thing when you're in debt, you're bankrupt, the whole bit? Is like one of the things I think Dave Ramsey, I didn't follow that guy, but I think he talked about the $1,000 emergency fund. That was like my life's goal, was to have that money set aside so that I could go to bed at night and not have to worry about life the next morning. Working a day-to-day job. Is that realistic?
Oh yeah, absolutely, for sure.
But now what happens is same situation, 3 years from now, Lord willing, 3 years from now, people that are listening to this that did get invested in crypto and stuff and never had $1,000 to put in the bank for an emergency fund are going to find themselves with $300,000, $400,000 in their crypto accounts because they bought during the bear market. They listened to like stupid people talking on the internet about, the investment opportunities that they could choose to participate on their own. And then all of a sudden you wake up one morning, you got $400,000 like sitting there and you've never done anything but gone to H&R Block. You don't know how to handle money. I mean, I'm serious. It's a real thing. I talked to Maddie about it initially. Even back when Wales was on Maddie's channel and stuff. I think that's one of the first times I actually came into following Wales. But the sudden wealth syndrome stuff, that was real. I mean, I am and now that we think about it, was June 13th. I'm 3 days away. So in 3 days, I can officially say I've been a multimillionaire for a year. So like literally, like that's how short a period of time it has been. But the mind change, that type of thing is just incredible. But that first person, that billionaire told me, he's like, don't do anything for 6 months. And I'll be honest, it's like, don't do anything for 18 months. Like I'm like coming up on 12 months and I'm first to say like, give it another 6 months, especially during the bear market cycle, because the time change, like when things came up, like I wanted to spend money, 70,000 here or that type of thing. I didn't. And, and now it's like 2.5 months and I'm grateful because I could actually like spend that capital and invest that. Wealth is easy acquired in crypto, but it's easily disposed of too. Either one of two things will happen. You won't know when to take a profit, or you'll just spend it recklessly. You'll sell it and just buy stupid shit. I mean, nobody here watching the stream right now is going to care in 20 years what type of car I drive or drove, 3 years from now. I mean, realistically. And I'm kind of joking about the whole Richard Hart thing. You're not going to worry about the stupid shirt, that type of thing. You probably will remember, though, the one piece of advice, which is like, if you become suddenly wealthy beyond your crypto means, and don't do anything for 6 months. Best piece of advice. Don't buy anything. Don't sell anything.
Well, especially with the volatility too, right? Is that playing into it a bit? Like if you become a millionaire or multimillionaire or whatever, you want to wait a bit, because I imagine there's got to be some people in Hex who saw their bags looking pretty good when we were around 50 cents.
Oh, sure. And I did. And I've said this, publicly on stream, it was 43, 44 cents. I didn't sell the top. I think it was back in August, towards the end of August. But I did take a little to the side because, I mean, goddamn, it's over 2 years. I deserved it. And And I told, I've said this, it's like I literally did not spend 80% of it. So I literally took it to the side, started trying to arrange, my life as far as like, I'm like, okay, so now I never have to work a day in my life for the rest of my life. Like, I flew back to New York, see my father, because he's, sage advice. The guy's 89. And as much as I hated my father growing up, I love him today. I'll tell you what, like we talk about things like, like grown men type stuff. And it's just, to me, it's awesome. It's really heartwarming. But like, I was looking out for that advice thing. And like, I figured out like financially, I didn't have to work, but I didn't have the personal life set up. Like, I did not have everything game planned out. That was a failure on my part. And so literally, like, I degened for like 2.5 months after retiring from my job, and, telling the boss to, take it.
I think a lot of people have that dream of the quitting when they can tell their boss where to stop.
Oh, I didn't do it rudely or anything, but I just basically said, I'm sorry, you're mistaking me for somebody who believes you. I'm like, I don't need this, so like, goodbye. Because people don't quit companies; they quit people. Which I've found out, that type of thing. But I did not have my personal life set up. I didn't have like, what am I going to do next thing? Actually, I'll probably hit up Wales because I'd love to know like how he's going to transition from his financial aspects and the whole Wall Street, New York thing into, being a Hexan full time, that type of thing. That was a kick, but if Wales ain't there to pick it up. No, I'm serious, bro, because I mean, where I'm at now is like when I went back to pick up this job. Okay, one of the things he made an offer I couldn't refuse type thing. So I'm like, yeah, I'm totally good with that. I'm like, and it was recommended by a friend of mine out here that has a large ranch, and he'd tried to hire me on before he left the company to go back and manage the ranch. His father passed away. I talked to that guy and I'm like, no, this is actually perfect, because since then, all I've done is like streaming with you guys and different stuff, but it's taught me so much that key component that I was looking for, I think, and actually working makes me more productive. And that's why I never like fault anybody that sits there and says, either, it's sad to sit there and say, oh, I'm a rich Hexagon, so I don't have to work type thing, and like try to grind people's noses into it. It's like, be encouraging. Like, hey, this is how I did it. Now go and show somebody how you do it.
Wills, I got a question. What am I missing with Hedron? What are most people missing with that?
Same thing that you're not missing with Hex.
I don't see
it should be free.
As much value
it should be
with
free.
The NFTs.
It should be free, man.
It is
Not
free.
yet, man.
What do you think a quarter per million Hedron is? If you don't call that free, I don't know what is.
So you're saying I should go buy some Hedron?
No. Pretty much. Yeah.
Yeah.
I would just keep it. Well, you could buy it, but just buy your Hex, man. You get some for free.
If you buy Hex, stake it, and get your Hedron that way, you're not gonna get you're not gonna get a comparable amount, because the system is mathematically defining what you're getting. And what people don't realize, I know. And then what people don't realize is that they're not doing the math, and that's exactly why they're dumping it, because they're stupid and they're not doing the math. And I'm not saying shit, because I'm not giving nobody no alpha no more.
Nope.
Everybody can kick rocks until I'm ready to fucking say something, and then I'll explain it when I'm good and ready. And so then everybody can kick rocks. Nobody wants to do the math. That's on them, bro. Not on me.
Wales taught me about the math.
I don't understand. I don't understand what I'm missing, because like everyone's getting it for free, so it's an incentive to sell that before you sell Hex, maybe, Sure. And then I don't see the value with the NFT marketplace. I don't.
Okay.
I mean, I have Hedron. I bought Hedron, but well, it just started.
It's a long. You gotta exactly.
It's very.
Yeah, it's a long play.
You see, the problem is everybody's used to shit coins. Y'all motherfuckers think it's supposed to launch and just go up 1,000x. Like, that's not real life, bro. So you're not missing nothing. Everybody else is just impatient and wrecked because that's what's gonna happen. They're gonna be wrecked. Let them keep selling. They're gonna be fucking buying soon enough. Don't get it twisted. Let them keep selling.
It's like that comment you always see when moon. Always.
Well, do you know what it takes? The amount of Hedron you have to sell just to get $20.
Yeah.
Like not even talking about your $5, $6 gas fee on a carrier. I'm
Selling
like,
down here is entirely moronic. It's like selling Hex in January 2020. Hyperbolically fucking stupid. So everybody that's selling that quote unquote free money isn't selling anything. They're giving away money.
Yeah.
And they don't even know it. And they don't know how much they're giving away. You know why? Because they're too stupid to sit there and think about what they're doing.
Yeah. And, just to be full disclosure type thing, I did the potato trade. So I was like Motley. I did sell at like a 10x.
A lot of people did it, man.
I'm just being honest. I bought Hex. So I didn't just cash it out like I needed money to spend, that type of thing. But I'm a net buyer of Hedron right now. So
I've been a net buyer of Hedron since the launch.
Don't forget about Hedron too. Is you don't have any stakes being like liquidated yet or auctioned off yet.
Well, it started already, but nothing worked.
Started, but I mean, like you're so early.
But that was probably set up. What you don't understand is 2 years from now, like when we get into the space, the amount of like interaction that's going to happen, because nothing's happening in Hedron right now, like use case wise.
I feel like it's not even good. I feel like this use case of Hedron is not really going to pop off, until PulseChain is running properly. Because
one of the things I understand,
it doesn't need PulseChain,
but that's with like a whole bunch of things, like Ethereum blockchain just holding up a bunch of ERC20s as is. So like I said, a couple of years once it gets this market under the way, especially on the PulseChain, it'll be a whole different beast.
Yeah. Serious question here, guys, and probably 3 out of the 4, in the room, know this 100%. So from what I understand, what I learned last week when I was dark and offline was this. From what I understand from David F. is the fact that you can wrap your stake in Hedron from a wallet, send it to another wallet, and then unwrap it. And now it's
no, with Hedron. You could wrap it with Hex. You can only make a stake with Hex.
With Hex, I'm sorry. Yeah, I made them.
You have to prove your Hex, and then you could then you get a HSI, and then that HSI you have the possibility to pay another gas fee to tokenize it.
Yep.
Then once it's tokenized, you're able to transfer it, put it for sale,
and unwrap it.
Exactly, and then you could detokenize it and bring it back to its HSI form.
Okay.
And the HSI form you could borrow. You can't borrow when it's tokenized.
Excuse my French, but fuck that. But no, I'm serious. I just that movability thing is a piece of alpha that I didn't understand early on with Hedron and stuff. So, and
Gnosis Safe could save you that. You know that, right? If you really interact with us.
Yeah, I don't like Gnosis, but that's another story.
It operates similar to a bond market.
Say again?
So it operates similar to a bond market.
Okay.
Well, down the line, it's going to be neat when you have a shit ton of these stakes. Like this, like Whale said, it's a long-term play, right?
Well, it's just like a bond market. A bond market's a long-term play too, right?
Hedron just came out. What is not even? How many months has it been? Like 8 months, maybe. Hedron.
It's not even 100. It's not even 100 days old, bro.
What?
No, that's why I'm laughing at everybody.
Oh my god, dude! I didn't know
everybody
fucking
keeps
90 days
selling.
old.
Whales, would you stop talking now?
It's definitely over 100 days.
Like for me,
think of this, right? Like what? Whales, tell me if I'm way off base here, but
no, it's like 120 days.
So,
Right?
so picture 3, 4, 5 years down the line. So picture 5 years down the line, and then whatever the value of Hex is going to be, it's going to be high. You don't think people are gonna, with that Hedron they have, are gonna burn a shit ton of that Hedron to get those Hex?
They're
stakes?
gonna have to, bro, if they want to get the Hex that they can't afford.
Right.
Check it out.
Exactly.
You already have the derivative play in MAXI. Right?
Here's the thing. Check this out. Here's the thing that everybody's missing. Everybody. They forgot how expensive a t-shirt was just 9 months ago.
I said that this morning.
$8,000.
They got up to almost 10 for one t-shirt. One.
It's still $9.50.
So I say again, let them keep selling the Hedron. They will be buying my bags later. Not my problem that people do not want to sit there and fucking think. That shit ain't got nothing to do with me, bro. Ain't never gonna. Right. I'm never gonna make the same mistake I made with Hex 2 times. Never. So people can ask me all they want about Hedron. They're gonna get what they get, and that's whatever I feel like releasing.
Will, did you like it right away, or was it?
Hedron?
Like, yeah.
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 Yeah, I just didn't. I'm not the type of person that's gonna look into something until it's done. I don't want to hear about it until it's actually done.
Right.
I was sold on it on day one. On day one, I was sold.
Yep.
I just couldn't get it on day one. It took me like 2 or 3 days to understand the token or the distribution model from like the B shares, right? Because that's what we're jumping to with it.
Mm-hmm.
That way it took me a bit. Like, okay, so you're still gonna mint the B share or the Hedron at the end if you take the or it's more like an advance, right, with Hedron because you're gonna mint it at the end anyways.
Total advance.
Right. Before it ends.
Well, I mean, you better do it. Yeah. How many people are gonna skip that part?
Like for me,
the big stakes that forget that last thing they have to do 24 hours in advance. Mint your fucking Hedron before you end that.
So many people are gonna forget about that.
Bro, it's a post-it note. It's a post-it note right in front of me. Mint your Hedron. All right.
What's up, Mark?
I've got a nice steak coming up in 10 days. It's right here in front of my face. It's like mint your Hedron.
Yeah, you better mint it before it ends. If not, you lose it.
You got 2 weeks grace period to burn, right? Mint your fucking Hedron. But do you know how many people in 10, 14 years are going to forget about that shit? Like,
they already forgot about it.
They're gonna they've already forgot
There's
it.
a few people. There's a few people already ended.
It's like the fucking we build up the Hedron, all the AMAs are done. Okay, where's the next shiny thing? Right? They just move on to the next thing.
It's already gone, bro. I mean, Hedron is a written story for most people. But I'll tell you this. I mean, let's use an ancillary story. No correlation whatsoever. But so before I exited out of Bittrex, okay, this is like 3.5 years ago. I had like $628 left. So I knew this one coin was, supported, and I kind of followed it, that type of thing. So I literally bought $628 worth of mana. Okay. And I stuck it in a Mu wallet. Do you know what a Mu wallet is? My Ethereum wallet. It's before, yeah, it was before the whole MetaMask thing. Okay. So the Mu wallet is the shit, right? Like this is the beginning stuff. I literally stuck it in that wallet and I promptly forgot about it for basically 3 years. Mm-hmm. I went in there. It was probably a little over a year ago, about 14 months ago, because it was before the whole Bitcoin peak thing. And I looked in there and it was worth $24,000.
Wow.
Okay. Like I was looking at the Ethereum address. Nice I actually have. What's that?
It's a nice return. Pretty good.
Well, I forgot about it. Right. And that's my point about Hedron. It's like build up your bags and just stick it away. I mean, don't do like I did because literally it was on a computer that I couldn't plug in. And I knew I couldn't plug it in for 2 years. I mean, I thought the battery pack was bad. I apparently spilled something on it. So the guy told me, when I went back to the computer shop, he's like, yeah, it's not just your battery pack. Your motherboard is fried and it looks like your hard drive is corrupted. And I'm like, the seed phrase, the code was on that computer. So I'm like, I have a real estate transaction. I need some tax documents from, like, can you recover my, and he's like, well, there's a 3-day process, and like, trusting the computer geek, and he's like, I'm like, what is it going to cost me? Like, just bottom line it for me. He's like, it'll probably be like $425 for the hard drive and $80 for, us to recover it type thing. I'm like, go do it. I'm like, I'll take the gamble. I'm like, I'll double down. Literally, like, the guy called me. I was literally driving past the place at the time. I did a U-turn. He's like, yeah, Mr. Holtzman, we recovered your hard drive, blah, blah, blah. Like, come get it, right? And I'm like trying to show, this guy, like, teach me, like, how do you plug in an external hard drive? I don't understand. Like, how can I look at my documents? So he took the 15 minutes to show me. Needless to say, I went home. I found the passcode. I downloaded the money to Coinbase, and I paid my taxes to people. So, painful as it was, but it was $24,000. And my whole point back to this is Hedron. All right, so if you think like, it's a losing game, maybe just buy some and stick away in a wallet for 3 years.
Mm-hmm.
Not financial advice by any stretch of the measure, but you can get. I mean, everybody's like worrying about the price of Hex, but if you looked at the price of Hedron right now, like, you're getting a better value proposition.
What do you guys think about the meme coin, PulsedogeCoin?
I don't know anything about it.
Well, it's got a small supply.
Well, what is it, like 11 million or something I've seen on Twitter or something like that?
Yeah, it's 12 million max to be minted, and then I think only like 5 or 6 million has been minted so far.
What's it like? Is that all it is? It's just a meme coin, right? Like, it's
it's just totally community based driven.
Yeah,
but it doesn't have the inflation rate that Doge does. Does anybody understand Doge? Like the whole Dogecoin thing? Like, literally, you have to, by the inflation rates, you actually have to have some economic value purchasing $1 million a day in order to, like, meet the inflation. No, I'm serious. You literally have to buy in $1 million.
Like, it's high pressure, $1 million worth every day.
No, because they're inflation. That's the way the token inflation is designed.
Yeah,
is it inflates so heavily that $1 million in U.S. economic value, it has to be generated per day to purchase it. It's tokenomics. I mean, so, Pulse Doge is not that way. And that's one of the things they're touting. Gunther, if you hear this, give me a shout out or something. I know he's a big promoter of, like, Pulse Doge or something like that. So I'm just laughing.
Yeah, he seems to love it. Anyone else here Pulse Doge? I don't think so.
I
don't think so.
All I know is that it got me free. Go ahead, Wells.
No, I didn't hear the question. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt.
Oh, sorry. We were just wondering if anyone else in here was into that Pulse Doge. I don't have any of it.
Yeah, I claimed all my shit.
Yeah.
I swapped half of it for Hex, and then threw that Hex into Maxi. Actually, Hex gave me that play.
Yeah,
I was
like,
like,
same
thing.
I got enough, man. Like, I'm gonna have Hex on 2 chains, Hedron 2 chains, SAC for PulseChain, SAC for PulseX. I got enough, man. I just want to keep. Like, I was late to Hex. Well, I shouldn't say that. If I wasn't early to Hex, but I'm still early in the long run, right? So my game plan now is just DCAing Hex. That's it. That's all I'm doing.
Okay. Yeah. So you're saying is your amount of coins is less than 5 fingers, right?
In what?
In your crypto portfolio? No, if you're like all 100% in the Hex. I'm just curious. I'm like, do you have?
Yeah, no, because when I first getting in, I didn't know any better, right? So I just kind of was just like walking through the forest without a flashlight, right? Trying to find your way. And then I found my way to Hex, and it was
really.
I've told the guys on here before, like, but I didn't get Hex right away. Like, I understood it. I was like, okay, I think I get this. So I thought it was a scam at first, but then I just watched more of Richard's live streams. I went in, looked at comments, went on Twitter, did all that shit.
Okay.
Then I got it right away, but it took me longer to get the T shares. That took me the longest to understand.
Now I'm curious. Oh, okay. So Hexter, when did you get into Hex, like, officially? Like, do you remember the day?
April.
The buy day and the price.
4 cents, 3 cents, something like that.
Okay.
I bought a shit ton at the beginning. I sold all my Bitcoin and went into Hex.
Okay.
Yeah. I knew it because it was weird, man. It was just like I understood the certificate of deposit look of it, the staking, what Richard was trying to do. I didn't get the T shares. Like I didn't get how the inflation was paid out. That took me the longest. But having seen it and seeing the community, I was like, shit, this is something I have to get into. And I did. Like I set up ladders all last year. So yeah, I'm over a year in the hex now.
Do you remember the day? What's the day?
I can go look at the stakes and get the day for you because I had some really weak ass stakes, man.
That's okay. No, I did the same thing.
Fucking 1 day stakes, like, oh, I got 20 hex here. I yielded 20 hex.
Literally, like, because being a day one, hexagon is like literally I set up my first 1 to 2 year ladders, like horrible. Like I didn't understand T-shares. I've said this over and over again. And it took me almost 18 months till I fully understood T-shares, that type of thing. Yeah. But like literally, I mean, actually this stake coming up is my last, what I call bad stake that I didn't stake over 5 years. So everything else is, 5, 10, 15 years out. But I did a lot of early staking, and just shit kept growing. Like,
if there's people out there in chat or anywhere else that see this that haven't set up a ladder yet, like take some time to think about it before you do it. Because a lot of times the stake's going to end and you're going to say to yourself, oh, fuck, I don't need this stake now. Like I should have just kept it going.
Yeah.
Really, really though, right? Like it's the time there and that hex is amazing, man. It really is.
No, it's I'll even say this live online. It's 89 T-shares. Like I got 89 T-shares coming out. Just like I don't need it. I don't need to touch it. It's
watch for the hex whale bot, everybody.
Scotty's not a net seller, so I'm probably gonna.
Oh, who cares? The people are gonna sell themselves.
Yeah, who cares?
You can't stop it. You can't stop it.
Well, I want to say this to people: is like if you're.
Did we send it to the penalty box?
Damn. Oh, you penalized me, bro. I saw that.
2 minutes.
I turned gray and everything.
2 minutes.
No, I was saying to people is like people who are crabs right now will be dolphins here in 2 years because of the whole staking ladder system. But a lot of people don't understand.
They'll still need to get
maybe sharks. Maybe sharks. I mean, because people are leaving their T-shares like on the table, on the floor. And there's big stakers, obviously, that will never sell, that type of thing. But I mean, if you think about 75% of like the majority of us are, staked in the hex, as those stakes come out, they're either going to take the money off the table or they're going to reinvest. But the opportunity for like shrimps, crabs, that type of like staking thing, I'm not promoting that, particular system, but I mean, in the future, there'll be a far less people because once you sell, you're done. You're out.
Yeah. Oh yeah, for sure.
Well, that's not necessarily true.
Okay.
If you set up a staking ladder properly, you can actually game the system and gain more C shares. Right. Oh. So if you create a 15-year staking ladder, like, see what people don't realize with some of these long stakes is they always give you a hard time for having short stakes. Like I got one that comes out every week and one that comes out every month for 15 years. I created it as of day 3. But what happens is what you got to realize is your gains are realized sooner, right? So the sooner your gains are realized to put them back out, the more you compound. But you got to keep in mind the T-share price only goes up. So if you're staked out 5 years, you got 5 years of increase in T-share price, right? Okay. So your T-share price is going up for 5 years. So you're not realizing your gains for 5 years. So if you think in terms of compounding, the sooner you realize your gains and take that thing with your gains and then put them back, you compound faster because your gains are realized. Your gains aren't realized until you unstake. You know what I'm saying? So the longer way you go out, now you've got all that time and the T-share works against you. You know what I'm saying? But since I created it like every week and everyone's like, don't create every week. I did this as of day 1. Day fucking 3. 4 15-year stakes. Now, some of the smaller stakes, like smaller amounts, like freaking smaller dust over a freaking longer period of time.
Makes real money.
makes real money because those gains are realized. So some of those stakes are only like originally like 1.8. You take that 1.8 for the hex, or the T shares, and you take it out at the end because you already got a preloaded T share. You already got a preloaded ladder. Now you're getting 3.9. Wait a minute. Are you losing T shares? You're gaining T shares. Oh, you're gaining T shares. So now, if you have a 15-year breaking ladder with a sooner realized gain because you're playing the T share, right? Nobody's thinking about the T share that you have. The T share price only goes up. See what I'm saying? So the longer it is out to realize your gain, the longer it is for you to compound, which becomes harder, right? So you want to realize your gain sooner, right? Just my opinion. It seems to be working for me.
No, I appreciate that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Fair
but the
though.
question is why.
You will pay more in
The
gas fee.
answer,
There's no doubt about that.
you need that. Yeah, but exactly. You need to know why. It sounds good, but that was because you were around in the early days. Anybody step up now, try to play that game, they're going to get left behind because the T-share rate isn't the same.
No.
The system is not the same.
No.
Launch phase is over. The
and you're going to
inflation,
need a fuck of a lot more money to do it.
Yeah, so it's not quite the same. So it sounds good in theory, but it only worked because you were around day 1, day 3, whatever have you. That shit
It'll
ain't
still
working
work.
nowadays.
It'll just take more money. It'll still work.
Yeah, it's not gonna work. You're
It will.
assuming the ROI is gonna be 10,000x. It's not gonna be. You don't know what it's gonna be.
Right.
That is where you got lucky, sir. It's all about the dollar value once the T-share rate goes up and it's stagnant, right? Because at that point you're able to acquire more hex, and that's what allowed you to recoup the ROI, right?
Right. Yeah, it's because you're hanging on a little longer. You know what I'm saying? So the longer you have, the more gains you have. So the same function will still play out over a function of time. It'll just take longer to play out. But the same functionality will still be the same. It'll just take longer time to peer
the
out.
T-share rate, here's the difference. The T-share rate might or might not let you recoup. Because if the dollar value of that T-share is so significant that it doesn't matter, then it just doesn't.
But it does, because
the system keeps you honest. No, because that's how the system keeps you honest.
But at the end of the 15 years, you got. At the end of the 15,
go ahead. There's like a lag.
At the end of the 15 years, right? Like even if you say you started at at the end of the 15 years, you have 15 years worth of interest. You know what I'm saying? So eventually it will catch up, even if you do the same thing, because the interest, the longer you go out, the more freaking interest it is. So it's a function of that, which will buy you that same dollar value in the future because the dollar value goes up, which offsets the T-share price.
Yeah, but the T-share rate isn't the same as a T-share price. That's what I'm trying to get to.
But you will the longer it goes out.
But that's the thing. The dollar value of a T-share and the T-share rate are not the same. One is monotonic, meaning it only goes up. The other might or might not go up. And you got lucky because they both went up at the same time. If you cast them in opposite motions, you're not going to be so lucky. That's the point. But you caught the upswing on both the T-share rate and the T-share price.
That's because I understood it. And the same thing will work. It'll just take a longer function of time to play out, right?
I think you're not taking into account T-share acceleration. I don't think it's going to work that way.
Well, it's not acceleration because it follows price as well. Because look at it. Look how much the T-share price is down right now.
But that's just now, man. That's just now. What if?
Yeah, but look at it in hex terms. It ratchets.
But hold on, because people are bringing it in. Well, that's the thing. You're bringing in fiat, and the crypto itself doesn't give a damn that you're bringing in fiat. People do not respect that shit because you're bringing in fiat. The hex rate is in crypto, so when it jumps 750,000, it doesn't care what the dollar value is. It's still 750,000 hex.
It will work.
So if the price changes. But you're just assuming the dollar value is going to work out in your favor. You can't assume that.
I'm not even caring. I'm just not even factoring in the dollar value. If you're going to create the same thing, you create the staking ladder. Instead of me creating it from early on to end at the beginning, now you'd create the same staking ladder from 15 years and work it backwards. If you did the same thing, the same principle and function would work out. Right?
No, I hear what you're saying. But what you're missing is you were able to recoup more T-shares using short stakes because you were realizing consistently profitable ROI in your stakes,
Mm-hmm.
meaning you entered the position and you were always up in terms of hex and fiat value.
Mm-hmm.
That is why you were able to recoup shares greater than you shouldn't have, than you would have otherwise. That's the only reason, because now it's not that simple. It's if the dollar value isn't down, then you're not recouping because the t-shirt rate's almost 23,000 hex, whatever the number is.
Right. So that's
Right?
why I'm saying it
Versus,
needs to be done in reverse.
but that's the thing. Even if you're doing a reverse, right? I mean, you got to just realize the system is designed for you not to win that game. So
Well,
you must win on both the fiat ROI and the crypto ROI in order to be able to keep up with the share rate, because the share rate is no longer jumping at 200 hex max. It's soon going to be jumping at 1,000 hex plus, because T shares are getting very, very, very valuable, not just with respect to the ROI that they're printing in dollar terms, but also now that the hex rate keeps going up, that's going to add on, right, to the T-share payout, which is going to increase the ROIs in crypto terms, you see? So that's going to just
exactly.
ignite. Yeah, that's just going to ignite that T-share rate every time somebody ends a stake and they have to restake. So
Right,
I
but the more
just don't
T-shares
think.
that you own, the more percentage of the pool you'll get, because the payout gets
No, I
larger
get
at the
that.
same time, right? So as the payout becomes
Yeah.
larger, right, that offsets that amount. You see what I'm saying? So it's
No,
a
I get
positive
that.
feedback loop.
My argument is that I am banking on the fact that you lucked out because the fiat value was lining up with the rate increases as well. You know what I mean? Because if you think about it, the rate is only one direction,
Mm-hmm.
The
but the
t-shirt rate,
dollar is what.
right?
Yeah, the t-shirt
Yeah.
rate, but the
But it's not the
the
dollar value.
fiat.
It's the T-share rate is a representation of the hex price. You know what I'm saying? So, like you said, it
Mhm.
The hex
creates
doesn't know the
more
price
hex.
though.
But no,
Hex
forget
doesn't know
about.
price.
That's what I'm saying. Forget about fucking price altogether. So the T-share rate is a representation, like you said, of 20,000 hex. So as long as the interest that you're gaining is larger than outpacing the T-share
The
rate, which it
t-shirt
is,
rate, right?
which
Yeah.
it is with a longer term stake. At this point, until more stakers, as long as the percentage of the staking pool is low, now the percentage of the staking pool becomes larger, the less the payout, obviously. But then if you stake out longer, that longer percent that you're gaining on that interest is outpacing that. It literally is. It's outpacing that T-share rate. You see what I'm saying?
No, yeah,
Yeah,
I hear you, but
Right?
just
And
hex
in
terms.
hex terms, because you're getting so much interest, right? It's offsetting the amount of the hex price, the hex T-share rate that's going up. That's why I'm saying if you stake out and create a ladder backwards to preload of 15 years, which is not going to be cheap nowadays, but it can be done. And then the time you get to that 15 years, every stake after that, then in the end of time, will have 15 years worth of interest. Right? That'll game that system for a very long time.
no, yeah. I mean, if you're look, the majority of my stakes are max duration. So to me, that's the way you win. The
Mm-hmm.
short stakes might or might not work. And that's what I'm saying, because what you're banking on with the short stakes, and I get what you're saying, but
Well,
like
my
think
short
about it like
stakes are
this.
already in. My short stakes are already in and out, right? Because like I created that
Right,
as of day one, right, or day
right,
three, right? So
right, right.
as of now, like they're still fucking 3 years old. And I got 3 years worth of interest, or 2.5 years worth of interest on those stakes
Hmm.
already. You know what I'm saying?
So this is gonna be the difference between early stakers and people like me that came in after.
Mm-hmm.
People that came in at first experienced the most gains because the system is the newest
Mm-hmm.
and it requires the least amount
Yeah.
of force to lift it up because it's the newest. Now, what you experienced,
Is a
or
maximum amount
anybody
of
that entered,
interest.
hear me out. Hear me out,
Yeah.
because yes, you did, but there's a reason for that, and this is important to understand, because this is why people that enter technology early always win more often than not, because it's being able to understand that technology first is what sets people up for that mega win. So what happens is the early adopters get that mega win, and the second wave comes in, and it's not that you're not going to get that mega win. You're going to get it. It just takes just as long, if not longer.
Longer.
Yeah, just as long, if not longer, because here's the thing. Hex isn't like everything else. And this is the thing that you're not taking into account. Hex, what was the t-shirt rate right now? The t-shirt
It's like
rate right
22,000.
Is it?
Let me see.
I don't think it's over 22 yet. I don't think.
I don't think it's over 22. I think we're close. 21,000. Nope.
Yeah.
22,760.
What?
Oh shit! All right,
Is it actually?
22,760.
What was it 2 days ago though?
Yep. 22,759.6. Damn.
I remember being around 18, 19 last year. Around
when you got in.
Yeah,
right, but that's what
I remember 68 cents per t-shirt.
That's right. That's why
I remember someone said it was 10-cent fucking t-shirts. I hate hearing that story. Congratulations to everybody who got some, but I don't fucking need to hear it anymore.
Don't.
I'm proud of y'all. Okay, don't fucking want to hear about it.
It's ending here in 10 days. I'm serious.
Don't underestimate the value of
so
compounding
sad.
interest.
No, it's the mathematical.
It's ridiculous.
Compounding interest.
Right. So that's why I'm saying. So you got to factor in.
49
You have to factor in. You have to factor in your realized gains, right? And how much that is against you over a function of time and of the increased T-share rate. The longer duration between stakes, the less time it is for the realized gains to put that same realized gain back to work, right? So as soon as you can put your realized gains back to work, right? Because you're getting interest on interest. You know what I'm saying? That interest on interest realized compounds faster than just putting it out to the freaking furthest end. You know what I'm saying? So don't underestimate the value of realizing your gains to put the gains back to work via short stakes, because compounded interest is the eighth wonder of the world, and I think it's one of the things people misunderstand.
Yeah. Well, they don't have the time horizon though, right? Like you can't, if you look at compound interest from a chart or calculator, it's a flat line. Like say if it's on top of each other forever, and then only way down the line does it start to split up, and you can see.
Well, it's the last week. If you take 1 penny and double it every day for 30 days, how much do you have? What is it? $3.3 million. But it's not until the last week that it goes exponential. Right. But it's the same exponential curve, and that's what I'm trying to say. The same thing. It may take, like I said to you a few minutes ago, it will take longer to play out, but it will still happen. But it won't happen until longer in time.
That differentiation right there, that's the difference. The understanding hex and compound interest are very important, because hex is not compound interest. It just mimics it. And this is why, yes, but this is why short stakes don't function the same way as they would otherwise, because you have to be in the system. It's not optional. Otherwise, you're missing the gains. You see?
I think you
misunderstand.
I think you misunderstand what I mean by short stakes. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not saying.
Let's define short stake first of all. Like, are we talking? Like, what
define it. I don't know.
Because it could be a year, 30 days. Could be one of these fuckers.
I'm thinking anything. I'm thinking anything less than a year.
No,
I'm thinking anything less than a year. See?
Yeah. Okay, but see, that's what I'm saying. So right now,
because the hex has only been around for 2.5, so you can't be talking about more than 3, right?
No. So what I'm saying is, when you create your staking ladder, you have your hex realized. Like like I said, I've got 5 stakes that come out every week for 15 years, right? And then and pushed forward. They're seeming like they come out every week. So I'm realizing gains every week, even though those stakes are 3 years old. There's 3 years worth of interest, right?
Sure.
So that's what I'm saying. If you have a preloaded 15-year stakes, preloaded, so you have like one every week for 15 years.
You locked them in year 1, month 1,
day 1, day 1 and on, and they're on.
Right.
Right. So what you got to realize is, so they seem like they're short stakes because they're coming out every week, but they've got 3 years worth of interest on it. Then you take that 3 years worth of interest and you put it at the end of the 15 years to keep the revolving forward moving 15 years throughout a function of time. You know what I'm saying? So it's like giving yourself a weekly paycheck and a monthly paycheck for the rest of your life. And at the end of that, you have 15 years worth of interest. And that 15 years worth of interest on that stake then goes out to the end of the 15 years. You will gain fucking T-shares. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I just don't agree because the system just doesn't work like that. You're just not taking into it. So think about it like this.
Do the math.
Last week a T-share was $1,200, $1,500, $2,000. This week is $700, $750. It's not the same.
But how much interest? How much interest in Hex are you getting over 3 years?
But we're talking about stakes as a roll. You're talking about them in a composite fashion. You can't do that.
Why?
Because they only exist as they are actually ended. Right?
Right.
Like
Which
you're
means
not cashing them out until they actually end. So you can't talk about them until they actually end.
Right. Which is what I'm saying. You have a steady rate of realized gain to put back to work. You know what I'm saying?
No. I get that. But here's the thing. If you got stakes ending every week, you're cutting off gains along the way.
In the short term, in the short term, but in the short term,
you're cutting them out. It doesn't matter. You're cutting them out.
No, you're not.
Think about it.
It's a law of average. It's a law of average.
A 1 year stake stops at 1 year. A 1 week stake stops at 1 week.
Okay,
even if you're kicking it out to 15 years.
Challenge you. Do the math.
Okay, well, like I just said, last week a stake cost you $1,200. Go to go.hex.com. Look it up. What did a T-share cost last week?
You can buy a full T-share now for like $300.
Because you're conflating the T-share rate with the dollar cost.
I don't give a shit about the dollar. I don't care about the dollar. I only care about the T-share.
It matters, bro. It doesn't matter if you don't care because we enter the system with fiat. You can't pick that. I'm sorry. That's how it works, man. You cannot pick how you enter the system. I mean, you got to do it with fiat. So you can't ignore it.
I'm agreeing it's good. I'm agreeing it costs more money to accomplish. I'm not disagreeing on that factor.
It matters when we're entering the system. We can't just ignore it because we're trying to explain this to people that don't know the system like you and I do. So we got to be explicit because we need people to understand the system. Yes?
I agree.
Okay, well, then let's make sure we're not talking to ourselves here because I did that shit for a long time and it don't work. And that's my point.
All I'm saying is don't give discredit to realized gain compounding sooner. You know what I mean?
No, it's not about that. It's not about that. You can do whatever you want. Just make sure you're explaining it correctly because, like I said, what's today? 9/25. So let's do -7. 9/17. 9/18. $1,377 was a T-shirt a week ago. Today is $700. So you're getting 2 times the T-shares.
If you stake it for 1 day, right?
Yeah, I'm saying flat out. No duration.
Okay, so if you put it at duration, you build that ladder backwards. How many more T-shares do you gain?
We're not talking about it backwards. We're talking about
I'm
1 week rolling stakes. But that's what you're talking about. You're talking about 1 week rolling stakes and then putting them out to 15 years. No?
That is not what I'm talking about, 1 week rolling stakes. I'm talking about creating a preloaded weekly freaking ladder, okay? So that means it simulates coming out a weekly stake, but it's not. You know what I mean? Because it's preloaded. So that means you have, like, you take 52 weeks, you make 52 stakes times 15 years, right? That is that's different than a weekly rolling stake. Why? Because as you create that ladder, you're getting more T-shares. Correct? Yes.
I guess I'm not understanding what you're saying, bro. Because it's. Are you talking about a 15-year stake every week?
No, I'm saying you take 52 weeks in a year, right? Create a stake for first year. Okay, so you have 1 year full with 1 week coming out every week, right? And then a next year, year 2, year 3, year 4, year 5, the same 52 weeks, right? Exponentially putting them out over a function of time, so you have a full one stake out every week for 15 years, right?
So you're doing like 15.
I see what you're saying. Yeah.
As you go through a function of time, the average Okay, the average from the short to the long-term stakes will offset the ones from the shorter time, right? From the amount you're losing. Peridot, the shorter stakes, because you have a 15-year stake, you will be able to realize those gains and put those gains back into the end of the 15-year stake. See, compounding much faster. Why? Because you're realizing your gains sooner and compounding them faster over a function of time. So I'm saying, so it's not taking one stake, put it for a week, turn around, cash it out, put it in for another week. Why? Because you've already preloaded it.
Yeah, I didn't get that. That's what you were saying.
See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So the longer stakes will offset the shorter stakes in the total 15-year scope. You see what I'm saying? But you get to realize some of those gains and put those gains back, which will compound that, which will keep you ahead of the T-share rate. Does that make sense? And as over a function of time, after 3-4 years in, you've got 4 years worth of interest. It's a fuck ton of stakes.
Yeah.
It's a fuck ton of stakes.
Frosty, why don't you explain it like this in the first place?
I did. And if you go back and you scroll back in the fucking chat on Telegram, I was screaming it for fucking off the top of my lungs beginning first day. And everybody said I was an idiot because what the fuck is T-shares? They're not important. So guess who did? I stockpiled fucking thousands and thousands and thousands of fucking T-shares. Right?
That's a good
but
play.
It will work. I'm telling you it works. How do I know?
So
Because I've done the math.
Out?
Yeah,
how's the gas working out though? Because that's the problem, right? Like nobody accounted for that, and these are the kind of variables that fuck plans like this up.
I'll give you an example of that. So out of the gas that I've spent, based on that freaking gas DAO that came out, where it calculated the amount of gas that was spent, I've spent $44,000 in gas, but I realized over $10 million. So I don't know. You tell me what's worth it. Is $10 million for $44,000 worth of gas a good ratio? I'd say so.
I mean, yeah, but again,
yeah,
day one, right? So here's the problem that I have with your math. You're not respecting the fact that you were around day one. For people that came around a year later, they gotta wait at least 2 years or more.
Exactly.
You know
but that's normal. Any crypto. If you're going to be in crypto, you shouldn't be. You shouldn't be having anything for 18 to 24 months anyway.
Here's the thing, sure, but the capital outlay is much more significant now.
Oh, for sure.
Versus then.
I agree.
So that matters.
I will absolutely agree. I absolutely agree. But I'm saying
the capital what? Capital outlay?
The amount of money.
The amount of money you got to put down on the table to get into the game.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. In order to do something like that now, I think you need a minimum of $1.2 million to accomplish the same function.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's not everybody can be early. Like that's amazing. You got in that early. Congratulations.
Well, no. What's amazing is to take notes and listen.
Yeah.
Right. I do that too. That's why
this isn't going to be the last time. This isn't going to be the last time. Bitcoin wasn't the last time.
Nope.
Ethereum wasn't the last time.
Exactly.
Don't think Hex is going to be the last time.
Exactly.
Don't make that mistake.
Oh, I'm not.
Never make that mistake. Like this shit is real life. Do not make that mistake.
What? Thinking you're late?
Yeah. Never think.
Oh no,
you're
yeah.
late.
I didn't mean to come across that way. No way.
Yeah, no,
I don't think I'm late at all.
People, you never hear me say that. Just don't. I don't know why people say that. Just don't say that. Just don't.
Say what? I'm late.
Just don't even use that word.
Okay.
Wales, are you telling me I'm late?
Shit. Apparently everybody else is, man. Like I don't even know where that notion came from. Imagine the person looking at Bitcoin at year 5 saying, "Man, I'm late."
Yeah.
God dang. If I had only gotten in earlier.
But you're running, the same people have an amazing opportunity right now at what, 3 cents or plus or minus, whatever it is right at the moment, right? And the T-share drop right now. Capitalize on that shit, man. People should be capitalizing on that cheap drop down T-share rate because the T-share rate is exponentially down compared to what it was like a month or two ago.
700. It's $730 as of today's close.
Exactly.
Well, so earlier we kissed 10 grand last year.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's what I mean. So like anybody that wants that second opportunity, it's right fucking now, in my opinion.
Shit.
I'd like to say to Bob Lagai out there in the chats, yeah, I'm pregnant, so
What?
With emotion.
What
With
the hell
emotion.
is going on?
Hold on tight for me, bro. But no joke. Like, I just want to segue into the like
Frosty.
literally. Okay, so
The hell?
like I came home from work with 21 cents, like from cars, that we were detailing cars that day. And I sat there and I put it in hex price. I think hex was like above 4 cents at that point, 4.1. And I'm like, how many hex you can buy? And like, this is what I'll say here on stream is like, take the throwaway statements from Richard. What's 10 cents on the way to $100?
Exactly.
So, like, if you look at what that 21 cents can buy you, like literally,
Doesn't even matter.
who can put 21 cents on the table and in 3 to 4 years have $500? I mean,
So what I think
it's
most
just
people
dumb.
miss in financial things is the function of time. They never calculate in the function of time, even though time is probably like one of the most important factors in your equation, but nobody ever includes time in their equation, right?
Sure.
Time is what pays you.
Time is what pays you. So if the time is what pays you, how can you not add it into your math equation when you're calculating this shit, right? You know what I mean?
Everybody does not do that.
Nobody does that.
That's exactly why the staking average is only where it's at now.
Exactly. And that's what you were trying to allude to earlier when you were referring to Hedron, right? Because nobody's calculating the function of time in that factor, moving that down the road, and the rate of return, the rate of amount of freaking Hedron that's going to be available in the system that got not freaking left behind. That's a function of time calculation.
Well, look at the way you set up your staking ladder.
Exactly.
Good example right there. I was misunderstanding because I wasn't hearing what you were saying.
Yeah.
Because you were saying no, time. And I was hearing blocks of time.
Exactly. So we're talking the same thing. It's just, you know what I mean? It's just different.
Yeah. It was the miscommunication.
Yeah.
I enjoyed the conversation though.
But your logic is the same thing when you're.
We found our way. That's the point. They found.
But your conversation with Hedron is the same thing, right?
People aren't understanding the time nexus. I mean, look, you know what the biggest issue with Hedron is that people can just sell it. And just because they can sell it, it seems like that's the right thing to do. And people don't understand that what everybody is doing is literally always the wrong thing to do.
That's why they're broke.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
But if people just factored in the function of time in their math equation, things would change dramatically for them. You know what I mean? Stop looking at things. Start looking at things in thousands of days, and then calculating your rate of return.
You guys
want to
hear what Frosty is trying to allude to? Here's a perfect example that I used in real life. I stopped using price stops and started using, guess what? Time.
Exactly.
Time stops.
Exactly.
That's right.
I never heard this
talk
term
about
before.
that alpha.
What's a time stop?
Yes, they do exist.
Wouldn't you like to know?
Well, I would.
Shut up. Way too
That's what I
much.
said.
Hold on. I got a call coming in. Hold on. Now you really got to wait. Hold on.
Just put yourself on pause.
I love it. Wouldn't you like to know? He fucks off right away.
It's true. Absolutely fucking true.
Right, and Frosty, with the Hedron, you don't think people are going to pay the ass for Hex in the future? If they know they minted a shit of it and they got tons of it, a shit ton of it's going to get burned. The people to take over these liquidated stakes.
Yeah, but there's going to become a function of time where that rate, it's front run. You know what I mean? Everything's front run, and everything's back end gain. So like, there's a shit ton of Hedron on the market today, but where's it going to be 6 years from now? Do the math on how much Hedron's on the market 6 years from now. I bet you'll find it's exponentially different.
Well, how many new people that come into the system? Like, you got to think the Hex community is so tight knit, right? So when Hedron came out, it was kind of a big deal. Like, oh fuck, here's a new protocol that's kind of not done by Richard Hart, but it's built on top of Hex. But what happens going forward with all these new people buying Hex on PulseChain or whatever? They might not even know about Hedron. They might not even run the HSIs because that's the distribution model, right?
HSIs is actually a great idea because it's basically a bond market. You know what I mean? You can create a 15-year stake and then tradable.
Great. I think everything about it is great. What I'm saying is, when Hedron dropped, you had Alex going around on all these streams and stuff. The Hex community knew about it, but as Hex grows and gets bigger, you might have a lot of people that aren't even going to choose to mint their Hedron. So the distribution model of Hedron might change too.
Oh, for sure it is. And I'm already guilty of that myself by freaking having all these stakes. You know what I mean? I'm like, oh fuck, I forgot my
I forgot to run the fucking contract. I
got so much goddamn fucking
right here, bro.
I don't, you know what I mean?
Mint your Hedron.
I've done it probably 3 or 4 times now. I was like, oh, for fuck's sakes, I forgot about Hedron.
I got real lucky with gas the one day when I had a shit ton of stakes that I ran the read contract on, and wasn't that bad. But yeah, I think over time people are just going to forget. They're going to have their stakes and they'll forget to run it, and they'll forget to mint it. And that's the only way you can get it is by being a hex staker.
He'd run similar to understanding the T-share rate back in the day. Nobody understood the T-share rate back in the day, and nobody understands the value of the bond market. That basically creating a bond in the system is very powerful, but it's going to take some time for people to figure that out, just like the T-share rate.
Yeah.
But once they figure it out,
where do you find it similar to the T-share? Like, what aspect of Hedron you find similar to the T-share rate?
Well, you're basically locking in T-shares, but you're able to trade it. You know what I mean? So you can lock in. The beautiful part about it is you can lock in 15-year stakes, maximize that, but still be able to have the ability to trade it. You know what I'm saying? Because there's going to be a time, like Wales said, where the T-share rate becomes so high, nobody's going to be able to afford them. And then they're going to be buying up those freaking people that are putting in 15-year stakes with maximum amount of T-shares. At some point, those are going to become very valuable.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Right? So, but it's going to take time to play out like everything else, right? In the time they figure it out, it'd be like people trying to figure out the T-share rate a long time ago. So if the T-share rate is becoming exponentially higher than unpriced out of the market, well, we're the only places that you're going to be able to get freaking T-shares at that price for a free coin. Well, it's going to be Hedron, right? Yeah. So
and since you have people bidding on it too,
exactly,
it ain't gonna come cheap when people know how hex works, especially if it's like a stake that's got another X amount of years of yield on it, right? Or just
right. Well, that's what I mean. So like that yield gets transferred with the Hedron, right? So with the Hedron,
everything gets transferred with it. Your Hedron, like some people people locked in the 15 or the 10x multiplier of the B share for 15 years. You know what fucking Hedron that is? It's gonna
be lot.
15 years. It's crazy.
The value of Hedron is basically front running the T-share rate, right?
Okay. Yes.
Right, in a bond market, so that you can lock in a 15-year stake but still have it tradable, right?
Yeah.
Right. So now, if you lock in a 15-year stake, can you do anything with it? No. But let's say you locked in a 15-year stake and you wanted to sell it. Well, you couldn't in Hedron. Yeah. Right. If you had to sell it and you wanted to sell it, you could, just like a bond. You can buy a 30-year bond. You can buy a 100-year bond. You know what I mean? So, but can you still sell that bond? For sure you can. You can sell the bond in the open market. That's exactly what happens, right? So if you can create a 15-year stake or a 100-year bond, right? So you don't have to wait the 100 years. You can sell it in the open market. And that's exactly the same thing, right? You have a 2, 5, 10, 30, 50, and 100-year bond, right? Right. So that's why I'm saying it's similar to the bond market. So you can create those long-term freaking locked-in gains at X number of percent. You know what I mean? You'll lock in a 100-year bond at whatever freaking percent gain, but you can't realize that till the 100 years. But you can still get out of the bond because you can sell the bond in the open market, just like a treasury.
Did you see the stream that Alex did with his name, right? Alex. Yeah, Alex did with the Joker the one day, and they were doing some price predictions for it. And I think he said was it $4 or $5 hex or something? Hedron would probably be around 6 or 7 cents.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you caught that one or not.
No, I didn't watch that stream, but eventually, I agree with Wales, is that people underestimate how much the T-share price is going to go up, and there's going to be people that'll sell those things in the open market.
Well, the T-share rate is going to have to start ratcheting up, because if you think about whatever, like Hex 2.5 years old, people who understood staking and people who didn't, you're going to have a lot of short-term stakes. Like that T-share rate ratchets up every time yield is discovered.
Well, the T-share rate goes up every time a stake ends with a percentage of gain.
Yes.
Right? So people like me, when I end stake my freaking stakes, right, I'm ratcheting up the T-share price.
Yeah, stop doing
right? Because so I have one that comes out every week and once a month. So I'm ratcheting on that bitch every fucking month because I've got the maximum amount of gain, right, in the system. Right. So every time I go to end stake, I'm ratcheting it up, right, which works against me. But since I already have a preloaded staking ladder and I have short realized gains, I take that and put it back out, and I'm able to game the system. Like that was a function of being an early timing. But it's still ratcheting it up. So I know because I'm one of the motherfuckers ratcheting it up every stake that I end every single week. It has no choice but to go up because I'm part of the fucking system ratcheting it up. Right? So I know that T-share price has nowhere to go but up because I'm literally
well, that's what I mean. It has nowhere to go. It has. We all know it has nowhere to go but up. What I'm saying is it has nowhere to go but up faster.
Right. So
more and more people come in, and more and more stakes are ending, and people are realizing yield.
Okay. So what's another way to game that system? Hedron.
Yeah.
Right.
Well,
so every stake takes that, removes the stake, freaking, and which is good for the hex price and good for Hedron. There is no real point other than making a 15-year stake in Hedron to maximize that T-share rate to create a tradable bond or an NFT that you can trade on the open market in the event that you have to sell it. So it's kind of another part of your strategy in your financial bag that you can create a 15-year stake. And let's say you want to create a slush fund like somebody was talking in here about earlier, that they wanted the $1,000 to have a set aside for a worst case scenario. You can create a set of bonds, right, that with a maximum amount of yield that's connected to it. If you do not need it, it can sit there. In the event, in worst case scenario, you do need it, you can trade it on the open market. It's just another form of something to put in your financial portfolio to create diversity, and in the event to create liquidable cash for whatever reason that a certain opportunity came about, right? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So it's just one of those things of diversification that you can add to create a maximum amount of T-share rate and still become liquidity, have a maximum amount of liquidity on it in the short term if required. You know what I'm saying? So it's a very smart strategic move to say, hey, I want to freaking create a 15-year stake. If I don't need it, great. I got maximum amount of gains. In the event that I need it to be liquidable, it's liquidable. What more do you want? What more do you want? It's literally the best of both worlds.
Yeah. Yeah, it's going to be interesting.
Right? But nobody takes advantage of that right now because nobody's using Hedron, right? So literally, like, okay, you want to maximize your T-share rate? Put it out 15 years in Hedron. It takes money, it takes hex off the supply, locks it in a fucking smart contract, and you have short-term liquidity. What the fuck more do you want? It's literally the best of both worlds. Right?
I think Maximus ran the Hedron contract too, didn't they? I'm pretty sure they did.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, you have your Hedron is locked up with Maximus, so
yeah. So that's so in that fifth, like I totally understand how Maximus works. So like at the end of that 15 years, would that just be year one redeem for X amount of hex after the stake is ended?
That's what you claim your hex and your Hedron. It's a derivative product, so
it's a win-win.
Well, I will say this to people who are new to crypto, like if you're just new to crypto and stuff and getting into hex, buy your hex, lock it up.
Yeah.
It does have a function, but like if you're talking about like normal crypto people like me, who I was back in the day, was I would trade in and out of things. Is like the whole purpose of hex is delayed gratification. So
function of time.
It does give you the opportunity of a 15-year stake with the multiplier of Hedron. But if you're not used to delayed gratification, like you probably would have sold during this dip.
But you could still sell the Hedron stake. You could still sell the token.
Well, that's the thing is, you can sell the open contract on the market for MAXI. And there's not a very big liquidity pool for MAXI.
I don't know about MAXI. I don't know. I was talking about Hedron.
Okay. Okay. Sorry. Yeah. But, same with, Hedron's a little bit more open. Sorry. I misunderstood that.
Yeah, sorry, I was talking. We were talking two different chains there. I apologize.
Yeah, no, it's my fault. Yeah, so
Let me add this too, real quick, because I know I have a couple of my friends watching, and they ask me, what they try to ask me about Hex and crypto. Um, with the 15-year stake, because we are under the age of 30, it would definitely be nice to take 30% of whatever you have, just make that 15-year stake, and then you can start playing with these strategies and alpha talk that everybody's going on. But if 15 years scares you, or if it feels off to you, do at least 30% and just go ahead and forget about it. Y'all can go ahead because I had a friend who was asking me about that.
The thing is, people need to look at their financial security and their financial lives over the entire period of their lives. So if you want to talk about, you want to think about retirement or the day you want to retire, you got to basically, okay, pick a day that you want to retire and the age that you want to retire, basically factor that in as X and work that number backwards and solve for X. You know what I mean? So that means you got to do X amount of every day or have X amount of return every day in order to meet that over a function of time. But nobody looks at how their whole life and look and say, okay, I want to retire at this age. I want to be able to do this. They're short-term thinkers. That means you got to do something every single day in order to, there's a dollar amount. If you've, whatever, you're 30 years old and you want to retire at 40, you have 10 years, okay? So take that 10 years, work the numbers backwards, and how much do you have to put away every single day for 10 years to reach X number of goals and what percentage of interest? If you actually do that math, all you need is a 3% return for 10 years and you'll probably be able to retire, which is not unachievable, especially in crypto. But you have to look at that whole function of 10, 15, 20 years and create a financial plan for that entire 20 fucking years or 10 years or 15 years or whatever the number may be, right? It's a solving for X function.
Yeah. But also
sense?
too is you have to look at your lifestyle, and that's another programmable, that's something that, I think people don't look at is they think, I'm going to live at this lifestyle, but I'm going to live on X number of dollars.
Well,
a lot of people,
if you can't do that in your existing country, there's countries like Ecuador where you can go to cut your cost by 75%. Right?
No,
So
I gotta get out of this country. Options. I'm looking to get out of here.
There's always options. The question is, what are you willing to what price are you willing to pay to have those options? And it's not always a monetary value, the price of sacrifice, to be able to sacrifice, right? Because people have a big problem with lowering their standard of living in order to accomplish their goals, right? You can't have your cake and eat it too. You can't live like a fucking king now and expect to have the same thing now. If you're living fucking paycheck to paycheck, literally paycheck to paycheck, and you're still broke and you're still underwater, maybe you should think about lowering your standard of living, right? Either it's a simple math equation. Either A, you increase the amount of money you make, and if that is not an option, that means B, you need to cut some expenses out of your life in order to free up more capital.
Live within your means.
But
this happened.
Nobody lives within their means at all.
The first house I bought, I couldn't, like, the area I wanted to live in, I just couldn't afford it. And my girlfriend, now wife at the time, was like, "Well, I don't want to live in this one area. The only place I could afford." It's like, well, too fucking bad. Okay,
dude, I lived in a freaking.
I said, yeah, I said to her, like, "You'll thank me later because this is all I can afford right now. I'm gonna look." What I did was I said, "I'm gonna look for a bungalow and I'm gonna convert it into a rental place, right? Like basically a duplex. You can rent at the top and the bottom." So I said, "We're gonna live here for a few years, get some equity in the house, redo the basement, and then after a year and a half, 2 years, we were living upstairs, and I was getting the rental income from the basement, paying for the mortgage and the property taxes. Now go fast forward another 2 years or whatever, I made a shit ton off of that house just for spending time in the market, and then I was able to buy the house that we wanted to and the town we wanted to live at."
In my opinion, right now, there's no. In my opinion, right now, you're better off liquidating your house and renting. There's no value in owning a fucking house, right? When you factor in the amount of out-of-pocket money that you're paying in a mortgage, okay? Mm-hmm. So if you, especially in fucking Canada, in the U.S., like the amount of you ask anybody in this room, you have a mortgage? Who has a mortgage in this room?
I have 7.
I do
Okay.
not.
Okay. How much
Not
are you
me.
out of for those 7 mortgages? How much out of pocket are you paying right now? Do you
Over
know that
10.
number?
What do you mean out of pocket? Like,
Out of pocket, 0.
No. What are you paying for those mortgages? Fucking out of pocket. So that means, okay, if you take a mortgage for $500,000,
You're just saying what's the expense?
Okay,
what's the,
what your interest rate is? Like
right,
yeah, over 10,
rate?
over 10,
over a function of time, whatever you're paying for it, or rental's paying for it, or whatever you may be. Okay, let's say even if you're renting it, it's no physical money coming out of your physical pocket. If you buy $500,000 a house, okay, over a 20, 25, 30-year mortgage, whatever you have it amortized for. Okay, what I'm saying is let's work that number backwards, okay? And then people are arguing and say, well, you have nothing in return if you rent. Okay, let's do the math on that. It's for over 30 years, right, with a rental increase, right, without the compounded interest of a mortgage, and you just took the compounded interest that you would pay extra in the mortgage minus the rent, and you just invested the money above and beyond the rent money that you'd have and invested in something at least a minimum of 3% return. What's going to make you richer faster? The housing or the reinvesting of that money via compounded interest? You'll find when you do that math, it is not worth buying a home at these prices.
Absolutely not. Yeah, but I thought the market was a lot better. But you have to remember too, when you're paying and buying these houses, your interest is front loaded. So I don't know how they do it in the US, but in Canada, when you see your mortgage payment come out in your bank or whatever, it shows you like, okay, X amount. It's usually like 60-40, right? Around there. 60% is just going towards interest. You're only paying off 40% of your principal.
Okay, so let's take 60% of that you have and put it towards a vehicle, an investment vehicle that earns you a minimum of 3% return over 10 years. How much more money would you have? Because right now, if you do the math, right, your house isn't making you any money. Can you sell your house right now and upgrade your house in Canada? No, you're trading sideways.
Right now you couldn't. A couple months ago you could have.
All you're doing, right, is just keeping up with inflation, barely. You're not making any money. So what's the point of having the mortgage?
Dude, the way things are going here, you've seen it. You were here a while back. We're gonna have stagflation pretty soon.
That's why I'm not there. That's why I sold every asset out of that fucking country.
Forget the inflation. It's like, okay, with the people worried about their mortgages, being able to pay their mortgages, you're not going to be able to fucking go out and as a consumer.
People need to do the fucking math. Do the fucking math and stop worrying about. Do the math and stop fucking worrying about your image. Fuck your image. If you got to decrease your fucking standard of living by renting a fucking place, downgrading to increase the amount of investment you have to free up more time in your fucking life. Well, here's a fucking huge tip. Time is the only fucking thing that's non-replaceable on this planet. And I don't know about you, I'd rather have a lot more free time to do what I want in this world than worrying about somebody else's opinion whether I own a fucking house or not.
Well, even with home ownership, there's like with renting, like you don't need to worry about a lot of the bullshit. Home ownership is no joke. Home ownership
is bullshit.
No joke.
Okay, so let's put it this way: if your hot water heater breaks or whatever, you have to pay for it. If your hot water heater breaks, it's covered in your rental. If the fucking property taxes go up, is that a function of you or them? No. So you got to factor in your maintenance costs on top of the home ownership, but nobody ever factors in the maintenance costs, right? Your roof needs to be replaced. Your time to do it, everything else, right? The whole key to becoming financially successful is to free up more time. But these people have it in their fucking head that, their whole mentality is ass fucking backwards when it comes to a function of time. So if I make $50 an hour and it costs me freaking $10 to $20 an hour for somebody to cut my lawn, am I not better off to go to work for that same hour, earn the $50, pay the guy $20 an hour to cut my fucking lawn? Now I've got 2 tasks completed in the same function of time, and I'm still up dollars. I'm still up $20 or $30 for the same function of time, but I've accomplished double amount of work. But people will go to work, make that thing, then come home, cut their grass, do all this other stuff, right? So they don't understand the financial aspect and the function of time in making money. And that's how people get fucked over in mortgages, credit cards, fucking 72 months fucking car loans. You know what I mean? because sure, they can afford the monthly payment, but what the fuck is that costing you? They're screwing you with the very function of compounded interest that you can use to your advantage to make the same amount of money.
No, what time's our tea time?
I don't know.
The same amount of money that they make in compounded interest from you, you could apply to your life.
So it's 30-minute drive.
Hexter Morgan, I think you're hot micing.
Always wrecked. He stays wrecked.
Stays wrecked.
So
no. Frosty's telling the truth because. So I was house hacking. So I was, maintaining a house for a friend of mine, and here in Bozeman.
I'll be back.
And it was like $200 a month, that type of thing. Like literally, like watching our two cats and just house hacking this and maintaining. And it was, like he's talking about mowing the lawn. I mean, it was 1.4 miles to my work scenario, and I paid a guy like $40 every 2 weeks to come mow my lawn. Cost factor, of me doing it. I did it once, and I'm like, I don't want to do this. It's not my house. It's not my lawn. Taking care of it. Cost factor is important. What you're spending your money on. Like, I've been in the position of having to struggle to where I couldn't pay a plumber $80 per hour come out and fix a faucet type thing. I had to go on YouTube and figure that shit out for myself. But you get to a point where you trade time for money. I'm at the point, like, I'm 54 years old, be 55 here in less than a year. Like, there's certain physical things you can do, that type of thing. But, it's really important that if you're struggling, just keep shoveling, that type of thing. Your first rule of holes, when you find yourself in one, stop digging. And then you start to fill it up, but you get above ground. And, the opportunity right now for anybody, listening to the worst damn crypto show in the world is that, you can actually, make it. I mean, you can actually increase your income from where you're at right now. Frosty, I was just talking about like paying somebody, $20 to mow the lawn type thing versus, that concept you were giving about $50, earning an hour, that type of thing. So.
But yeah, because you're accomplishing double the tasks in the same function of time. So you're gaining more time back and still earning money. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But people are so attached to their stuff. I literally have a friend, and I literally did the math in front of her. Like, she's living paycheck to paycheck, and broke. And I'm like, look, your house is not making you any money. But she's like, oh, it's gone up from $300,000 to $750,000 in the last couple of years. I'm like, okay, great. Let's look around you. So if I'm going to sell this $750,000 house, can I upgrade that house? No. You're going to buy the same house or less. You're not upgrading. So it means you're not making money. You're not increasing your wealth. All you're doing is keeping up with your dollar for dollar buying power. Barely. Because people don't understand dollar for dollar buying power. What can I buy for $1 today? What can I buy for $1 tomorrow? Well, if we take a look at the inflation rate, what you could buy for $1 a month ago, it's cost you 8.5% more dollars to buy the same product, because inflation of last month went up in a single month 8.5%.
8.6.
Okay.
And that's what they're telling you. That's just what they're telling you.
Okay. Exactly. That's what you're telling you. So how much did your house go up 8.5% in 30 days? No. So that means your dollar for dollar buying power, you're losing money. So what I'm saying is, take that fucking money out, get out of the freaking investment, because let's be real, it's the only market that has not been rugged.
It's coming.
Right? And if you don't think it, it's the only market that has been not been rugged. Stock market, fucking gold market, silver market, crypto market.
It's already cracking. I follow it every week.
Okay, so if it's the highest price in the history of mankind on the planet, is that a fucking sell signal or a buy signal?
Get the fuck out.
It's a get the fuck out signal. Right? But who fucking does that? You know why? Because they're too married to their fucking stuff. It's tied to their self-identity, and they don't have enough self-pride and dignity to say, hey, you know what? I'm going to go fucking rent a place until things become more fucking stable. Why? Because rent is fixed.
But it could be a bit. It could be a bit of like market reflexivity too, though, Crossy. Like if all these people are saying, "Well, we got to get in, we got to get in," but it's getting.
It's not a market. Okay, let's look at the other option here. Okay, who are the majority of the asset holders? Baby boomers. Okay.
Yeah, and they have more than one of them too. A shit ton of the people here, they're over leveraged because
they're over leveraged, and not only the people over leveraged, the maximum amount of people that own the majority of assets are baby boomers and are scheduled to die in the next fucking 15 years. Mm-hmm. Okay, when they start dying off, my question to you is, when all those assets start coming online, who the hell is buying them? Is our generation
who's buying the house? Yeah.
Huh? Okay, well, who's paying the tax on that? Because there's an inheritance tax.
That's true.
Okay, who's paying the fucking transfer tax? Have you anybody even noticed the bills and the transfer tax
on that? Do you pay that?
You do.
Through inheritance?
Yes, you do. A huge amount. It's like what, 40-50% of the fucking property value?
Huh?
Exactly. No. Look it up.
No, it is. Look at the death tax.
Not in Canada. I don't think they have. We don't have that in Canada.
In Canada.
Oh, I'm leaving.
Right? In Canada.
So you got to put your shit in trust.
Right? Well, the problem with a trust, here's the problem with a trust company. They changed the rules in a trust company. A trust company is only good for 25 years now, right? Where the trust company used to be good for like a lifetime. So the problem now is at the end of the 25 years, you got to pay tax on everything in that trust. So a trust company is no longer good because they changed the rules of term life to 25 years. So now at the end of the 25 years, when you go to renew that trust, you have to pay capital gains on that shit. So you're only deferring it for 25 years. So what I'm saying is you're better off to get out now while the prices are high, rent, lower your standard of living, increase your amount of freaking free liquidity, and put it into something for a minimum return of 3% for 10 years. You'll have more financial gain. But nobody does this fucking math. Nobody thinks about this shit because they don't include the function of time and what it costs them for this shit. Right? If you go back and look at the gold housing market, because there's a ratio trade just to everything. It ain't just the US dollars. There's a gold silver ratio. There's a gold housing ratio. There's a ratio for almost everything. Go look at the gold housing ratio. If you did nothing but fucking move into gold and into housing, out of gold, into housing, into gold, into housing, you would have made $1 trillion over the last 100 years. $1 trillion. And you would have started with a $30,000 investment. What? Nobody factors in that function of fucking time, right? Because
it's not they factor. They don't want to think about it. Like it's like
you have to think about it.
No, I know you have to think about it. I understand that, but I think the Hex community tries to push that. Like one of my favorite sayings from him was about
there's a time to buy.
When he's like, look at the Hex community now. Like if I don't remember what it was from. It was one of his streams, but look at the community now, and you think this collection of people that are like-minded individuals. You think this is going to be around? Is it more likely to be here in a year, 2 years, or less likely? Right, and it's more likely to be here. People have to understand you're going to be somewhere in the future.
Let's look for you though. Well, literally, crypto is outpacing the internet. Right,
yeah, the rate of adoption is way ahead of it.
Right. So if crypto, by and large, since then is outpacing internet, and it's the highest returning asset in the history of mankind on the planet. Why the hell would you have your shit in housing?
Well, if you say shit in housing, people need a house, right?
Yeah, that was okay, but there's more than one way to function a house. You don't need to own the shit.
Yeah, no, I understand that.
Right, so you don't have to take on the ownership. If you could afford to pay for it for cash and not have the effect of compounding interest, that's a different conversation. But if you're mortgaged and you got a car loan and you got a credit card and you got a housing mortgage, you're better off to sell that, get out of all that, and turn around and invest that and lower your standard of living. You will come out far more financially ahead. And by all means, please do not take my word for it. Do the fucking math over a function of time.
Yeah. I concur.
But how many people here freaking calculate how much money they're paying in their mortgage over the total mortgage in order for you to pay that off?
That's why I try to tell everyone. I was like, do you have an extra $100, $50 here? If you're paying bi-weekly, you could bump it up and just hack away at that principle. Because even the little amounts like that add up over time.
Or just sell it at the highest price in the history of mankind and to realize your gains.
Yeah.
Like right now, it's like literally right to me. It's basically you're selling on a $61,000 or $65,000 Bitcoin wick because you don't think.
Want to know? I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'm just saying, like right now, in my opinion, if it's the highest price in the history of mankind on the planet,
yeah,
and you can't see in your mind this is a fucking sell signal, then you deserve to be in the position you're in.
Say it well.
100% agree, bro. 100% agree.
Yeah.
No, I 100% agree with you, Frosty. They can't get any more obvious, right?
Right.
It's the highest price in the history of mankind on the planet, and these motherfuckers think this is the best time to buy.
Great entry point. Great entry point.
Yeah.
You could literally, in 18 months, buy your house.
Bullish needs to go. All right, Bullish. You need to go sell the properties.
Yep. I'm about to sell all my shit. I'm a right pleb.
Well, do you know what I'm saying, though, man? Like, you know
yeah.
Like,
look, let me tell you a personal goal of mine is to onboard 10% of global real estate into Hex. That's one of my personal goals. That's $3 trillion. I don't know how the hell I'm gonna do it, but that's a goal.
Good goal.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, it just makes no sense to me. But people get married to their shit.
Yeah, that's all it is. It's emotional most of the time, man.
Totally
think about
emotional.
It. You have you ever played markets before crypto?
Oh fuck yeah!
All right, then you know the drill. You know the drill. You know the drill. Don't marry your don't marry that stock. Don't marry.
Don't
that
marry
trade,
nothing.
Marry
it's an investment. Nothing. Your house, your car, your doll. It's an investment. And when it's time to sell, you sell it, no matter what the fuck it is.
No emotion.
That's right. You know what's funny? Hex is like that one thing that's ever existed where that kind of doesn't really apply.
No.
You know why?
Especially
it's
the
very
principle.
simple. It's very simple. The reason it applies is because it's just software.
Mm-hmm.
It's not predicated on some illusory notion. It's literally just what it is. Like, think about it in metaphysical terms, right? Metaphysically, money isn't real. But this thing called Hex is. It's real.
Does
that make sense?
Blow up his drink.
Yeah, real fucking awesome.
What's that? hey, if I would have held my property in Canada for another year, would I have made more money?
No,
sure.
You would have lost shit. No, you would. The market's here just tanking, man.
You know what I mean? But it's going to continue to tank. Let me ask you this. Let's game theory this out for a second, right? Just hear me out. Okay, if the majority of assets, businesses, freaking housing is owned by baby boomers, right? And they've got a roughly between 2030 and 2035, a good large portion of them, just because the average age is not going to be around. My question is, who's buying them? Everybody, every kid in North America.
That's what I've been saying for 10 years because it ain't
Who's buying? Who's your buyer?
Oh, shit.
You have
corporations, institutions. Goldman Sachs, the Federal Reserve,
exactly.
Zillow's buying everything. Zillow's buying everything.
Zillow, fucking, what's the other motherfuckers?
BlackRock.
We work. You fucking name it, they're fucking buying it. Cash.
Yeah. Why? Right? At 20, 30 cents on the dollar.
That's why.
At 20, 30 cents on the dollar, they're gonna buy that shit back.
Yep.
Oh my god.
And who's going to get dumped?
It's funny you guys mention that because I never even thought about that as the baby boomers of when all these people with these nest eggs that are just going to be.
Man.
It's huge.
And take a look. Fucking lot of them. You just look at the gentrification of neighborhoods too. Like the one I'm in. Mm-hmm. Yeah, like all their kids are out of fucking school. They're all married with kids, and it's like, interesting.
Yeah, are they going to be able to afford the house? Not a hope in hell. Do they have a credit rating? No, they're already up to debt and student loans. And in the U.S., you can't even go bankrupt on the fucking student loan.
Ain't that?
You know what? They changed that. They changed that in 2019. I discovered because
Did
I
they
got
actually
into an
change
argument with. Yeah, I got into an argument with somebody over it, bro, and we fucking looked that shit up. and it was true. They changed it. I think it's the federal ones. It's the private ones you can't get written off. I can't even remember anymore. It's either or. I think it's
the private ones.
It's the private one.
You can't get off. Yeah, the private ones you can't get off the books. The federal ones you can now. Before you
but
could not.
what's the majority of the ones? They're all private. They ain't federal.
I would guess that they're private. I would guess a big. You know what? I think it's 60-40. To be honest with you,
I haven't looked that up. But still, let's just get out of the market and wait.
Yeah.
Take your gains and wait. Right? But nobody has the patience enough to wait. Right. Just wait.
People don't even know what waiting is.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, waiting like a month along these people. It's like, okay, I've been in Hex a month. When moon?
Have a drink, chill on the beach. Go grab a fucking dozen senoritas.
Yesterday.
We should say when wake up. When will you wake the fuck up?
I put my $2 in. When am I gonna get rich?
I put my Metro card.
No, I think that shit 15 years. 6 Hex coming back to me.
I'm gonna put this out, and again, the two things that people don't understand: the function of time and dollar for dollar buying power over that function of time. And you can just realize already that you've lost 8.5% of your dollar for dollar buying power in 1 month.
Yeah, 1 month.
Partially, like people don't
in
even
1 month
how inflation has really destroyed them. I was
dollar for dollar buying power.
Telling people about inflation for 2 years, and then the problem with inflation is they don't know it until it fucking hits them in the wallet.
What I don't understand, this has been happening.
How did this happen? Where did this happen? It's like, well,
it's been happening for 40 fucking years. 40 years this has been happening.
You know what, Frosty? I did a stream earlier today where we checked the purchasing power of the dollar from 1913 to present day.
Exactly.
It's down.
Don't even want to see it.
96.4%
of dollar for dollar buying power.
Yes, sir.
We're fucking wrecked. I might as well just fucking jump off the building.
That's right.
That's what everyone's getting paid in.
I want to talk about Hex being down 90%.
Okay, but hang on a second. We can use that information to our advantage if we understand it, right? But you have to first recognize it, realize it, and then turn around and use that same system to your advantage. But they fucking make it real easy. And the people fall for this shit every day of the week. People are like, interest rates are going up. Interest rates are going up. Interest rates will never fucking go up, okay?
This story.
What this is this fucking thing recorded? Interest rates are never going up.
I can't wait to buy you a beer.
It's recorded on stream. Interest rates will never fucking go up because it's mathematically impossible.
Talks, I think of something else. Look, I was talking to some chick, right? Like she works on Wall Street, and I was telling this story earlier today. It's so crazy. She don't know nothing about crypto. She just knows it exists, whatever. But she's competent enough to understand how money has value. She's not competent enough to understand that money is digital already. That is where it ends for her. And that's why she can't come over to our side. And there's so many people on Wall Street like that because they don't realize the money is digital already. They think it's physical.
Yeah, it's been digital forever.
No.
That's the funny thing. That's the funny thing. It's been digital since before I was born. And we're the same age.
Exactly.
I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
Ledgers?
Yes, that's it.
It's just a number on the screen. That's it. It's a number on the screen. That's all it is.
And we give it value. The day we say no more, that's it. It's done. That's literally how it works. That shit could be right now and we don't even know it yet. That's literally all. That's how it works, bro. And people don't want to respect that. That's so crucial because this is why back in the day, and I used to read all these investment books where you would read about these guys that were macro traders and how they would be running to banks after they would get off of work on Wall Street because they were macro guys and they were working in their shithole research departments trying to get out into the macro world, but they couldn't because they were still working, but they were still trying to do that. And they still had gold here and they had all this and all that and all this and all that. And these guys were running around Manhattan, man, trying to protect their ass because they thought the end of the world was coming because they understood things that other people didn't and they looked crazy. And we're those guys now.
I'm gonna fucking tell you something right now. And I'm gonna fucking call it right here on this fucking worst goddamn crypto show ever, right? With the fucking 10 viewers that are fucking watching us, that's recorded over a function of time. Okay.
It's the call.
We got 10 viewers now. Right on.
All right. Mark my fucking words. Okay. Fucking interest rates will go fucking negative. You know why? Because it's profitable as fuck. As we move through this transition from baby boomers to millennials, how are you going to incentivize millennials to buy a house or a car or any one of those tickets? I'll tell you how. You fucking pay them to take the fucking loan. Oh, wait a minute. And you're going, how the fuck is this possible? How can the fucking bank pay me to take the loan? You know why? Because he just hit the nail on the head. All transactions will go digital. Okay, they will pay you a rate of 2 to 3% return to take the fucking mortgage, and they'll charge you 5 to 7% per transaction. What's a net gain? The paying out of the loan at 3.5, 4 fucking percent, and they're still making 4.5% on the back end from all the transactions. So fucking all this shit will go negative. Because how are they going to incentivize that? Because people are fucking stupid. Oh my God. They're going to give me money to take a fucking mortgage? Oh, wait a minute. But they're going to take fucking 5 to 7% on every transaction for a pack of cigarettes, a Cuba Libre, a fucking cerveza, a fucking ceviche. Wait a minute. What's worth more? The volume of transactions on a day-to-day basis or paying you fucking 3% to incentivize you to take the fucking loan?
Volume all day.
Volume all day. And that's
all
exactly
day.
where this fucking shit is going.
Fuck, man.
Right? Mark my fucking words. And all those motherfuckers that come out and say interest rates are going up, I call bullshit. Why? Because it's mathematically impossible for the interest rates to go up because it will fucking create a bankruptcy rate that will fucking sink the entire fucking industry.
Yeah. Well,
it's already there now. So.
It's never going up. They're going to go negative, and they'll go fucking 2 to 3% negative. Guaranteed.
I need to hear.
Called it here. Called it right here.
This time stops thing. I want to hear this time stops thing. The edibles are kicking in, so I want to hear this shit. Spill those beans.
Wales, you think I'm right or am I wrong?
Well, look, you're right, but right now you're wrong because the market has to collapse first.
Yeah,
it's a function of time, my friend.
No, yeah, I agree with you because here's the thing: it's the way it happens is what I figured out a long time ago, and the way it happens, it's already happening now, and this is what people don't realize. The end of the financial system as we know it has already begun.
Oh, fuck yeah.
That's what the dollar going greater than 102 means.
It's 105.
There you go. I was just about to say that. It's at $1.05 already.
Mm-hmm.
Well on its way to probably 160, if not 200.
Can you imagine?
All those dollars that have been floating around the world now have to come back on shore because nobody's going to be using them anymore because the end of the reserve status for the dollar is over.
It's done.
Or the end is here, excuse me. The end of the reserve status for the dollar is here.
It's playing out.
Like when it's done. Yeah, so that's just what it is, you know. You gotta just respect your pocket and not play yourself.
That's what I'm saying. People need to make smart financial decisions. And right now, having the ability to be diverse and mobile with those things to get maximum amount of gain in the short term, opposed to owning physical assets right now. Owning physical assets is a bad fucking play, man. Is a bad fucking play.
All you're gonna have is a physical asset, and you gotta be happy with that. And I explain that all the time when I stream because anything fiat based, it's done.
You're done.
Sturdy.
It's done. It's like Venezuela. What of value exists in that country outside of the oil, and that's not even really that valuable.
How about you Google the sucre and see how well that worked out?
Yep.
What about these time stops?
Oh, so all right. Let's get this out the way.
Yeah.
It's as simple as it sounds, actually.
Okay.
So you get into a position, and let's say you expect to take it based off of a daily chart, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, if you're taking this trade based off of a daily chart, then you tell yourself, the market could do this, it could do that. I'll give it 5 days, 3 days, see what it does. If it doesn't do what you think it's going to do within that time frame, just close the position.
Exactly.
And then reassess. That's it.
Okay.
That's it. That. And you can do it for any. Yep. And you can do it for any time frame. I mean, Yo, this market, all right, look.
Mine has always
fuck
been
you, man.
a year over year. Year over year calculation.
Send me your seed phrase. Funny shit.
All my calculations are done based on a year over year.
Absolutely, man.
Year over year calculation. If I don't make money on that a year, depending on based on amount of return, then I reassess it. Exactly what Wells just said. But it's based on a year over year assessment. Every year, at the end of the year, depending on like the freaking investment I have, because I have different investments that I assess at different times of the year, and I find the summer spring market or the summer fall market is really a good time to assess those, because if I freaking assess it in like July, August time, I know my X position is usually September, October, November. You know what I mean? If it's a bad position, right or not? What do you think, Wales?
Yeah, I mean, there's this theory, in fact, they call it the Dow theory, dogs of the Dow, where every year you pick, I think it's either the worst stock or the worst three or something like that. Because the theory is that they're so forgotten because they're so sold down by the end of the year that those are the ones you got to pick up because nobody's even looking at them. Nobody's paying attention to them. And eventually when people remember that they're there, you're already going to own them. They're going to be overtly depressed and you're just going to benefit. Much greater than everybody else because you're already there. It's kind of like being in the hex now.
But you always want to be out of the market in those things, basically by Christmas, January, February, March time, because that's when most of the people sell and liquidate those things in order to freaking pay tax reasons, in order to pay for their credit card debts and all that other shit. After Christmas time, people get depressed. They fucking start liquidating assets, whatever. So you want to be out of that position generally before the Christmas after New Year's market, and then repurchase those things at the bottom, April, May, June time, July-ish. It's been a cycle that's been repeated for as long as I can remember. Because every time, January, Christmas, January, February, March time, they're so upside down. They spend too much money at Christmas. They're fucking down from the winter blues, and they start liquidating assets in order to pay for that shit. And then you buy those liquidated assets at a fucking fraction of a price. Wash, rinse, repeat. Fuck. Anyway, that was back in the day when I fucking did that. Especially commercial stocks, that basically went around the Christmas market, because they'd almost always pump before the Christmas market, right? Because they push it up, then after the Christmas market. Yeah, exactly, right? So it's the same fucking shit. So you want to sell into that fucking market.
It'll be an interesting next year and a half. A lot of shit's gonna be.
So let's talk about this. Let's talk about this. Hold on, because this is important. When do you do things in the market? When do you buy? When do you sell? You buy and you sell when you can. Never ever when you have to.
Exactly.
That's so crucial.
What would be a time where you would have to buy though, Wales? I totally understand the sell part. It's like when people freak out. But what's an example? I would say hex price right now is one of those times. But I'm wondering if I'm way out of whack.
That's clear to you. It's not clear to others.
Okay.
Let's say somebody's waiting for a 1 cent price because they're just being stubborn and they're like, I'm not doing anything till it hits 1 cent. And they're not even taking into consideration the fact that it could never go down there.
Right.
And let's say it just stops here at 3 cents and it never hits 1 cent. Let's say it happens. I don't know if that's going to happen or not, but let's just say it does.
Mm-hmm.
And that person just never, ever considers buying at 3, at 4, at 5. All of a sudden it's at 6. All of a sudden it's at 8. And it's 7 cents away from that 1 cent price. What do you do then?
You fucked.
You must buy. You must buy.
You know what I do? I purposely
Don't be Hezbollah.
Yeah,
I purposely seek out blood in the street. I purposely seek out blood in the street. When shit's crashing, that's where I look all the time. Like oil. You know how much fucking when I fucking oil went down, I bought the fucking shit out of fucking oil. What was that, like a year ago or whatever?
right? When it went actually
2020,
negative.
April 2020. April 2020.
It went negative $30 a barrel. Negative.
Wow.
And I'm like, is oil going to stop being used on this planet? No. Buy it. And people are like, oh my God, we're not going to buy oil. It's so low. I'm like, okay, like the world's just all of a sudden going to wake up tomorrow and not buy oil. And it's negative $30 a barrel. Give me a break. And what is it now? 100 and some odd, 120. Exactly, $120 a barrel. Right? Yeah. So you purposely look for blood in the street. Sure, people can make fun of me all they want. Did I fucking buy Luna? Sure I did. I don't give a fuck. It was down fucking 99%. I don't give a shit. I bought a bag of it. Maybe it goes to fucking zero, but I bought it at fucking absolute low. Even if it pumps a little bit, I'm in the fucking good. Actually, I'm already in the good. Right? Who cares? I don't give a shit. Is it a risk? Yes, but my risk is asymmetrical. It's fixed. Okay. Yeah. I put $5,000 in. My risk is fixed. That means I'm prepared to lose $5,000. It's fixed. Yep. My upside is exponential. So if it's an asymmetrical trade where my risk is fixed and I'm agreeing and okay with that trade, my risk being fixed, $100, $200, $5,000, whatever your financial ability is. Okay, I'm okay. That's the risk, but the reward, the upside to me is higher than the loss. It's infinite, right? So it's
literally infinite.
As stupid as that fucking Luna trade sounds, it's an asymmetrical bet. Either A, it goes to zero, or the upside's infinite, like you said. To me, that's an acceptable risk. That's an acceptable.
Well, yeah, but you also know what you're doing, though, right? Like you have a plan going into it, and you say, "I'm comfortable with this."
That's not for everybody. That's an advanced tactic for sure.
Yeah.
You gotta understand, like maybe Frosty knew when to enter because of all the zeros that he saw relative to the structure of the coin.
Yeah.
Right.
Because that's
you also have experience. You also have
what the ticket would have been.
For sure.
But that's the whole thing. That's the ticket. Right, is being able to do this math and being able to assess, like, all right, this is probably the bottom, or if not close to it. You got to be able to assess that and think you're making an educated guess. Otherwise, you're really just pissing in the wind, right?
I've told everyone too, like if you're really trying to time that fucking bottom, let's say you had $1,000,
impossible.
500. Well, yeah, exactly, impossible. So cut whatever you want, like in half, and buy right there. And then see what happens.
Forget about the absolute top and forget about absolute bottom. And the most amount of returns is the middle. You'll never time the absolute top, and you'll never time the absolute bottom ever. I don't care
time the top
how good you are.
That's the only time.
Yeah, like the highest housing market, highest housing market for sure.
But I'm feeling where I was like when I was telling my boys at work to buy it, and the one guy was such a fucking stickler, and he didn't buy it at like 43 cents, and I never hear the end of it. Oh my god! He's like, "Oh, yeah, of course." Come back. It's like, yeah, I remember telling you every fucking day to start buying it. I remember those days.
That's right. That's exactly what you should tell him. You should tell him, why didn't you buy it when it was 4 cents? Why'd you wait for a 10x?
Yeah,
that's what you should tell him.
That's what I fucking told him.
I hate motherfuckers like that. I hate people like that.
Secondly, it's your money. I didn't put a gun to your fucking head. I explained to you how it worked. Did you go to the website where it says there's expect insane dips? Did you look at that? No.
It'll work out. It'll take a longer function of time to play out. That's all. It won't be underwater. It just takes longer going to take a longer period of time.
No, but you have to also understand, like we've been in the space for a bit. You guys have been in the space much longer. So when you're going to a muggle, essentially, and selling them, that's what I call people in crypto muggles. Like when they start seeing these 30-40% dips, it scares the shit out of them. Which is fine though. That's what that's what you knew going in. That's what I told you going in.
Whoa. Let's just change your perspective here for a second, okay? Instead of looking at all the tops, how about you just start looking at all the bottoms?
Yeah.
Right? So 2 years ago, or a year and a half ago, or roughly whatever the hell it is, Bitcoin was what, $6,500? 2 years ago, a year and a half ago, or whatever it is, 18 months ago? Yeah. Okay. Like let's say it even let's even say it drops down to 11K. Are you still up? Yes or no? Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so what's your fucking problem? Your problem is you're not looking at a function of fucking time. Forget about the tops. Forget about the fucking tops. Are the bottoms still becoming
freaking higher bottoms? Are they putting in higher highs or lower lows? As long as they keep putting in higher highs at the bottoms, you're good. But everybody's only concerned about the tops. You know what? I'm only concerned about the fucking bottom. Is the bottom becoming a higher high or a lower low? As long as they're becoming higher highs over a function of time on a year-over-year basis, I'm good. I'm in. As soon as they start becoming lower lows on a bottom, I'm the fuck out. The first time something creates a lower low on a bottom, I'm out. Right? So I literally put my stop loss at that fucking lower low, right? At the previous fucking high. If it drops a little bit lower than the previous freaking high, you know what I'm saying? From the bottom, not the fucking tops, from the bottom, I'm out. That's my stop loss. I'm out. But I've maximized my gains. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm still up. Not from the top. I don't give a fuck about the tops. I only give a fuck about the bottoms.
Well, people don't understand math, right? We've been preaching this to people forever. It's like, where are you looking at the chart from? You're looking at a dip from all-time high. What did the price fucking start at?
Look at the bottoms. As long as the bottoms are a higher high, you're good. And put your stop loss at that fucking that higher high from the bottom meets that, then that's your out. That's a perfect stop loss, right? Because it maximizes your gain. You're still in the good. Then you reassess. You know what I mean? Just that's when you pull the fucking trigger. I don't give a shit about the fucking highs. The day that fucking thing becomes out, I'm maximizing my gain and minimizing my risk. Right? That's how you don't end up in a fucking Luna situation.
Yeah, pretty much. I always wonder, like, how do people end up holding that all the way down to like 0? That's kind of crazy when it was at 100. Like, how you don't got a plan to exit that, knowing you're supposed to, knowing you ain't really holding that, for fucking 5 years or even 10 or whatever the case is. Like, you're just not holding that. Why wouldn't you exit?
But you hit the nail on the head. They don't have an exit strategy.
Yeah,
right?
They don't.
They don't have an exit strategy, right? Well, I just gave you the perfect exit strategy. If people paid attention, look at the lower lows on the bottoms, not the tops, right? And plan your exit strategy. If you have an entrance, everybody here has an entry strategy, but nobody has an exit strategy. Well, how the fuck can you have one without the other?
You can't.
You can't. Well, not from a financial position. That's how you get wrecked.
Yeah.
If you have an entry strategy, you have to have an exit strategy. Okay.
In
the event of the worst case scenario, you have to have an exit strategy, right? How are you going to protect your risk? Where's your risk factor? And everybody's risk factor is a little bit different, but somewhere along the line, you have to have an exit strategy if all fucking hell breaks loose. And that's not just crypto, stocks, housing, you fucking name it. You have to have an exit strategy in your financial position, in your mind, for everything. You have to have an entry strategy and an exit strategy. But most people don't have either.
I got an exit strategy right now because I have to go. That's my Boys, thanks for coming on again. I love when you guys are on. It's awesome. Bullish, Whales, Frosty, Hextech. Everybody in chat, thanks a lot. I heard we had 3 chats going today on different channels.
What's up with that?
This is the worst damn crypto show.
The crypto show's getting big.
You guys,
How do we have 3 channels?
You guys let the guests stream on their channel. So
yeah, for sure they should. Why not? Yeah.
Well, that's why you have streaming? 3 separate chats.
I don't know.
Who's streaming?
Hex the Way and
YouTube is the best.
I'm sorry, Hex to Learn and Wild SJ.
Have a good night, everybody.
Yeah,
see you next Monday.
Later. Cheers, guys.
All right,
be safe. Peace out. Ciao.
Buy those dips, people. Buy those dips. Just the Hex one. Bye.
Oh, everybody did?
Guess so.
Is everybody going night? Damn. Oh, okay. All right.
We lost Alpha. So what's up, guys?
So what's cracking? I'm high as hell.
Same. But I'm feeling very confident in the decisions I made financially, so.
Fucking internet rug me, bro. I don't know what's going on.
I got fucking rug too.
Oh,
my browser's just fucking rugging me, bro. Both of them motherfuckers. I don't know what's going on.
You guys ended it. I got fucking rugged too.
I didn't even end it.
Yeah, it wasn't even over yet.
No,
Oh, it's not over. It's on.
live. Yeah.
Hey, I thought we wasn't. My bad.
Yeah, we still live.
Yeah,
we good.
I got the
Damn,
baby.
so everybody's browser kind of cut off at the same time. That's weird and interesting.
It's fucked. Worst damn crypto show.
That? Huh.
Worst damn crypto show.
Interessante.
Well, it's only.
Yo, but look,
I have a question for you from earlier. You have your goal to get 3% of the real estate market into Hex, right?
10%.
10%. Okay, excuse me.
That's a huge percent.
Yeah, that's a huge percentage.
The trust that you set up with the other guys, I'm guessing.
That ain't part of that.
Okay.
That's just an overall. Yeah, that's just an overall number. If it happens that way, great. But I'm not sure that it'll happen that way.
All right.
Because the idea behind the trust is to get people to experience crypto-like returns, because they can't otherwise, right? The average Joe Schmo isn't gonna understand Coinbase to MetaMask, and all that jazz. They're not gonna get all that. So set this up, and it allows them to put fiat into the market through that trust vehicle, because all that vehicle is doing is putting that dollar into Hex. That's it. It's literally buying the crypto for them and giving them that crypto in paper version. And that trust entity is holding that Hex on behalf of all the parties involved. So there's not even really... Go ahead.
That paper contract, how much is that rehypothecated?
It's not rehypothecated.
Okay, that's what I was saying. Okay.
Yeah, it's just minted only by us, the sponsor of the trust, and thereafter it can only be sold on the secondary market, assuming it gets approved by the SEC to become public, which hopefully it happens, but I don't see how that can happen given it already happened once before, but we'll see. So it's just a waiting game. And right now is a prime opportunity to get people on board because it's so cheap. It's not the same thing at 10, 12 cents versus 3 cents. This is not even the same conversation. So, the amount of upside people are going to be able to experience from this is going to be crazy. And when people are able to see this on a ticker board and anywhere online, like when people search for gainers and losers, this thing is going to pop up. You can't hide it. Gatekeeping over. So everybody in crypto going to have to SAD on like a motherfucker. Like they just going to have to deal with it. And there's not going to be anything they can do about it. Oh, well. Your plan failed. Good luck.
You and I should do a fucking show, brother.
Anytime, bro. Because it's just too easy, man. It's too easy. So, it's just about... One thing I'll tell y'all is a lot of people are going to get rep in crypto because they don't know regulations.
Ugh.
So, because they don't know regulations, they're going to put their money in the wrong things and get wrecked because they don't understand what no expectations from the work of others means. That, to me, is funny. Because that's like the whole basis of everything.
I specifically remember you did a stream back in the fall when you talked specifically how a lot of cryptos are going to get rugged by the SEC and the regulators and all that. And the way you broke it down, how Hex is literally in a safe haven. That was, I remember that was one of the nights. Yeah, let me make another 15-year stake real quick.
Yeah. Yeah, you
and
just
then
gotta
now
know the right,
everything just unfold how it is. It's just damn.
You see it now, huh?
I thought it was going to take a little bit longer, but it's taking much faster.
Nah, bro. No. You know why? Because everybody out here is lying. The only people not lying are us. Period.
Okay, let's drop another truth bomb on this fucking show tonight. All right. Okay, since we're
Word.
dropping,
Where's Jay
since we're dropping truth fucking bombs everywhere, all these goddamn fucking Bitcoin maximalists think
Oh
they're
my God! Don't make me
that
throw up.
hang on, hang on. Let's hear me out. That think they're against the man, right? They're
Oh man!
they're sticking it to the government. Okay. Okay, wait a minute. Let's back this fucking soul train
They're
up
the
just a second,
best, aren't they?
right? Wait a minute. Isn't the fucking central bank of El Salvador an IMF-backed bank, which is based on a U.S. dollar system? Yes, yes, it is. Okay, so they through the central bank of El Salvador and fucking Panama, which just approved the same fucking law, which are both IMF-backed fucking U.S. central bank fucking systems. Did they not just artificially create a fucking U.S. fucking peg to Bitcoin? Wait a minute. In velocity of money? Yes. Yes, they fucking did. Right? Because the central bank is directly fucking exchanging Bitcoin for US dollars. That's artificially.
Did you guys know that they are literally putting things priced in crypto on their website now?
Imagine that. After they fucking artificially pegged the US dollar to
Yeah,
Bitcoin.
literally
Isn't that a
to
fucking
coincide with your
coincidence?
statement.
Isn't that a fucking coincidence?
Isn't it? I remembered it as you said that. I was like, holy crap. Yeah, they did definitely do that. Because that's what I saw that chart like, I can't remember. Hold on. Let me get the link.
Exactly.
Hold on.
Isn't that so? All the fucking guys that are against the fucking government in fucking crypto just are fucking doing exactly what the fucking government wants because they just created an artificial velocity of money via the fucking central bank. Okay.
Yep.
And then, oh, wait a minute. All of a sudden, out of like a fucking miracle from the God of fucking angels of the world, they allow fucking Bitcoin payments. No fucking shit. Can't imagine. Who the fuck saw that coming? Wait a minute. Wait. Let's back this up. So, in an entire fucking Central and South America, there's El Salvador, there's Panama. Oh, wait, guess what? Ecuador is the only U.S. IMF central banks. Can't imagine if Ecuador is going to approve fucking crypto. Can't imagine. Let me guess. I'm going to front run this shit and say yes.
Pretty much.
No.
Gee, how can you not see this shit coming, people?
From a mile away.
A mile of fucking way. What? That's the very definition of an opportunity.
Check out that link I put in the private chat. Title is Buying Eggs with Bitcoin. Yeah. So that's what's going on over there at the Federal Reserve.
When I wake up tomorrow, my Twitter is going to be rugged because of that comment.
Oh man. You know, people got to realize it's always problem, reaction, solution. Always.
Can't imagine why the fucking goddamn Bitcoin's following the fucking stock market. Imagine that.
Cannot imagine why. I mean, the way crude is looking right now, man, I might have to get back in this futures game over here. Might have to get me some put options, man, because this thing is juicy.
You know what's a good fucking trade right now is the Forex, buddy. The Forex is fucking exploding because shit. As the U.S. dollar climbs, that puts a lot of the fucking countries, as the more that freaking dollar goes up, puts the other countries under a huge amount of pressure to pay their bills.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying?
Levels go up like crazy.
The stress levels on the Forex are like fucking volatility is horrible.
Yep. Because
and the higher the US dollar
reserves, the lower their FX reserves get.
Mm-hmm. More for dollar buying power based on the loan they have.
Yep.
Right?
Correct.
Which drives their currency way the fuck down. And that's what's going to break the fucking currency. So the Forex, there's a maximum, as the US dollar is climbing, you're better off to play the Forex. Right? It's more volatility.
You got to go to where the volatility is. That's for sure. That's where the money
is. That's where the volatility is. And that's in the Forex.
And
as long as the
U.S.
dollar, as long as the U.S. dollar is climbing in a particular situation, it is as of today, right? What is it, 105, 106-ish, plus or minus, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Which puts a huge amount of stress on countries. So, okay, so they're putting a huge amount of stress on countries with the U.S. dollar rising. How are they going to get around that? Let me guess. In a few more weeks, Jerome Powell's going to come out and they're going to fucking print a shit ton more money?
Pretty much. They just got to find the excuse to line it up.
Exactly.
That's all it is. Always.
Well, when they do that, then I'd go long crypto, because as soon as fucking inflation comes out, then it's going to pump the crypto market again. That'll be your fucking fucking bottom.
That'll be your huckleberry.
Yep. That'll be your capitulation.
Yep. That'll be something, that's for sure.
So the day you say come out and call Jerome Powell or whatever, saying they're fucking printing more money, they're going to fucking print it for whatever god unknown bullshit fucking reason, right? Which they're going to have to do something, right? And the only thing they can do is print more money, right? That's your capitulation.
All the time.
That'll drive the U.S. dollar back down, take left pressure off the Forex, and as inflation comes out, it'll pump crypto again. Wash, rinse, repeat.
Yep. Literally how it works is just a cycle. So
until they inflate that bitch so much that they can't afford to do it anymore.
Yeah. I mean, I think we're there. And I think that's why we're seeing charts like the one I put in that chat where it's buying eggs with Bitcoin. I mean, we're literally living through a reset right now.
Total
people
reset.
Don't realize it. Yeah, people don't realize it. That's why they're trying to crash the system, make people go broke, make people buy crap they don't need, like green crap.
Here's another $1 million. Here's another $1 million trade. Now that I'm a fucking almost 2 bottles of wine in, fucking play the Forex, ride the U.S. dollar as high as it goes, and trade U.S. dollars for fucking China digital renminbi. Done. Fucking instant fucking millionaire.
Assuming millionaire. So here's a problem I have with that one. Now, the problem is that their debt is all internal, right?
Bullshit.
So it's not. How is it
China,
not?
Because China has 2 fucking payments. Okay, so
they got the onshore book and the offshore book. You're right, my bad.
They have 2 fucking books. So they have the fucking everything gets paid in U.S. dollars that goes to the China government, and then the China pays people in digital renminbi. But what people don't realize is, we take a look at frickin' Russia, India, and China. They've got some of the highest off-book gold reserves around. So wait a minute. If they want to frickin' basically fuck with the system, they keep gold suppressed via the fucking paper market being rehypothecated. They drive the price down because they can sell the rehypothecated things. But wait a minute. Since they have some of the highest gold reserves, way more gold on book or off book than fucking US does, because there's no gold reserves, they fucking pump the price of gold and the price of silver, right? And that offsets the fucking whatever down loss they have from the fucking US losing the fucking dollar peg. Instantly that becomes, and they peg the fucking that to the US by the hyperinflated gold price, instant fucking peg, instant fucking stability.
Yep. I mean, all that has to happen is that there has to be an actual goal to account for.
Right? And you've seen this fucking started playing out a long time ago, because everything's fucking accounting is net zero. So if I print $1 trillion worth of inflation in the US market, but I sell $1 trillion worth of bond and treasuries to China, Russia, and India, which has been primarily the fucking majority bondholders, right, in the global fucking sphere. But what happened is, a few years ago, they stopped selling. China and Russia and India stopped buying, and Iran's another huge one, stopped buying U.S. bonds and treasuries. They've been removing them. They've been removing and selling those bonds and treasuries off the book. Okay, so if they're no longer net buyers and they're net sellers, the inflation in the U.S. still has to continue to print. So who do they give the inflation to? They can't sell it because nobody's buying the bond and treasuries. So what do? They got to give it to the people to keep the velocity of money in the ecosystem going. The dollar for dollar buyer power. If there's no velocity of money, right? They have to keep the velocity of money going. And the only way they can keep the velocity of money going is to fucking helicopter drop it, or they got to peg it to something else. And what are they pegging it to? They're pegging it to crypto. And they're literally pegging it to fucking Bitcoin. And how do I know that? Because they just did it in the central bank of fucking El Salvador. They just did it in the central bank of Panama. And they're about to do it in fucking Peru. They're about to do it in fucking Ecuador. And if they peg it with fucking Brazil like they're trying to do, Brazil is a massive fucking market. People completely underestimate the size of the Brazilian market. It's probably one of the top 3 or top 4 fucking, top 5 fucking markets in the world. That's how huge Brazil is. That's why Latin America has a huge fucking strategic fucking plan, especially when 71% of their population is millennials.
Yeah, definitely a whole lot of them motherfuckers.
Right? So
whoa.
Somebody's gonna have to go back and watch and re-fucking listen to this fucking video to get their head wrapped around this shit.
Yeah, definitely. I'm gonna have to watch it a few times.
Yeah, there's a lot of moving parts, man.
There's no, if you break it down to the common denominator, the common denominator, like in any math equation, you have to break shit down to common denominator, common denominator, common denominator. When I'm talking about the fucking square root of fucking pi, the common denominator, right, is people. People, money is nothing. Money is the final transaction. I've got a fucking Cuba Libre. Fucking Famous has got a fucking Cuba Libre. We settle on the price of that Cuba Libre. And it was the initial act happened between me and him. We settled on a price. The final transaction of that is the medium of exchange. There is no value in money. It's people and goods and services. GDP of a country is directly related and proportional to the goods and services it relates to its people. The problem is North America, EU, fucking Australia, the typical Western society countries are about to lose 48% of their population. Whether we like that or not, it's going to happen. That's why you see a fucking open border at the southern border, and it still doesn't even keep up with the number of people leaving the fucking economic system and passing away. Even though you've got giant open borders. The southern border is wide the fuck open. And they're giving away fucking shit in Cracker Jack boxes. And it still doesn't keep up with the rate of the amount of people leaving. Why? Because it's a population demographic shift, and this shit has happened over and over. Money is a byproduct of people, nothing more, nothing less. So if people are the common denominator, human behavior, human psychology, fucking human characteristics, greed, all those things are a byproduct of people. Those byproducts of the fucking human nature influence the market, emotion, all of those things. So if you want to understand the people, when I tell them to understand freaking financial markets, the first thing I tell them to do is understand fucking human behavior, human fucking psychology. Second, right? Understand demographics. Third, then financial. If you can't understand people, you cannot understand financial, because financial is a direct byproduct of people. And there's no other way around that. It's a direct factor of human behavior, and it's a direct impact of fucking demographics. That is the byproduct of freaking financial systems. People, A, trade on emotion. B, people trade and move things around the world based on population size. And C, based on demographics. All of those things is a byproduct of your financial outcome. So when you're literally looking at the largest population shift in the history of mankind, baby boomers created the largest economic boom and velocity of money in the history of mankind. Them leaving will also create the world's largest economic fallout until the other largest generation of history of mankind come into play. But the problem is there's a 15-year gap between baby boomers and millennials. Everybody else in between, there's such a small percentage of the population, the governments of the world, since we're so stubborn, an unlikelihood from a human behavioral point to re-educate ourselves because we think we fucking know everything, they're far better off on a macro scale to put that small percentage of the population on a fucking universal basic income in order to bridge the gap. Right? And once you start putting your head around wrapping that whole concept around the demographic shift, if it literally created the largest economic boom and they're about to die in the next 10, 15 years, it's going to create the largest economic fallout because there's a 15-year gap. That could put you in a very strong financial strategic position. So that means if you look at the birth rate of US, Canada, Australia, EU, it's less than 1. But wait a minute, India, Iran, the Middle East, South America, all have huge populations. Their population is still increasing. Why? Because the birth rate here, say in Ecuador, is still 2.4%. Brazil, 2.7%. Some places in Latin America are still 3%. That means that 3 kids for every woman. China just did the exact same thing. They kind of, because they under different rule, they basically mandated every woman to have 3 kids. Why? Because the age of China, even though they do have an aging population similar to North America and the EU, it's a little bit fucking further shifted upline. And what I mean by that, yes, they do have an aging population, but they're in a lot better strategic position to bridge that 15-year gap than the US, because they're about 10 years ahead. So they only have to bridge 5 years. Right? And it's a lot easier to bridge 5 years than it is 10 years in the velocity of money. That's why they're in a huge fucking problem. Right? This shit has happened throughout history many times before. It's not the first time, not the last time. If you go back in history and you look large financial fallouts, even going back to the Roman Empire, which is basically almost a carbon copy of the fucking US government, then you'll realize the Roman Empire, why the Roman Empire fall. It wasn't because, yes, it was partly because they clipped coins, similar to the fucking same thing. They diluted their currency with copper. But if you look at the demographics of that, they ran into the same aging population. It's the same aging population problem we are now. They didn't have the number of people to sustain the rate of expansion, which is the same situation now. And they're like, oh my God, well, you know what? The U.S. is like our shit's backed by guns. Bullshit. I don't give a fuck. First of all, if you want to back that shit by guns, there's 1.3 billion people in China. There's 357 million people between Canada and U.S. combined. China could take the 0.3 of the billion people they got as a 1-to-1 ratio and be a kamikaze and fucking flatten the goddamn entire fucking U.S. fucking North American continent. And it still wouldn't fucking affect their demographics at all. They'd still have over 1 billion people. Right? India, 1.2 billion. Africa, 1.1 billion. Africa, the median age in Africa of 1.1 billion people is 18 years old.
Yeah.
Right? If people are a byproduct of velocity of money in an ecosystem, why aren't people fucking thinking about strategic financial business positions in Africa with 1.1 billion people with a median age of 18?
Yeah.
What's more sustainable? 357 million people that's going to lose 48% of their population in the next 10 to 15 years? Or 1.1 or 1.2 billion people with a median age of 18? What's more sustainable?
Out in Ghana. Yeah, out in Ghana, West Africa, you're 43 years old. You're an elder.
Exactly. Right? So money is a byproduct of people. the more the people that increase the velocity of money in the ecosystem. I don't care how you slice it. If I put any one of you on a fucking desert island with all the fucking money in the world and stacks of fucking gold, and there ain't nobody to give it to, what's its monetary worth? 0. Only when you add a second person to the equation does the medium exchange effect take place. But until that point, it's still a byproduct of goods and services. Because at that point, if you're the only person on the island, the coconut has more value to you than all the fucking money and gold and silver on the planet. Why? Because you still need to eat, motherfucker. Right? Only until the point where you have multiple people on that island and you have a goods and services to meet your day-to-day demands does the medium of exchange become a fucking factor. That's all it is. It's a fucking medium of exchange. And that medium of exchange has held many different forms throughout history, from seashells to fucking feathers to gold to silver to copper to fucking the paper, where we are today, and now digital. It's just a different form of medium of exchange. Doesn't matter what the fuck it is, whether it's fucking feathers or Bitcoin. It's just a medium of exchange. Without the function of people, that fucking does not exist at all. At all. 0. None. So if money is the velocity of money and money is a byproduct of people, wouldn't the number of people in the average age have an enormous impact on your success?
Yep.
And the opportunities to supply solutions to problems inside that huge population size? Probably. Right?
Yeah.
So why would you stay in an ecosystem? This is why I say trees are smarter than people. Why? Because at least a fucking tree knows when to change when an environment does. This fucking tree comes into wintertime, what does it do? It changes its entire behavior. Loses its leaves, go into a dormant state, fucking protects itself from its environment.
Yeah.
From its outside environment.
Saw that tweet. Yeah. So.
People don't fucking change. Why? Because they're too goddamn stubborn to fucking see shit the way it is. When your environment changes, you need to change with it. When the fucking winter comes, do you go from shorts to a fucking Canada Goose coat? Sure you do. Do your behavioral patterns change when your environment changes, when the weather changes? Sure it does. So when your macro fucking economics and macro demographics change around you, why don't the fuck you change with it? I just told you. There's 357 million people, Canada combined, with a birth rate less than 1, and fucking 48% of them to be less to be dead. So there's 48% of your population. Okay, if you're going to lose that, aren't you going to lose roughly 50% of your velocity of money? Okay.
Yep.
Of course you are. Okay, so where's the economic viability for the U.S.? I don't give a fuck. I'm sorry you guys live in the U.S., right? And Canada, or wherever. But the reality is fucking reality. Here's a fucking truth bomb, whether you like it or you fucking don't. The average median age of people, and the majority of your population is fucking baby boomers, things are not going to get better. They're not. It's mathematically impossible.
Yep.
Okay. That means your environment needs to fucking change. It's winter time. It's time to put on the Canada Goose and change your fucking human behavior. But people don't look at it that way. They plan their lives on hope. They think things are going to get better. They hope things are going to get better. Okay, that's great. I'm asking you how. Show me the proof how, and I will change my opinion. Show me the math that supports your argument other than fucking your opinion. Show me the facts that are backing up your fucking case that things are going to get better in the US, and I will agree with you. But until then, you're just running around in hope and fictitious bullshit. Because if people are a byproduct of money and you're going to lose 50% of your population, where's the velocity of the money in the ecosystem coming? Oh, I'll tell you. I'll tell you exactly where from. The fucking government. And let's see how that worked out in the fucking history of the world when the government has more control than the people. It's never worked out well. Ever. But that's okay. This is nothing normal. This is nothing unnormal. It's only unnormal to us because we've never lived anything through it. Doesn't mean the world in the history of mankind has not lived through it. History does not repeat itself, but it often rhymes. Why does it often rhyme? Because the fucking common denominator is people, demographics, human behavior. As much as we like to think we're fucking unique compared to the people that were before us 1,000 years ago, we still have the same fundamental principle, thought, human characteristics, and drive. We have greed. We have lust. We have all those. We have love. We have all these basic human traits. We still want to we were young. We want to do these things. We want to fucking get married, have fucking kids. We have attraction to women, even though they fucking invented 50,000 fucking genders that pulled out of their ass to distract you from fucking reality. But those human basic function characteristics of human behavior have not changed in thousands of years, even though we've evolved. They're still embedded in us. And as long as that's going to be, and it will probably be from now and for the rest of fucking the time we exist on this planet, those same greed, lust, love, other human traits and human characteristics, behavioral patterns, are still a fundamental core of our society on a macro scale. They absolutely are a byproduct of our financial success and failures. Because people trade stocks on emotion. People trade crypto on emotion. They make financial decisions on emotion, greed, lust, all of those things.
Yeah.
Okay, but people aren't fucking factoring in large demographic shifts either. But if you go throughout the world history, every time there's been a major problem in history, you can almost always correlate it, plus or minus a few years, to a large demographical shifts. Yep. And it's not the first time it's happened in history. It's happened many, 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 many times before. It's human people that are common denominator. Money is a byproduct of human behavior. It's a medium of exchange. Nothing more, nothing less. Think about it. When I fucking go to a store, or I want to buy or sell a product, my car, my house, my fucking whatever. It's too.
Did you get rubbed?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Looks like it did.
The powers to be.
Yeah.
I was going to finish the statement.
Yeah.
All right.
Go ahead, brother. Go ahead. I ain't going
No, I was just going to say, one of the things, like, obviously this is not Ecuador, a South American country, but when I first moved here and I was looking at land, what I considered an affordable price, I kept drawing the circle bigger until I hit where I wanted to look for property. And the 10 acres I purchased, and a friend of mine said to me, he's like, why are you buying here? But I did the corridors and everything. I looked at demographics, that type of thing. I said, I'm looking for where the ball is going to be in 15 years, not where the ball is at now.
And that's it.
Yeah.
What is that?
Yeah, I mean, we're all playing the long game for sure. At least I am.
I was 42 years old, so I mean, I was like, no, I'm looking where the ball's going to be, that type of thing. So whether I choose to stay in the United States, I do love Montana, though. I'll tell you. I do like.
Yeah, we're gonna try to rectify this bullshit over here. Everybody just gotta keep their guns on deck, and we're good. So,
yeah.
If you ain't got one, get one. Strap up.
I won't talk about that, but
I will. It's game time. They trying to play these games. We ain't got time for it.
Come see me at my 10 acres. So you would not want to be there if you're not invited.
Exactly. Precisely. But all right, guys. Let me hop.
All
It's
right.
fun as always.
Yeah, thank you, Wells.
Fun as always.
Thanks,
Yes,
Wells.
sir.
Thank
I'll
you,
hop on next
Hexter.
week too if you guys don't mind. It's always a good time.
Oh,
I want to be on with the crazy-eyed guy. You know.
Oh man,
You got some famous actors in your life.
Yeah, right. I got fucking Steve Buscemi and shit.
Exactly, bro. Yeah, no, appreciate it, Wells.
Oh
Definitely.
man, appreciate y'all too, man. Y'all be easy.
All right, be safe.
Yeah. Thank you. So you get what's good? Do you guys want to end it? Because
Dan, was there any last topics we didn't hit on your list? I doubt we missed anything. I just want to make sure real quick.
I have no idea.
Nah, I got nothing up, bro. I enjoy hanging out with you guys, bro. You know, like Tap, you're going to PulseCon, right?
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah,
I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking about it.
All right, fair. What about RD, Romain, and Dan? Are you thinking about PulseCon or no?
Nah, I don't think
I
I'm
get
gonna
it.
make it. I'm trying to stack up for 2 years. So
no, I hear you. No, that's fair enough. I mean, I'm
I just went to the Vegas one they had a few years ago, and I got my cruise coming next week. So
okay.
Yeah.
Well, I have the picture with you, Tap. I'll repost it on Twitter.
Oh yeah, please do.
Because you were checking in at the time, and I'm like, I want to go meet this guy. And back then, I mean, that's a step, right? This stretch. That's like a year ago. You know, feels like it at least, but it's only March. But
yeah, so that's the background that picture we posted. I was just checking in. I was just figuring out, all right, where's everything? He walks up to me and said, "Yo, you Tap?" I'm like, "Yeah, that's me." And we just man.
Come with me, brother. Yep. Yeah, I have volunteered all my time out there. You know, and I paid for my ticket and 14 other people. So
nice.
You know, but I mean, that's lifetime event stuff. I mean, there's 3 people out of the 14. No, actually 4 that I stay in contact with. Shout out to my buddy Antonio the Beast, because this guy came stacked. This guy's just jacked. You know, I don't know if he's natty or not, but
no Lord.
But I remember leaving Vegas. I'm like, bro, you're so fucking young, and I want to be jacked like you. So my thing for PulseCon, because I know he's going out to PulseCon, is I'm gonna come jacked just like you are.
Got competition. Dan, do we have any last topics before we wrap it up?
We got Frosty back, but what I guess we didn't talk about. I guess what was this? BlocFi laid off 20% of their staff, and there's a couple other ones that laid off people over the last week.
Sure.
We didn't talk about this. I don't know if you watched the show, but yeah, he looks.
They said that. They said
I saw that a week ago. Yeah, if he plays them in real life,
Yeah, just dumb stuff. I mean, this one's pretty good. It has the
this.
Crypto users worldwide and the number, so you can get a good idea.
I keep forgetting how much crypto is used over in Asia.
Take a look at the numbers between Latin America and fucking Africa and Asia alone.
Yep. And, do those numbers in 5 years. It'll be a lot different.
Exactly.
Do you think South America could possibly be number 1? You think, or maybe 3 or 4, like 3 or 2?
I think it'll be South America will be 3x what North America is right currently. So
South America will be 3x. Okay.
The populace. So I'll give you an idea right now based on the demographics. So the U.S. is 4.5% of the world's population. Latin America is 8.6% of the world's population. You tell me. 4%, 4.5% is the total population size of America. Latin America, 8.5, 8.6. Literally double.
Did Foster get bugged again?
I'm here.
What's that?
You cut off. You cut off like the last 30 seconds.
Yeah, they keep fucking rugging my ass. They don't like me talking about this shit.
Apparently, you don't. You're giving too much alpha.
Again, like I said, 4.5% to 8.6
versus 8.6. Yeah.
That's just sheer population. So the byproduct of the velocity of people compared to the velocity of money, and the huge exponential size of 71% of this world of Latin America is millennials, which are literally born with technology in their hand. What do you think the rate of adoption of that 8.6% of the world's population is going to be in that rate of adoption in millennials that literally been born in the world that not know anything other than a digital world?
Yep.
Higher or lower?
No, same way. Yeah, same way with Africa. I mean,
right.
We ran it in America that you got to run like telephone lines. They just skipped that with the cell phone.
They totally skipped all infrastructure. Yeah. Totally. Why? Because if you look at the majority of fucking Starlink satellites that are pointed in the world, where did they launch the majority of Starlink satellites in the entire world? Where are they pointed? Africa? Why? Why are the majority of Starlink satellites pointed at Africa? Oh, I'll tell you why. 1.1 billion people with a median age of 18. What's a higher velocity of money? 1.1 million or 357 million with a death rate of roughly 48%?
Yeah.
What?
There's numbers.
What?
Yeah, it's a quick decision for sure.
1.1 billion with a median age of 18.
That's wild.
So
it's wild, like when you actually like
yourself in
put the numbers out
there. Position of opportunity. Is it there or Africa? Is it there or South America? Is it there or Asia? Okay, well, you do whatever you want, but I know where I'm fucking putting myself. I got companies in Africa and I've got companies in South America. Two of the largest demographics in the world.
Yep. And I've had connections in Africa for over 18 years. And God, it really resonated. Frosty, you talked about it in a Twitter space 3.5 weeks ago because I keep notes. So I'm like, yeah, this guy gets it. Like, and most of us, US wise, don't get it. I mean,
I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I'm just trying to fucking wake the lights up a little bit.
Yeah, 100%. It's not disrespectful. It's one of the things that, God, you look at the way you can improve things and grow things. I
know everybody's patriotic about their country. I know they fucking want to live on hope. I know they don't want to fucking think outside the box. But the reality is your environment is changing very rapidly around you. When your environment changes extremely rapidly, you must follow the same extreme measures at the same extreme rate at which that rate of change is. And if you break it down to the common denominator, and I keep saying this on streams and spaces and fucking other platforms that bring me on, common denominator is people. I don't know how to express that any more or less. Right? Because people have in their head, money is value. But money is not value. It's a medium of exchange. They've got things misunderstood. There's a difference between value and medium of exchange. A big difference. A medium of exchange is the last thing to happen in an agreement or a contract. If you and I are going to sell our house, you and I sit down and we negotiate price. That is between two people. The final outcome of that negotiation is the medium of exchange. That medium of exchange is money or whatever form it holds at that given point in time. It's never the first, but people only see value in dollars. The value is not in dollars. It's a medium of exchange, and I don't know how to express that any more or less. And as soon as people can get that concept around their head, things will make a whole lot more sense in their lives and why things are happening the way they are. If you understand why things are happening the way they are, and you can put fucking understanding and perception to that, then you are a much better position to make decisions on what to do and what not to do. Does that make sense?
That definitely
Yeah, it's all
makes
about the
sense.
users for sure.
And the way you explain this, I feel like Latin America is going to be in a totally different position 5 to 10 years later. I know you've been saying this probably for the past 2-3 shows, but now it's really starting to hit like, yo, they really about to like do a whole 180 and people are going to act like it came out of nowhere.
Exactly. Why do you think the rate of adoption of crypto and technology is outpacing anything in Latin America and Africa? We haven't even freaking talked about India, right? They don't need it. If GDP is a function of the goods and services of a country's output, that means the goods and services a country produces and products and services is a byproduct of GDP of that country. Tell me what the North American, EU, and Australian governments produce. You tell me something in your house that hasn't been made by China. How much shit do you guys own and have that's made by USA or a North American company on a percentage? It's nothing.
Yeah, nothing. Yeah.
So if a byproduct of your velocity of money and GDP is based on the goods and services it produces, my question to you is, what the fuck do you produce?
For our aliens got it. We produce credit.
Okay.
That.
Okay. And you're at the point now where there is no credit to be had. So my question to people is, at what point do you draw the line in the sand before you change your environment? And I challenge you, do not take my word for any of this. Census data is free all over the world. You can look it up on every government website. Census data is free. All this information is free. I challenge you to look at it. But once you start seeing these things start to hit home really fucking quick why things are happening the way they are. Why? Because it's the largest population shift in the history of mankind, from the baby boomers to the millennials. But there's 15 years of the snow globe that's going to get shaken up. And I'm saying, my advice for the most strategic opportunity is to put yourself where you have the highest number of young people, because those young people still need to live. They still need food. They need shelter. They still need their day-to-day goods.
Yeah,
in order
and they're
for
going
that
to
to
carry
happen,
you.
huh?
I said they're going to carry you.
They're going to carry you through the bridge. Those young people, those millennials, will carry you through the bridge financially.
Yeah, a lot of people don't look at it.
Because there still will be a velocity of money amongst the youth.
Yep. I have a lot I could say, but I'm just holding back because I'm just like, I've looked at this stuff for 15 years of my life, you know, being a poor man, you know, and like now being, you know, economically viable is like, you know, I get what you're saying, Frosty. Like, I've been looking at this stuff and I'm just like, son of a bitch.
Right? I'm not trying to fucking rain on any parade. I'm not trying to fucking add doom and gloom. If you think about it, I'm trying to give you the tools and fucking numbers, the facts, with real tangible evidence to make informed decision based on numbers, not hope, not opinion, not what everybody else is fucking telling you. Base it on information. And if you don't believe my information, please fucking fact check my ass. But once you start thinking about it in those terms, you're like, what the fuck? Right?
Yeah.
Right.
The difference is I saw this coming a while ago. And I'm concerned more and more every day when people are still holding on to their assets like houses and cars and everything else when they have the opportunity of a lifetime right now to get out of them before the thing changes on them. Because if you don't think the only market left of rug pull is the housing market, you might be fucking a little wrong in that one.
Yeah, it's gonna happen. It'll definitely crash.
You know what's funny? I was talking to a friend who got something in the mail from a car manufacturer, whoever, saying they wanted to buy her car for a great rate, whatever. And she said she was going to go for it, but she said she wanted to get a brand new Jeep with it. Basically, keep still staying at the same level. Not taking advantage of the cash. And I try to explain to her like, yo, why don't you just take the cash, try to get a hoopty, get you from A to B, let that, put that money into something for you and have it work for you, maybe a couple years later. But she explained to me, she said back to me, no, I really want this thing. I want it now. I want it now. So once she said that, I was like, all right, damn, you're just like, everyone else. You just can't wait. You just want this now. You can't delay gratification. You need instant gratification. That's where a lot of people are stuck at. They want that instant gratification.
Well, I'll give you this. If this is the largest wealth transfer in the history of mankind, from the baby boomers to the millennials, my question to you is, how much of that percentage of the wealth transfer are you going to collect via the decisions you make today?
See?
And I'm not saying they're not tough choices. They're hard choices. They're not easy choices. And they are extreme choices. I am not going to lie, and I'm not going to say they are not. But they're also extreme things happening in the environment in which we live. So when your environment has extreme conditions, that means extreme choices need to be made.
Yeah.
That makes sense. You can't have normal day-to-day decisions in extreme circumstances. You can't have both. You can't have one without the other. It does not work that way. And I wish by fairy tale and hopium and the fucking fairy tale dust that the world was that way. And I wish the world was a nice place. But it's not.
It's not.
It never has been. And it never will be. This world and the natural environment in which we live, whether people agree or disagree, the strong survive. That is literally nature. I'm sorry the pelican ate the fish. Was it fair for the fish? No, but it was a necessity for the fucking pelican to survive. Right? That's life. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Facts.
Okay?
Facts.
I didn't create the rules. That's just the way the world is. And for some reason, mankind thinks it's different than every other fucking species on the planet. I'm going to give you a little insight. It's not. The world is. It is not fair the fucking fish had to die for the fucking pelican. Okay? It's not fair that the fucking lizard had to eat the bug. It's not fair the bird had to eat the fucking lizard. But that's the way the world goes around. It is what it is. And the fucking strong lizards survive, and the ones that got away from the bird, and the bug that got away from the lizard are the strong ones that survived. That's reality. And people, unfortunately, are no different in that ecosystem. And if you think for whatever reason that you are, then you're fucking lying to you. And right now we're going through tough times and hard decisions, and hard things are happening, and people are sitting there watching it happen right in front of their eyes and hope with no financial education, no facts, no fucking incentive for even have a due diligence of research, even though there's people like me screaming from the rooftops, giving the information, telling them where to look. They still don't fucking listen. And I'm not even kidding. I literally did the math in front of a friend and showed her the numbers and how much factually she could financially gain from making a different choice. And you know what she said to me? My house is my identity. And I said, as long as your house, it will be your failure.
But that's the thing. People, like, unfortunately for us, we're connected to our things. We're connected, you know, to these wasteful ass things that we all know we can fall back on, that we can scale down. But for some reason, the culture we grew up in and everything we see is like, I gotta have this thing to be me, to represent me. Like when she said that this house represents me, yeah, I laughed, but I understood what she said because I know people who feel that way too. It unfortunately can't, like, they have married to their assets. They married to it. They don't understand. They don't see it as an investment. Nobody sees this stuff as an investment. The average person doesn't.
That's right, and that's the problem. They're emotionally making decisions for their financial future based on their identity because they can't look bad in front of other people. Right? You're more. That means that your opinion is more concerned about your fucking people around you and your image than your financial future.
Yes.
Right?
Okay.
Right? Who gives a fuck without other people? I don't give a fuck. I'm fucking haven't taken a shower all day and I look like a goddamn fucking shit. I don't give a fuck. If nobody likes me, shut me off your fucking stream. Delete my fucking Twitter account. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah. It's
real advice for you fuckers. You know what I mean? And you know what it kills me? I get people fucking offering me financial advice.
Oh, I get them.
Me telling me how much I'm fucking doing wrong when they
how
don't.
Much more money I can make.
And they're asking me for money to help them out, but my decisions are wrong. Yeah. I'm like, what? This is how fucked up the world is.
Yo, Frosty, what's up, bro?
What's going on, brother?
You're too serious, man. I had to cut you off. I'm sorry. How are you guys?
All right.
What's going on?
We're awesome.
Dude, I was just wondering where the beezy's at, bro.
Where the what?
He's looking for the girls, bro.
Looking for the
I'm here for the girls, bro.
That's his thing.
They all went to bed listening to me fucking preach about bullshit.
You put them to sleep.
Yeah, yep. Time for bed. Which in that case, it's time for me to go to bed. Gentlemen.
Anyway, I apologize for the rant, boys.
No, you're good.
You're good.
Listen, I got 2 pages full of notes here. I now got to go through. It's been a great stream. A lot of great information. Everyone have a good night. Be safe. Be mindful of your investments. Respect your pockets. Respect yourself. And I'm out of here.
Right,
follow me on Twitter, Tap for Life 1, Instagram, Tap for Life 1. And y'all have a good night.
Do you have a link to the OnlyFans page? People were asking
Tap
in the
the
chat.
cat. Tap the cat OnlyFans.
Don't follow me.
You're gonna find it on my Twitter. Find it on my Twitter, man. It's on there.
I'm good. I'm tired of the BS, like all the DM stuff. So,
Hey, Bulla, I'll hop in Spaces. What's going on? Is there any Spaces going on?
Bro, Jim Carrey was up in the bitch.
Yeah, I saw that.
Wait.
Jim Carrey.
Did real Jim Carrey got in our space?
Not our space, his space, and we got in there, but the real Jim Carrey, yes.
Oh, wow.
And we had a UFC fighter in our space this morning.
Yeah, I was there, yeah.
So big things are happening, guys.
Big things are happening.
Yeah, the space is definitely a game changer for sure.
All right,
people need to check it out.
I'll peace out. Sorry for ranting all night.
No worries. It was good. I guess this is gonna be me and Hexball to do the show. All right, have a good one, guys.
Cheers.
Catch you in the Twitter spaces, right?
Peace, Frosty.
Yeah, we'll check you out. Frosty's out. What's up?
So this is the worst damn crypto show, huh?
Yeah, we got. Look, I got pictures of Richard. We can start with this. I got famous as a girl, as KDP.
Jesus, stop doing that, would you?
Okay. You gotta get used to it. You gotta
Bro,
take
I can't take that. I couldn't take it at the
It's
beginning
a
of
bear
the show.
market. You have to take it.
It's so disturbing. Fucking
It'll
Jawa.
get you through it. I don't know what's like.
It'll get you through it. No, it's not going to get me through anything. It's horrible.
What about some Motley and 410s action, huh?
Okay, tendies maybe a little bit, but I got a soft spot for tendies. So
you do.
The guy's a fucking genius. You know, I mean, you guys don't understand. Like, you know, one of the most quiet guys in crypto is tendies. So if you're not following him on Twitter, just give him a follow because I got a lot of mad respect. I'll send every like Wendy's like possible meme I can to him. I thanked him today. I think Wendy's was promoting a salad, a strawberry salad or something like that. I'm like, thank you for this.
You would.
Yeah, but I was in Portland and like came across like a Wendy's like garbage. There was some like shopping cart with a tree in it or something. Like I tagged him in it. I'm like, the guy really knows what he's talking about. You know, he's a unappreciated guy in crypto. So maybe I said too much, but don't follow him. Don't even look him up on Twitter. I mean, the guy's got no, clout whatsoever. No, seriously, he definitely knows what he's doing in markets, that type of thing. And he's doing it for himself. He's not shilling a product or, trying to put himself out there type thing. But
yeah, he's just providing alpha. I appreciate what he does.
Yeah, no, he's got a huge amount of alpha. And I appreciate him. Just there's going to be so many like people that will rush into the space in 2 years' time. Like we'll be flooded, right? We'll be like the worst damn crypto show. Like, who are those guys? And there's going to be all these like promise token coin guys like shilling everything on PulseChain and just dumping the fuck out of like all the money that's coming in. And like we're sitting back scratching our heads like, what the hell? Did I teach you anything? Like, don't trade, don't sell, like hold and be first in, that type of thing. There'll be so many opportunities. But there's going to be so many people coming into the space and wrecking. Oh, that's very nice. God dang, the triangle. I don't think I could do that right now. Like 54 years old, I don't think I could like put my feet up like that. That's funny as hell. Illuminati confirmed. Jesus.
What's going on, Xbox? We got Richard. I mean, everyone's seen all these. I got Richard like
I
that.
don't know. Those are the sexiest feet I've seen in a while, man.
Yeah, we should
It's
have
a bear
had
market, you know.
Sequoia come on here and
Right. Sequoia likes to talk dirty. So.
no, she's the feet queen.
Oh, is she? I don't know.
It's her thing.
My feet are ugly, so yeah.
What's going on in the Twitter spaces lately?
I don't know, bro. I have not checked it out.
I've been
You
on the
guys
stream for like 4
have to
hours.
stream, yeah. Like we're literally going well over 3 hours.
Still trying to convince Trap to change his name after he found out what it really means. Since this is recorded, I'd like to make that statement live on air.
Yeah.
I don't know what it means, but
Trap Gravity, if you hear me, come up. What trap means apparently is a lady boy. So those guys that tuck their schlong in between the legs.
Okay, yeah.
And he's still holding the name. So what does that tell you?
I remember in the military they used to talk about those lady boys in Bangkok. So that was the whole thing. You got to reach under before he really engaged.
Yeah, you gotta check below before you go high.
I'm just having fun, guys. I really appreciate the stream and the whales being on, but I'm probably gonna have to peace out myself and get some rest because I got to put my time and effort in the gym tomorrow morning at 5:15.
Oh man, okay.
Yeah, we're looking at
like Hextech, before you bounce.
10:20. Yeah,
can
what?
I ask you a serious question?
No, totally.
How much edibles or what did you smoke tonight, bro?
0. So the last time I ever had any type of like THC in my system when I was 17 years old, prior to joining the military. So, not that I'm against it.
So,
I mean, I think it became legal here in Montana not too long ago, that type of thing. But just don't need to involve it in my life. And I'm just really happy with the way things are turning out, you know, for me and crypto, the whole bit. It's like, I want to stick around and, you know, like live till I'm like 84, 89. My dad's 89 right now. So
shout out to your dad.
Well, if you're trying to live that long these days, brother, yeah, shout out to your dad. God bless.
No,
but
seriously.
If you're trying to live that long, you're going to have to dabble into like some type of THC, bro. Too much stress out there, man.
Hey, we can always look at that stuff like later down the road, that type of thing. But seriously, I mean, you want to see the most self-deprecating like picture. See what I tweeted out to Jim Rat Crypto. I mean, go look it up on Twitter. Like, I am not ashamed of my game, that type of thing. So look at the picture that I sent him at the beginning of 43 days ago for the whole crypto fitness challenge stuff and where I'm at today. And, you know, tell me if I'm not on the right path, that type of thing.
I know you're on the right path, brother. I don't even. I already saw those pictures.
Okay, yeah. So
I'm really proud of him too for that challenge because you know it's inspiring. Like Hex Siren, you see all those pictures she posts.
Oh, she's so sweet.
Like
you know,
so
I
awesome.
really like that girl. Like, I mean, Hex Siren, if you're hearing this, like, shout out to you because she has such a positive smile, right? Like, so literally, like every morning when I wake up, apparently she's like 2 hours difference, I think is, but like she motivates me to like be the grumpy old man to go into the gym, that type of thing. I think she's like there, like, oh, you know, and she's posting her lift amounts and stuff. and she's got that pompy hair, you know, that type of thing. So no, she's, you know, I really appreciate, you know, the ladies in Hex and total respect to them, you know, in a very gentleman type of way. But yeah, perfect.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah, she's got, you know, she's got the look. She every day
I really
see that
hope
smile.
she wins one of the prizes.
I'm such a grumpy
rooting for
ass.
her.
I'm like literally like when I don't feel like getting up to go to the gym at 5:15. That's what time the gym's opens here in the morning. It's like I look at her like smiley face, you know, and I'm just like, get your ass out of bed.
And she goes late at night, huh, Hextech? From what I've
No.
heard.
I think she's like 2 hours difference. So I think she's doing it
No,
at
I'm
like,
saying when she goes to the gym, it's actually like for her hours, it's late, like closer to the morning time, like
oh really?
11, 12, 1 a.m. That's what I think.
I thought it was in reverse, but you know, I'm willing to be wrong. I mean, yeah, it could be total. Okay, we're gonna have to clear it up, right? I mean, we're gonna just have to ask Hexy Siren, you know, like what time in the morning do you go to the gym? Because every time I like get on, you know, on Twitter, like when I first wake up and it's like 4:30 in the morning, and I'm like, oh, I got to be at the gym in like 15 minutes. I'm like, or you know, 30 minutes. I'm like, this sucks. She's there, like, like with a happy face and the whole bit. So.
Keeps rugging us.
What's that? We got rugged? Who rugged?
No, Hexbola keeps rugging us. Oh, you're messing with me, Hexbola.
He's got control of the channel. Is he still doing the pink cat thing?
He's just setting me up. He's probably laughing right now. Probably. He's that kind of guy.
Yeah. No, I appreciate you guys. I mean, this was funny. This was fun. You know.
Mashallah.
Hexbola.
Shay.
Yeah. Say it again. Stupid.
Hey, so is that like a green screen behind you, or are those
this is actually a wall. So
yeah, those are tiles, right?
No. And I'll tell everybody this, and I've been asked this like 100 times, but this is actually wallpaper that you can buy on Amazon.
Oh, I got you.
For $14.95 a roll. So to do the entire coverage,
you fooled me.
Rolls. No, but you know it's a very good background. This though, you know, this here, that's a real hex shield.
This shit right here.
That's a real hex shield. Okay.
Oh, no way.
I have the pulse shield over here. So I mean I could go get the pulse shield. And I want to get the Maximus shield, but gold key, I'll give you the shout out right now is like you need to send me that graphic because I talked to Dip Catcher like 3 weeks ago and you were supposed to send me that graphic because I was going to put a Maximus shield up here.
How much hex is he charging for the graphic?
He's got to give it to me for free because I'm just going to throw it up on the channel, that type of thing.
Hey, you want me to get it for you like in the next hour?
Oh yeah. If you do that, that'd be awesome. Yeah, you got it that way with the gold key?
No, but I'll troll the shit out of him.
Dip Catcher threw it to Matt to gold key and then stand in and get back to me. But I'm like, okay. I'm like,
yeah, Dip Catcher is busy making some Maximus babies.
I know what he's making. Yeah, good for him, right?
I
you know,
got you.
No, but no, that's fine. I don't know, like because I love shilling shit. You know that. You know, I'm not like. Well, obviously, you know, I'm into X, right? I'm into PulseChain. I'm into PulseX. I don't like the PulseX logo personally, but it's another another thing.
I don't like PulseChain colors either. I love hex colors, and it needs to bleed in. You know, everyone's doing their fucking PulseChain. Oh my gosh, dude.
Yeah.
Feels like I got sliced.
I get the red and green. Yeah.
It's beautiful.
It's beautiful. Oh, trust me. I mean, the amount of pulse act. I mean, I get it. Okay.
Just close one eye. You can just see sex, you know?
Sex. Yeah. I'm like, that's what I was going to say. I'm like,
yeah, that's what they're going to do to us. Fucking put it up our ass and they call it pulse sex. That sacrifice money, say goodbye to it, motherfucker.
Bro, I'm going to stay.
Buy hex. Buy hex.
Well, here's a question. Okay, I'll throw out this question. We'll take it back to like real world talk. All right. So are you going to, when PulseChain launches, are you going to have, thanks for the parental advisory content. Are you going to have the ability just to stake a maximum of 10 million PulseX per account, or will you have unlimited stake abilities? Or do you have to create like multiple accounts? Because I've heard it both two ways.
Yeah, I think you could stake as much as you want. What I heard is that they did a set limit, 10, what was it, 10 million or 1 million? Just so they had an even number.
I heard something that has to do with the testnet thing also, but you know what? I'm a rec pleb. The best guy to ask about that, maybe in the spaces, is Hex is the Way or someone like that.
Okay. So anybody listening to us, respond and let us know, because let me know. Because I'm like, I created 300 wallets, you know, just to deal with this situation. But I'm going at it one way or the other. It'd be a lot easier the first way, which is like you can stake whatever you want, that type of thing.
How do we get KDP in here?
KDP? Is that girl? Oh, wait. I'm sorry.
No. Doesn't look like it's gonna happen, Hexbola. I'm sorry, man.
Not bringing KDP in.
He was hoping. He was asking me. It was his dream, but I'm sorry, my brother. Yeah, let me look at the Hex price right now. Oh, 3.2 cents.
3.2?
Yeah.
Yeah, and now 3.28. Yeah, so almost 3.3. It's ridiculous. You know, like people were fighting for this price.
I'm loving it. I just got some order that went through at 3.1, so I'm chilling. I'll probably get more if we go lower.
Well, I want the dip because, I mean, I'm buying that for that account that I talked about earlier on the stream is, you know.
Yeah, so let's see, I have it here. So you did $95.
Yep, and 199 USDC. So,
and 109.
Yeah, that was
so what are the
dollar cost average.
So I'd have to divide 95 by the 5.
Yeah. I'm taking like deep type, you know, risk aspects, but like why spend the money? Like it's in USDC. I've got the coins, right? If I hit the number, great. If I don't hit the number, I'm okay either, because I'll carry that money forward into the hex space, into PulseChain.
Yeah, so it's 1.8 cents, and then the other one.
You guys know what's cheaper to buy now than your PulseChain sacrifice?
Hedron.
Hex. You guys hear about it before? Buy more
No,
Hex?
these are Hex prices.
Is that the CD on the blockchain?
It could be.
Or something that's no.
Sorry for the street noise. Is it too bad?
No, it's fine.
No, you're good.
You guys want to onboard the gas station worker live on the Worst Damn Crypto Show?
Yeah, let's do it.
Don't tell me the door is closed.
You want me to show? You want to show my face to him?
He might get scared. But
yeah, probably.
Yeah, I'm kidding.
Look at me and be like, "Who's this crazy guy?" I'm like, I literally the shirt.
Would that be dope if we can onboard someone live on stream?
Bro, you should see me right now walking down the street. They're all like, cars are turning the opposite direction.
I would too if I saw you.
Imagine if I went out in this
let's
shirt
see what
right now.
street. We're on Ventura Boulevard in Topanga Canyon. These are some famous. You guys are becoming famous on the stream right now, dude.
Thank you.
We're by the 101 freeway entrance.
Right.
There you go. If you're looking for Hexbola,
yeah,
he's by the 101 freeway entrance.
There goes a Pinto live on.
Chasing down a Pinto.
Pinto with a husky and two guys that look suspicious.
Gotta remember the Pinto.
Do they look like you?
70s.
They looked recycled. All right, I'm about. Oh wow! This old man almost ran me over with an Alfa Romeo. Fuck, he stopped. Dude.
You could have got some money, insurance.
You know he has good insurance.
Yeah.
But he stopped.
Go hit him up.
Imagine all the T-shirts you could have bought.
Dude, I would have fucking bought Alfa Romeo, the whole dealership.
Yeah. At these prices, yeah. What was that? You're opening the safe?
Yeah, I was entering my seed trace.
Just DM me your seed phrase, and
I already sent it.
Oh, thanks.
I send a password too, just in case.
That's how I make all my money.
But people don't know that's how I dust attack their wallets.
That's good because I only use the wallet that goes and grabs back because somebody taught me about a bot. So anytime ETH is thrown into this garbage wallet, it actually grabs their money. I think it was David Fetter that talked about that, but I'm 100% correct about that. Yeah, it was David. So.
Oh, speaking of crypto security, do you guys mind me shilling John McCoy's security space on here? Saturday, 11 a.m. California time, whatever the fuck that is. Do you guys mind me shilling that?
I have my own setup.
Been
so. It's been
course not.
I wonder when Papa Boner's gonna show up in there and bless us.
Papa's great. I mean, guy needs a new outfit, but
I know we need him in the security space.
You
got Paul with him?
No, absolutely not.
You don't like sushi?
No, I mean I'm totally about the Japanese lifestyle, but Papa is an anomaly at best. The guy is just like great. He's the one that taught me about security. I mean, literally, like just for anybody who's listening, right? You want to come hack me and my computer, go ahead because it's never been correlated with any crypto whatsoever. And my stuff is totally like private. And everything that I have is like offline connected to Trezor's and a one-off computer. So there's like no possible way. I mean, like, I could have.
Writer, brother?
What's that?
No, I was talking to this guy.
Yeah.
Sorry, Hextech, go ahead.
No, it's fine. It's my whole point is like a lot of people play loosey goosey with their crypto and stuff, but I mean, it costs you thousands. And so the best thing you can do is like not do like what you're doing type thing. like if you don't have a second computer or a second way to offline your crypto, if you're keeping your crypto on a phone or that type of thing, you know, as substantial as like $500, $1,000.
Yeah, and what's the perfect example everyone in our community could learn about? If they haven't heard it, they could look back.
Well, I'd say Hex 19.
Hex 19. Oh, sorry,
yep.
I didn't hear it.
Yeah, no.
Hex 19.
I really love that gentleman. Him and I had a conversation in the hangar just before we crushed all those cars with the tank during the first Hex meetup. And he's an ex-Navy guy. I'm an ex-Navy guy. And I had a 20-minute conversation with him. And it killed me when I heard that he was hacked. You know, I met his daughter out there at the first Vegas conference. Redbeard 1, great young lady. Yeah.
That's unfortunate. You just gotta be safe. I think it was through his cell phone, his carrier, right? His cell phone provider.
Yeah, in the airport or something.
But I think I heard later it may have been like a connected family member, but 100% not real about
or
that.
He might have saved something on a file on his computer. One of those two.
But the whole thing was like, you know, getting rugged for that amount of money type thing.
That's insane, bro.
And he was a Hex whale.
2184, please. 2184, please.
That wasn't me.
Yeah. No, I mean, I enjoyed the swapping Navy stories type thing, you know, when we were, and I didn't know who he was. I mean, you know, excuse my French, but he was just an old dude, right? Like, you know, ex-Navy guys get together and, you know, we start talking about things. I didn't know who he was then. You know, I didn't know him as Hex 19. I didn't actually even know his daughter at the time. She was friends with some other people in the cigar lounge. But, you know, when I connected the two, and I'm just like, son of a bitch. I'm like, this guy is like salt of the earth. I'm like, but what is he, like 92 now? I mean, I want to be like Hex 19.
He's 19, no?
What's that?
He's old? I thought he was, oh, never mind.
No, Hex 19 is like, he's like 92 years old, 91 years old.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. He made his money elsewhere and he invested in Hex. You know, a lot more than any of us have ever invested, that type of thing.
I think his daughter is always in the spaces. Redbird?
Redbird. Yeah. She's such a cute gal. I'll be honest. I'm kind of sweet on her because, like, she's like salt of the earth type gal. So I really, you know, I laugh because of the fact that, like, she loves animals and she's always posting those animal pics and stuff. So.
Hexball likes animals. How many sheep do you have these days, Hexball?
Too many to count on one finger.
You got any chickens?
Got a lot of chickens, couple roosters.
Yeah, eat those roosters, bro.
I got pigeons, though. The pigeons are the primary asset on the farm.
Really?
Drug mules.
He's obviously not in the U.S., but pigeons are the primary asset.
Have you heard of Hex?
Who, me?
Are you into crypto?
What is that?
No, it's for the cashier, but I guess you're self-checking out.
No, it's self. Son of a bitch. I could ask the customers, but do you guys know what Hex is?
Yeah, ask him.
No, they're not interested.
Hex.com, baby.
Hex.com, everybody. They hear me, that's for sure. I promise them.
I know.
How many items are you buying?
It's 3. It's a sketchy area, so
You're in and out. I got you.
Well, the girl behind you, she should look up Hex.com on her phone. She's
dude,
standing
it's a
behind
guy
you.
right behind me.
Oh, it's this guy.
Yeah,
Hey,
he's scary
dude.
looking.
Look it up.
What
Hex.com.
up, Tom? Oh, you have some great tattoos, brother. Oh, thank you. You're Hawaiian? No, I'm Japanese. Yeah. Are you into cryptocurrency, man? No. Look up hex.com if you have time.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure, man. Nice to meet you. Have a great day. The chicken's good out here, huh? Yeah, it is. You got the best chicken in town, man. Hex is great.
Tell him, bro.
You too, brother.
You have a multi-millionaire on the phone. Like,
no, he's carrying his chicken out. He's ready to eat some chicken.
Yeah.
He's doing what I'm doing. Have a good night, man. Take it easy. Hex.com.
Yeah,
All
definitely.
Right. He's laughing.
I know. Everybody laughed.
Hey, I laughed back at them, dude. It's awesome. As long as everyone's happy, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So this has got to be the worst damn crypto show ever because we haven't even freaking talked about crypto.
What do you want to know? What do you want me to
What can I tell you?
I don't. I'm just talking shit, dude. Does Fat Burger accept crypto?
No.
No.
So we have a problem.
Well,
You know,
let's look.
Americans are
Bitcoin
the
price.
#1 nation in obesity. So if we hit up these restaurants and they start accepting Hex, you know our bags are gonna pump overnight.
I guess maybe. There's not enough Hex liquidity. But Bitcoin's 22,000. Ethereum 1.1.
Oh.
Yeah. Hex is where's she at? 3.16.
So, if you look at that, if you think of, Bitcoin is going to go down 11,000, 12,000 price point.
Yeah,
what's your cost for Hex?
I looked at, so the high is 56 cents. If it drops 99%, it's like under a penny. I don't think it'll do that. So I'm thinking it could drop like 98%, which is 0.112.
Okay.
Or 0.0112, whatever.
Yeah.
1 penny, 1.1 pennies. But I mean, who knows? And it could wake down if we're chilling at 2 cents.
Yeah, it's going to be a wake.
Someone just sells a fat bag. We can, go to a penny. There's just, I just feel like there's going to be so many buy orders at a penny.
Well,
that I feel like everyone sees that as the bottom in their mind right now.
Sure. Yeah. Well, I mean, obviously, like I put my stuff out there publicly, so like look at my numbers. Everybody thinks I won't get filled, but I will.
Yeah, you had it, I think 1.9 and 1.7 or something like that, 1.8.
My point to most people was like, if you don't think it's going lower, you gotta figure out what the average is going to be. And it's okay because, like I told somebody, I'm like, this is dollar cost averaging. So, like, if your bags don't get filled, then you carry over, whatever you're going to invest in later on. Get a 10x or something like that out of that. So, but it's dumb to just, dump money. Like, it's hard earned money. I mean, like everything that you see there on those 2 orders,
yeah,
that was 2 weeks worth of wages plus I sold a couple of license plates. One of the things I do is, I have license plates that I collect off of vehicles that are traded in, so I sell them to a guy. So all that money there, that 95 and 100, that's 2 weeks worth of wages and license plate money. Extra money, free money, that type of thing. So, my thing was like, don't waste it. I mean, I could have just market bought. I could still go and market buy right now with that money, which I may do. We'll see what tomorrow brings, that type of thing. But seriously, like, you put it out there, that's, like, not like selling your, you're just, it's harder than money. I mean, $300 is $300. Like, so, if you're going to invest that and buy the best possible rate you can, and you have the opportunity to do it at a limit cost, why not?
No, I agree. I like the limit orders for sure, especially like this when it's going to be a wick, and you have to be up.
No.
What, at 3, 4, 5 o'clock in the morning to catch a good price,
Yeah. My biggest thing is like, help the little guy. I mean, do you know what it takes to earn $300? Like how many hours you have to invest in a day to make that money? And it may not seem like a lot or a little, but it's a lot of money. I mean, like, that's 3 hours you don't have anymore. You spend 4 hours at a job that, nets you $95. I'm like, that's time you traded. It's frustrating to me because, I get like Frosty stuff and, the different aspects is like, I'm very sincere about things. It's like the time you trade for the money you make, that type of thing. And you don't like invest in income producing assets. People will go to work for 40 years for a job that they hate because the fact that they can earn 2% in their investment and the company matches 2% and they make 38% maybe, or
it's crazy.
Like 30 years. But they don't realize is the companies that are doing that actually took 28% of your money. Whale started talking about this a while ago, and really like to re-explore it with them. Is what a lot of people don't understand about 401ks is literally that 1% they're taking away from you. Over time, if you actually do the math, it's like 28%. So like, like you're hoping to make $1 million or something like that, in 40 years off your 401k, and they're taking 28%.
Yeah, I mean, some 401ks you can't even pick what you invested, and you kind of just pick like a tier, like
you're forced into something.
Yeah, you're pretty much It's like you want to be safe, not safe. Yeah, it's like 4 tiers. Like you're an idiot.
No, it's kind of ridiculous.
Yeah.
I mean, just despite all the other inflation costs and stuff like that. I mean, it's just kind of ridiculous. But it's whatever. Just because of the fact that I actually had to go through this whole listening aspect of this program for somebody who literally he's the owner of one of the major car companies in the state of Montana. And he said to the group of new hires that the best thing he learned in Maryland, he went to college in Maryland, the best thing he learned was to invest in your employer's 401k. So his proposition is you put 6% in, you'll match 3%. Okay. And that is what he touted before he took us all out to dinner, out to lunch. And I sat there and I thought to myself, I'm like, bro, you don't even understand. I mean,
the math,
that's his best pitch. That's what he told them is the best thing you can do. And I sat there because, they ask you to introduce yourself. And so the way I introduced myself, I'm like, I'm just a regular Joe guy. What I do on my free time, I do some YouTubing. That's what I said. And I'm into crypto. I did say that. And his partner, actually, the guy Steve, he asked me, he's like, you like Dogecoin? I'm like, yeah. I'm like, that's a crack crypto. I'm like, I shut him down. And he was like, but I mean, you got to understand. I mean, if anybody's listening to me right now, you got to understand it takes $1 million in economic energy just to keep Dogecoin at the level it's at. So it's an inflationary asset that, so if you think you're buying Dogecoin like right now, just be grateful. I just told you, 90% down, 3 months. I mean, just ridiculous. So stupid. The only way it was pumped by Elon Musk. But I mean, the economics and even the founder of Dogecoin will tell you. I mean, if the founder leaves the project, wouldn't you listen to the founder? This is why
I just listened to Richard. He trashed it when they had to interact with the code.
Sure.
Yeah. So when they did when people sacrificed Dogecoin, it was hard for him to figure out their balances and all that.
Now, and I have a good friend that made millions of dollars off of Dogecoin because he was known as Doge Lord for many years.
Well, I think Famous actually made some money with Dogecoin.
Oh, did he?
Well. He used to do the faucets back in the day, from what he told me. Yeah. But I don't know how much or anything, but I know he did well. I believe.
Yeah.
But, there's coins that pump, but only for so long.
And in fact, one of the things I'm looking at is, as silly as it sounds, is PLSD. Just
I actually got some. I got some this week. I spoke to a guy in Spaces, Hexbridge. He likes it. I know Orca liked it. So I was like, let me just put a few $100 in it. And I spoke to Hexbridge when it was $4. He told me to get it around $2.50. So I got it at $2.30 and then $2.
Yeah,
for $300. Nothing crazy. But.
Orca's the PLSD whale, guys. Don't sleep on it.
Oh, Orca is?
He's trying to pump his bag so he could dump on our heads.
He ain't gonna dump.
He's dumping. Just keep buying.
I'm not gonna keep buying. I might get some more Hedron from what I heard tonight from Wales. But
you got this.
I'm trying to get
got
that
this
hex.
lockdown, famous. You know that for sure.
I'm just trying to get more hex, guys. I'm sure you guys are too.
Yeah, well,
the prices are shit. It's the lowest I've been. I've been in it. I've saw it July of last year, and it's the lowest price I've seen. So it's great. Especially you get the 2-for-1. So if you're looking at 3.1 cents, it's 1.55, right? For the 2-for-1. If you look at it that way.
Don't tell anybody because I mean, a lot of people are like, "Oh, I'm looking for it to go a little bit lower," you know, that type of thing. And it's like you could literally double your money, you know, just if you bought right now at whatever retail prices are. Not that I'm suggesting that by any means, but you know, I mean, you buy $500 worth, and then with parity and things moving up, like you literally turn 500 into $1,000. Yeah, and Richard's not talking about it. You know, that's the thing I love is like he is absolutely not talking about like how much money is going to be made in the space. Like when
he just doubling everyone's bag. Any ERC20,
bro, it's going to get ridiculous.
Yeah, just like it's It's you don't want to talk about it because there's just so much money that if you really sit down and think about it, people, you know.
Oh yeah,
bigger players would be like, yeah, we need to look at this, make sure doesn't go down, you know, kind of thing.
Yo, Hex Deck.
What?
If someone was trying to buy some Hex right now and they're new to the ecosystem and they have a MetaMask wallet, where should they go?
Matcha.com.
Matcha.xyz.
Matcha.xyz. Put a limit order in. You know, don't spend your money frivolously. You can swap it in a MetaMask account, but your fees are going to be like so expensive. So what you do is you set an order limit, you know, what you want to buy. I mean, if you just want to buy at the price, you know, just swap it, right, in your MetaMask account. But seriously, if you want to set a price target because your money is valuable and like you worked hard to make that money, then, you know, take that money and just put it as a limit order. And if you get filled, you get filled, but it doesn't cost you anything. Where it's going to cost you when you swap on MetaMask. So there's an option, but you know, no guarantee of like price advice, that type of thing. You can set your target for whatever you want, but whether you get filled or not, that's another option. Or you can just go and buy a MetaMask and pay the fee. In 5 years, maybe it'll be negligible, that type of thing. But, you know, it's always fun getting the lowest price.
I mean, I use the uniswap.org as well when I want to do like market buy.
Yeah, unfortunately, most people, they love buying the highs and selling the lows. So, but just in case somebody,
you know,
just in case someone was interested.
No, people are famous for doing that. Like everybody would buy Hex at 40 cents right now if they knew the high was 51 cents, that type of thing. Like they'd dump into it like hard. And like it's going down, down, down. And people are just like, you know, people are dumping it and whales are dumping it, or, you know, different people. And it's like nobody wants to touch the smelly price of Hex right now. And it's like, are you kidding me? Like, you don't understand. Like, you do realize you get a 10x on this thing, like the minute it goes up, right? Like, the liquidity is so low. I wish I could tell people like how stupid this trade is right now. I mean, like versus purchasing and holding, you know, versus like, you know, like the amount of downside you have. People are dumb. But that's going to be the way the market works.
I like to look. Sorry to interrupt. I like to look at the Hex Whale bot. Like, look at this dumb. You guys can see.
Okay.
17 minutes ago, someone ended a stake. They couldn't 590. They served 594 out of 792 days. Their penalty was 320,000 hex.
Jesus.
Right.
That happens every day if you look at it. Just multiple times. It looks like the same guy probably. It looks the same numbers.
Could be. Right. And I still don't care.
Back to back.
Oh yeah, he's selling it down.
What is 80 million hex for one day?
Yeah, and I don't have
sold
that
stuff.
I mean,
like 432. He couldn't wait. What is that? To 450? 18 more days. He lost 200,000 hex. Like, I look at this shit. How does this make any sense to anyone?
I don't know, but I mean,
that's a lot of hex. 200,000 hex because you can't wait 18 days. It's just
I know it doesn't compute in your head, but like for him, he's like, what I buy it at, right? I mean, I'll just take my money and run, that type of thing. Like, I'm done with this. Like, I didn't believe in this in the first place, so I'm just gone.
I mean, for a normal person to get that much hex, especially like if you're DCing in the last 8-10 months, like it would have taken you that long, a few $100 here if you to get 200,000 hex, and they can't wait 18 days to give. Like, that's just one example. I mean,
well, here's a good example. It's a realistic actually example. So in 10 days, I have a hex stake waiting to end. It's worth probably about $63,000 now. If I had ended it 3 weeks ago, I'm running numbers in my head, but because I knew what its value was at the time. If I ended it 3 weeks ago, I would have taken like a $7,000 penalty, and it'd actually be worth more than it is now. Now, I don't plan on ending it. I'm just going to run good accounting and just let it ride. But, I mean, that's one of the reasons why people do stuff like this. I mean,
but think about it. You have less hex.
If you go back to February, that stake was worth $223,000, and I would have took a penalty of probably $23,000. So, just shave off 23,000 off that 200,000, but it still would have been double of what I could take off today. So that's why they do it. Okay.
Just because they're selling.
If you're a net seller, that type of thing, if you want to take profits. I mean, think about it.
You're losing the hex. You're losing the hex forever.
But they don't.
So you're just looking at the
present
value. And then you're just calculating that. You have to, at that point, you just got to sell everything and get the whole hell out of the ecosystem. No, you just don't care about losing.
That's one of your stakes, all right? Like, seriously, that's
but it's 18, like the one I showed you, it's 18 days.
I know.
What the hell?
Eat the Whales campaign, guys. Is there anyone watching this stream, by the way? I'm just curious.
I'm surprised there's 30 lost souls watching right now. I don't know. There must be some bots.
How do I see that chat? Can I ban people from my position right now, or because I can't interact with the chat? It's weird.
No one's typing, but
is Hex Hado still spamming? Because
I banned his ass. Maybe he came back. He came back, I think.
He asked for it. He was like, ban me already. So
he said, turn this shit off.
Who is that?
Hex Hado lately. Yeah. I banned them for a little bit. I put him in timeout.
Him out again. He likes it. He likes getting spanked. I'm serious.
Bro.
This is like 20 minutes ago. So.
Yeah.
I kicked him out of the R2R Telegram. I don't know know if he knows, but it was me, Hexado, if you're wondering.
Ah, shit, bro.
Yeah, all these dumpers. I mean, I'm loving it, but I just don't get that emergency end stake. I never.
Oh, we got Naked Fun.
Oh,
Ban him,
God.
bro. I can't do anything. Oh, man.
I got it from here.
I feel weak, bro. Hey, check out the website real quick. Put it. What's up, Suzanne? How you doing?
Suzanne's here with the wrenches.
Let's go. Enrique Torres, I'm at work hearing you guys. What you doing, Enrique? You flipping them tacos, brother?
He works security.
Oh, shit.
Probably, I don't know. I'm just guessing.
For a taco truck? That'll be cool, huh? Securing the taco truck. I had a business idea once my first 5555 t-shirt matures, if I even have one. I want to open an exotic taco stand. Middle Eastern style tacos.
It'll be the bomb.
Well, yeah, you know it. Dude, this wheelbarrow right here.
What are you doing now?
I'm at this building. It's gonna become a dentist office one day, and we put some new floors in. So I'm just covering up the floors so the painters could come in and spray the shit out of this place.
Yeah, there you go.
You do tile?
No, construction.
Okay. I used to do tile.
Yeah, that shit ain't no joke, brother. Hell yeah, especially when the shards fly into your eye and you're not wearing glasses.
Yeah, I've got cut up on my face before. Pulling up tile with the jackhammer.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Just depends on the type of tile. It's no joke either in Florida because it gets hot.
Oh, dude.
But yeah, good time.
Yeah, I was putting up some insulation and drywall earlier today, and all I could think about is Richard Hart, bro. I'm like, come on, bro.
Serious?
You know how he loves his insulation.
Oh, I get that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
What is that? A freaking ball? That snow globe?
Yo, you're asking RD, right?
I don't know. I hear a snow globe music. You know those snow globes?
Yeah, I hear it too.
No, it's the baby rhyme. I don't know.
Is that the Luna song?
Yeah.
That's how you put a baby to sleep.
I'm teaching her to be a rug maker in the future.
Nice. That's funny.
Luna music will drop them straight down, dude.
Bro,
That's
maybe I need to go listen to that. There's actually a website on YouTube that I found that like helps with sleep. You know, if you have problems sleeping, so it like plays this music at certain decibels. And I was like, oh, this is bullshit. So I had to check it out this morning, and I'm like, God dang, that works. Put me to sleep.
You should ask Bullish. I heard he has a couple YouTube channels generating 1,000 a month. Just
we were talking about that.
Are you serious?
He's like, I got this Rode one that just plays 24/7, like Rode sounds. It's generating like $1,000 a month. I'm just like, why do I still work? Can I just set up 30 channels real quick? Just have them running at my house.
Yep.
Jesus Christ.
It's kind of ridiculous, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's sometimes I hear him and I'm just like, wow, okay, never thought of that. Could definitely do that. I was actually looking into doing the shirt business. All you have to do is pretty much just go to a website, create your canvas on a shirt, and then put that on another website, create a store, and then just have them to drop ship it.
Yeah, no,
It's like a few hours worth of work, and you could set up a store.
I have like four shirts designed that way.
And I never looked into it, but
yeah,
I did the other day. It's pretty interesting.
I just did it for myself, so just so I had stupid gear to wear on streams, that type of thing. But I literally designed, actually, I designed one for whales, T-shirts, motherfucker. So I designed that.
Yeah, it's a good one.
Off of
what is that
brand.
noise, Hexdeck? I was also curious about that. Do you need WD? They don't sell WD-40 in Montana?
What? You're asking me about the sound?
The squeaky, yeah. Is that your computer chair?
No, maybe I moved the computer chair. Could have been, definitely, yeah.
Is that the pocket pussy?
Yeah.
No. At 54 years old, I wish I had one of those, right?
Where's TZ when you need her?
I know where you could find
Don't pick on my girl, Susie. She's like...
No, she got her son one when he was she's an expert in pocket pussy.
Salvage. Yeah, salvage title, though. I feel bad for the guy.
I don't know about any of that stuff, but...
Salvage.
I'm too old to care, bro. I'm just having the fun, living my best life. That's it.
Hexbola, are you wrapping up bodies or you're the floor? It sounds like you're.
Yeah.
It sounds like duct tape, my man.
You got the duct tape out and you're just wrapping up bodies.
This is recorded, so I can't really say
God.
too much.
I don't know this man.
I've never been involved
He's
with
in
him.
the spaces with me. I thought he was
not
cool.
responsible for this online content. Yeah.
They already cracked Telegram, so who knows what they found on me there. But
shit. I'm gonna peace out, guys. I'm exhausted. Right now it's like what? It's it's almost like quarter to midnight, Montana time, that type of thing. So,
take it easy, Hexdeck. Nice talking to you, brother.
Thank you, bro. I'll catch you on another stream.
Yeah, thanks for coming on. Thanks for coming on.
Thanks for coming on, buddy.
Man. All right, he's finally gone. What's going on, man? How you been?
What's up, brother? Good. How are you, man?
I'm good, man. I'm good. I wish I had more comedic content for us right now, but I don't have anything set up.
It's all good.
It's good to have you on the stream for once.
Yeah, man, dude. I felt bad, bro. I'm like, fuck, dude. But you know what? You could rub it in Rags to Riches' face, because you're the first live stream I hop on. So
it's just the show's the best, even though it's the worst,
Hell yeah, dude.
You just never know what you're gonna get.
If anyone's listening out there, do not follow, subscribe, or like to any of Rags to Riches streams. The guy is lame.
You can't trust gingers.
Nope.
So what can you really learn? He might say some good stuff, but can you really trust what he says,
It's like, is Earth flat or round?
He'll just keep you confused the whole time.
Yes, sir. So what happened to Fame? Is he still partying? Has the Portugal festival ended yet?
Yeah, it ended. I mean, he passed out a while back. It was like 2:30 a.m. his time.
Oh, he was on here?
So yeah, he's on every week. He just stays on for like an hour, 2 hours.
Nice.
It's a lot of bodies, man. Jesus.
Oh man, yeah, dude. Like imagine a desert is a big space, you know what I mean? So we take care of a lot at once, so we don't do it over and over again.
You got to minimize the risk, of course. I understand.
Yeah. Yeah, that one's done. Yeah, dude, so oil prices are tanking, huh?
Let me pull up the oil markets right now.
Let's go.
All right, so as we can see, we're almost at an all-time high.
Nice.
120 big ones per barrel of crude oil.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna dump my oil barrels and get some of that Luna too. This came out not too long ago, man. I heard good things about it. What do you think?
I mean, if you're gonna get in the Luna, ecosystem, you should diversify. So make sure you get the Luna Classic, the Luna 2. Is
Some wrapped Luna.
UST still around? If it
Even
is,
if
just
it's
get,
not, I'll get some.
Yeah.
I'll get some, even if it's not around.
I'm sure there's been a fork of that already, so you get some of
We'll
that.
come back. We'll come
and
back.
also, I would also get some gold and silver as well. So like that's
buy some butter, dude. Can you pull up the butter charts? What are butter prices? I heard butter and guns.
Give me do some research on that. Butter graphs, but yeah, I mean, if you want to say rec, that should be the rec starter pack right there. Butter price index.
Dude, we'll make money on this shit. I'm telling you. People will buy it right now live on stream. The rec butter pack.
Damn, you're right. The butter's been going up, my man.
I'm telling you, bro.
Wales is right. Butter guns,
Saudis
baby.
don't mess around.
Look at this, 12 months. I mean, we had a high in March. We had a little pullback. Now we're going.
We're doing some butter.
Look at this, the 5-year chart. I mean, we're coming down the all-time highs in March. With the all-time high was 7,000. Everything's up. I mean, look at the contracts year over year, percentage increase. It changes in the butter price index.
A butter t-shirt, man, you can't even get your hands on one right now.
Look at the price per region distribution here. Wow. Unsalted. Wow, unsalted's making a killing. Yeah, very interesting, guys. Very interesting. And you already know gun prices are going up. That's a given, right? Do I have to pull that up?
Yeah, absolutely, dude. We got to show facts. We got to show our crowd. You know, these days how people like facts, you know, and not bullshit.
Well, I found small arms ammunition manufacturing, all other ammo products, including industrial shells and cartridges, airgun ammo, percussion caps. So I think this is guns. We might be wrong. We might have to do another stream to really dive deeper into this. But it looks like to me that gun prices at an all-time high right now. So, I mean, there you have it. The butter's up. The guns are up. Right? We've been saying it for, I mean, Wales has been saying it. Get your butter and your guns up. The baby's calling. I think it's time to end the stream. And Hezbollah left me. Hezbollah, my brother, mashallah. It's been real. Have a great night, guys. Peace out.
What are you, some sort of Mexican?